Chapter 443. Who was the one who said earlier that he wanted to kill my people? A cold voice came from the sky. A cold shout came from the sky. The despairing expressions of some of the people struggling in the fire and ruins in the countless cities around 9-5 Island suddenly froze. It's the Emperor. It's the Emperor's voice. The Emperor is back. The Emperor is back. Save us, Your Majesty. The people's joyful cries came from the surroundings. Earlier, the countless people despaired. Even the Crown Prince's ritual array could not do anything about it. The strong immortals of the imperial court fled in all directions as the other party killed them. They were doomed. However, at this moment, the Emperor returned. Guhai shouted coldly. Bingheim waved her sleeve. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly, nearly 10,000 jackdaws flew out of Bingheim's sleeve. The jackdaws gave off a large amount of cold chi. Bingheim waved her hand, and the 10,000 jackdaws instantly dove down, heading for the burning area in the city. Guhai used the ritual array to clear the smoke. However, there were still many burning areas in the surroundings that had not been cleared yet. In a city, the jackdaws flew over a large fire. Buzz! Suddenly, heavy snow started falling in that area. Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye, the fire was extinguished and turned into ice. Although the people felt cold, they managed to survive. The jackdaws walked out of the rubble, shivering. Whoa! The jackdaws quickly flew to the next area. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The countless saved people bowed gratefully. Now that the people were saved, Guhai snorted coldly, and the surrounding battles came to an end. At the soaring Palace Hall's plaza, Imperial Father is back. Guqin showed joy on his face. Gao Xinji and Chun Tianshan smiled as well. Guhai, what's the point of him returning? Ao Shun said with a frown as he shook his head. When His Majesty returns, everything will be solved. Gao Xinji said in a deep voice. At this moment, Gao Xinji had already reached a point of blind trust in Guhai. Naturally, she didn't believe Ao Shun's words. How many years has Guhai been cultivating? The last time I was here, Guhai only used a scheme and made a lot of arrangements. Could it be that he can still make arrangements now? His opponent is Jiuming, the Jiuming who opened the Celestial Palace 800 years ago. Ao Shun shook his head in disbelief. We all believe in Your Majesty. Chen Tianshan shook his head. High up in the sky, Guhai stood at the front of the flying ship and looked down coldly. To be more precise, he was looking coldly at Jiuming, who was outside the enchantment of the palace. Jiuming stopped attacking the barrier of the imperial palace. He raised his head and looked at the sky coldly. When he looked up, he happened to meet Guhai's gaze. For some reason, when they looked at each other, he suddenly felt a great chill go straight to the depths of his heart, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Guhai, huh? Jiuming sneered disdainfully. Looking at the large number of jackdaws flying around, Jiuming raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, Bingheim is here too? Jiuming didn't seem to care about Bingheim. However, when he looked at the group of angels behind Guhai's flying ship, he realized that dozens of them were injured, and they were looking at the flying ship with fear. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Are you afraid of Bingheim? Jiuming said coldly. After looking at them, Jiuming looked coldly at Guhai again. However, at this moment, Guhai didn't pay attention to Jiuming anymore. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. The sudden change caused all the battles to stop. Your Majesty, in the distance, the island masters who were being chased looked at Guhai and suddenly revealed a trace of excitement. 300 island masters. Even if they were from Solar Divine Palace, even if they hadn't seen Guhai before, they still chose to stand on the side of the Han Dynasty. This was rare and commendable. Some of them did so because they worshipped Guhai. On the Divine Continent, Guhai's achievements made the island masters see the hope of the Thousand Islands Sea. They joined at a hand without hesitation. As for the other 500 island masters, they were all opportunists. When they saw the rapid rise of the Han Dynasty, they just wanted to get a share of the pie. In such a short time, the Han Dynasty was extremely lucky. Because they were opportunists, they immediately chose to give up when they encountered danger. Guhai was back. The 300 island masters who were loyal were naturally overjoyed. However, the island masters who changed sides had complicated expressions. There were also some Golden Core Realm warriors who were fighting in the surroundings. They all had the same complicated expressions. Guhai scanned the crowd, but did not express his opinion. Then, Guhai looked at the black tortoise who was not far away. The battle of the Xuanwu clan was not that intense. Perhaps because they were of the same clan, they did not kill. Only Miao Chun and Chui Tong fought ferociously. Your Majesty! Miao Chen's face suddenly lit up with joy. Guhai looked at Chui Tong coldly and narrowed his eyes. When I'm not at home, you people dare to cause trouble in the Dahan? Ha! Ha ha ha! Today, no one can leave. Guhai glared, his cold gaze turning even colder. Jioming revealed a cold smile. Hiding behind a woman? What a joke. Do you think that Bingheim can protect you? Jioming thought that Guhai was going to let Bingheim deal with him. Hence, his eyes were full of mockery. However, Bingheim did not say anything. She stood behind Guhai and only looked at Jioming with disdain. Your Majesty, do you need to hide behind me? You just came from the Solar Divine Palace, right? You are Guhai? You killed my younger brother, Chui Tai. Chui Tong suddenly glared. Boom! Chui Tong's figure flashed as he charged toward Guhai. Stop! Miao Chen's expression changed as he chased after Chui Tong. Although Miao Chen believed in Guhai's ability, he did not know how strong Guhai was. After all, Guhai had only been in the cultivation world for a few years. Chui Tong charged over aggressively. In the distance, Jioming revealed a cold smile. Perhaps Chui Tong alone was enough. If he captured Guhai, he would be able to capture Ao Shun easily. Chui Tong charged over with a ferocious expression. Guhai's expression turned gloomy. Miao Chun, did that person hurt my people just now? Miao Chun, who had chased over, was slightly stunned. Why was the emperor not hiding at this time? However, since the emperor asked, Miao Chun could only nod. Earlier, when Chui Tong attacked on the ground, the shock waves were huge. In that direction, at least 100 people died at his hands. I lured him into the sky to fight, so it was better. Your Majesty, be careful. Although this Chui Tong's strength has declined like mine, he is still at the Sky Palace realm. Furthermore, he is slightly stronger than Chui Tai. Miao Chun was anxious. Miao Chun followed Chui Tong. Chui Tong must have reached the flying ship first. Guhai looked in the direction Miao Chun pointed and saw a small town in the distance. Indeed, half of it had been washed clean. There was a large amount of blood on the ground. At the same time, a large number of people rushed over, crying as they hugged the broken corpses on the ground. Father, father, don't die, don't die, sob, sob. My son. With the death of a close relative, these people could not care about the danger at all. They cried miserably. Even from far away, Guhai felt like he could hear them. Guhai's expression turned sinister as he looked at the charging Chui Tong. Good, good, good. My people are just weeds in your eyes? Guhai said in a cold tone. As Guhai spoke, he tightened his grip on the life-killing saber's handle again. Ha ha ha. They're not weeds, just ants. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself, Guhai. Why are they your people? If they were not your people, they would not have died. Humph. Only 100 people died. Is that not enough? Since you killed my younger brother, I will exterminate your entire clan. Chui Tong said with a ferocious expression as he glared. Miao Chun felt horrified. Bingheim, quickly protect his majesty. Quickly. What are you in a daze for? Miao Chun felt very anxious. However, Bingheim continued standing behind Guhai, showing no intention of stepping forward. As Chui Tong approached Guhai, the horrifying aura of the lower heavenly palace spread out, stirring up a storm in the air. Chui Tong stretched out his hand to grab Guhai. Your Majesty, be careful, the countless Dahan officials on 9-5 Island exclaimed. However, Jioming's expression turned sullen. That should not be the case. Why does Guhai not have any intention of dodging? Why is his gaze turning increasingly cold? Ants? Huh. The lives of my people are 1,000 times more valuable than yours. Guhai suddenly took a step forward. When Guhai took that step, his aura suddenly soared. The Yuanying state? Jiuming felt slightly stunned. Guhai reached the Yuanying state so quickly? Didn't he just enter the cultivation world a few years ago? So what if it is the Yuanying state? How ridiculous! Chui Tong's palm had already closed in. Zhou Tian-san. Whoosh! Like a purple sun, Xiao Chun instantly released a dazzling purple light. The boundless purple light burst out, so bright that countless people could not open their eyes. Only Jiuming, Miao Chun, and Chui Tong could vaguely see a large amount of saber chi around Guhai. The saber chi gathered at the life-killing saber in his hand. Then, he chopped down at Chui Tong's manifested palm with the might of commanding a large army. His aura suddenly erupted several times. Jiuming goggled. What saber technique is that? Miao Chen's expression changed. However, Chui Tong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The threat of death made the hair on his back stand on end. This is not real. Chui Tong's eyes widened in despair. Hum! A loud sound rang out, and the purple light instantly vanished. The life-killing saber returned to its original position. Miao Chun froze in midair, his eyes wide open. Below, Jiuming, Ao Shun, the 800 Island Masters, and the group of Xuanwu showed incredulous expressions. No, impossible, Ao Shun exclaimed, his eyes wide open. However, he saw a large amount of blood mist and shattered corpses exploding between Miao Chun and Guhai in the air after Guhai sheathed his saber. Chui Tong disappeared, leaving behind only the shattered corpses. Shattered corpses? Why did Chui Tong disappear? Everyone shuddered at his words. In a head-on clash, Guhai chopped Chui Tong, who opened the heavenly palace, into pieces with one saber strike. No wonder Ao Shun goggled in disbelief. This is impossible. How many years has it been? A few years ago, Guhai could only act mysterious in front of me. A few years later, Guhai chopped open the heavenly palace with one saber strike. Although that Chui Tong's strength was only at the initial stage of entering the heavenly palace, he still opened the heavenly palace. No wonder Bingheim did not move when she stood behind Guhai. It turned out that she knew Guhai's strength and was not worried at all. Jiuming's eyelids twitched. This is impossible. Chui Tong, Chui Tong. The surrounding angels widened their eyes. In the distance, the 500 island masters who had just betrayed the Han dynasty felt a chill in their hearts. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The surrounding officials shouted excitedly. After chopping apart Chui Tong with one saber strike, Guhai looked around coldly. Earlier, Guhai's gaze was only cold. However, now, Guhai's gaze turned sinister in the eyes of the surrounding experts. That was a gaze that said, "Kill whoever you catch." Chapter 444. He killed Chui Tong with one slash. The eyelids of the island masters, who had turned against Jiuming, twitched wildly. They suddenly realized that they had done something wrong. In the distance, Chui Tong's Xuanwu subordinates all widened their eyes in disbelief. The surrounding angels did not know what to do. They all looked at Jiuming. Jiuming's face was gloomy. How could he have known that Guhai's strength had reached such a level? Emperor, you. Miao Chen widened his eyes in shock. Chui Tong's strength was on par with his. If it were me, the emperor would only need one slash to deal with me, right? No wonder Bingheim did not make a move. What had the emperor experienced in the past few years? How could his strength have reached such a level? Guhai raised his head and looked at the angel in the sky. He extended his hand and took out a marionette pole. Total annihilation? No, it's a replica. Then, Jiuming widened his eyes. He saw Guhai reach out and swing his hand. Swoosh! Suddenly, more than 2,000 thin strings shot out from the marionette pole. In the blink of an eye, they rushed toward the angels. Oh no, stop! Jiuming widened his eyes and soared into the sky. The angry screams of more than 2,000 angels came from all directions. With a swing of the marionette pole, all the angels were under control. There were more than 2,000 of them in the Yuanying state. You came to my Dahan and hurt my people? I already said that none of you can think of leaving today. Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, a huge flame rushed out from his hand. Eternal divine fire. Boom! It followed the thin strings of the marionette pole and rushed toward the angels. Ah, this is bad. Leader, help, help. What kind of flame is this? It can't be extinguished. Eternal divine fire? Is this the eternal divine fire? All the angels were anxious. Use the holy light flame to block it. Use the holy light flame to block it. An angel shouted. Who? All of a sudden, white flames burst out from the angels' bodies and blocked the undying divine fire. However, the undying divine fire didn't extinguish. It simply burned the angels' bodies and onto the white flames. The angels' expressions changed upon hearing this. Not extinguished? How is that possible? The undying divine fire is burning the holy light aura. Once the holy light aura stops burning, it will burn us. What should we do? Holy flame consumes a lot of energy. I won't be able to hold on for long. The angels looked anxious, but Guhai suddenly pulled them back. Boom! All the angels were immediately manipulated by Guhai. Like marionettes, they grabbed their swords and slashed at Jioming, who was charging at them. No, leader, we're out of control. We're not the ones who want to attack you. The angels' expressions changed. The 2,000 angels surrounded Jioming, who was flying over, and slashed at him with their swords. Jioming, who was surrounded by a group of angels, had a change in expression. He snorted coldly, and a dazzling white light burst out from his body. Boom! A powerful aura burst out and formed a storm, sending the angels who were charging at him flying. Jioming's body emitted a sun-like holy radiance, and 2 pairs of wings appeared on his back. An aura that was several times stronger than Shui Tong's was released. Lower Celestial Palace middle stage? Miao Chen's expression darkened as he stood in front of Guhai. Oh, it's slightly stronger than that thing just now, Guhai said coldly. Don't compare me with that idiot Shui Tong. Yuanying state? How many more slashes can you make with that one slash? Let me tell you the difference between opening the Celestial Palace and not opening the Celestial Palace. Jioming glared as a holy light sword appeared in his hand. He waved his hand. Wong. The world suddenly brightened up. Holy light cage, purify the flames. Jioming pointed his sword. Boom! A white flame seemed to emerge from the sword. The moment the flame appeared, it emitted a soul-stirring aura that swept toward Guhai's flying ship. Holy flame? You actually cultivated the holy flame? No, that's impossible. Only the 6-winged angel can have it. Did you seal in your sword? Miao Chen's expression darkened. Miao Chen extended his hand and struck at the white flame that was charging toward him. The palm energy collided with the white flame. A loud sound rang out as the palm energy exploded. The white flame rushed toward Miao Chen like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Miao Chen was instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. His body was instantly burned by the holy flame, and blood splattered everywhere. Miao Chen was sent flying, but he did not forget to shout, Emperor, be careful. Jioming revealed a cold smile. This is what the second young master gave me. Do you think you can break the second young master's holy flame? With a cold smile, Nine Cries pointed his sword at the ancient sea above the flying ship. Undying divine flame? Let's see if your undying divine flame is more powerful than my holy flame. Break for me. Jioming shouted coldly. Boom! A huge fireball with a diameter of 300 meters charged at Guhai. Jioming was confident that the 6-winged angel's holy flame was stronger than the undying divine flame. No one here could block the second young master's holy flame. However, Guhai revealed a cold smile. He held the life-punishing saber with one hand and pointed with the other. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small flame emerged from Guhai's fingertip. The small flame, which looked like a candle flame, surged toward the 300-meter-tall holy flame. You overestimate yourself. You want to deal with my holy flame with just a small flame? Do you think you are the Samadhi true flame? Jiuming mocked as he charged over. Jiuming was confident that the 300-meter-tall holy flame would not only destroy Gu Hai, but also burn that flying ship. It did not matter if Jiuming killed Gu Hai. Once Gu Hai died, these people would not be in the mood to capture Ao Shun. Moreover, Jiuming was the one who brought Shui Tong here. Although he looked down on Shui Tong, he still had to give those Xuanwu people an explanation. Die Gu Hai! Boom! The huge holy flame swept across. Jiuming did not care about the small flame that Gu Hai pointed out at all. However, at this moment, the small flame collided with the huge holy flame. The moment the small flame and the holy flame came into contact, bang! The white holy flame suddenly burned. That was right. That strange scene was burning. Into just an instant, the white sacred flame was completely burned red. It was as if the white holy flame was the fuel for the small flame. In an instant, the holy flame was burned out, leaving only the small flame flying toward Jiuming. Impossible. How could it be gone? Jiuming widened his eyes in disbelief. How could the 300-meter-tall holy flame disappear just like that? Miao Chun, who was covered in blood from the collision, also looked confused. Fire? That was right. The small flame was the Samadhi true flame. Gu Hai could not absorb it for the time being, but he could throw some of it out. In front of the Samadhi true flame, the holy flame could not withstand a single blow. Gu Hai had never seen a flame that could surpass the Samadhi true flame. The remaining Samadhi true flame reached Jiuming in the blink of an eye. Jiuming still did not believe it and slashed at the flame with his sword. The long sword and the flame came into contact. The long sword suddenly exploded, and the flame instantly burned Jiuming's arm. Boom! The remaining Samadhi true flame suddenly exploded. Jiuming flew backward in pain. His entire right arm was blown up by the flame. The small flame had used up its last bit of energy, but the destruction it caused almost everyone in the surroundings to feel a chill in their hearts. Jiuming. That was Jiuming at the middle stage of the lower celestial palace. A small flame? Yet it made him so miserable? Zhou Tian-san. However, Gu Hai did not spare him and slashed at him again. The previous scene suddenly repeated itself. The purple light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. No, bastard! Jiuming cried out. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The purple light dissipated. Jiuming did not die. Zhou Tian-san could kill early-stage lower celestial palace cultivators, but he was not strong enough to kill middle-stage lower celestial palace cultivators. Jiuming already had one arm broken. Now, 3 of his 4 wings were shattered. His body was badly mangled as he weakly retreated into the distance. Oh, you are still alive? Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Hai was about to charge forward again. However, Jiuming suddenly shivered, not daring to continue fighting. Boom! Jiuming fled into the distance. Gu Hai, you are dead. You are dead. Second young master will not let you off. Second young master's projection is in the Thousand Island Sea. You are dead. I will tell second young master. He will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Jiuming roared in grief and indignation. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Jiuming turned into a beam of scarlet light and flew into the distance. Where are you going? Miao Chen glared and gave chase. At this moment, Jiuming was severely injured. It looked like Miao Chan would catch up to him soon. And you, Miao Chen, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Arg! The badly mangled Jiuming roared angrily. Bang! Jiuming's last remaining wing immediately burned, sending white energy into Jiuming's body. Jiuming's speed suddenly soared. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Jiuming pulled away from Miao Chun and disappeared into the horizon. Humph! Angel's wings burning technique? Consider yourself fast. Miao Chun snorted coldly in dissatisfaction as he flew back. At this moment, the group of island masters, Xuanwu, Ao, Shun, and the others goggled in shock. Killing Shui Tong with one saber strike was already unacceptable. However, in the blink of an eye, Shao Chun killed Jiu Ming with one saber strike. There was also that flame. Is this the Gu Hai in our memories? Did the Han Emperor really just enter the cultivation world a few years ago? In the past few years, Gu Hai's strength increased to such a monstrous level. Does this mean that we have been cultivating for hundreds of years for nothing? This does not make sense. Miao Chun, who flew back, also showed a confused expression. However, he felt even more excited. Indeed, a prime chose him. A prime's judgment is indeed better than mine. While everyone was still in shock, the group of angels could not control their bodies and showed expressions of despair. Leader is gone. What should we do? Now it is your turn. Gu Hai showed a cold expression as he looked at the four directions island masters. The 500 island masters, who had turned against Shao Chun, suddenly shivered. Chapter 445. Now it's your turn. Gu Hai showed a cold expression as he looked at the four island masters. The 500 defecting island masters suddenly shivered. Shao Chun controlled the marionettes, and the 2,000 angels immediately swooped down, charging at the four island masters. Quickly run. The expressions of all 500 island owners who had turned against Wu Qi changed instantly, as they began to flee in all directions in panic. Cui Tong died, and Jiu Ming fled miserably. The 2,000 angels were controlled like puppets. If they continued fighting, they would just be seeking death. You only want to flee now? It's too late. It's too late. Island Master Jiu Ming, you chased us so miserably earlier, and you still want to flee now? The group of island masters roared excitedly. Their earlier insistence on siding with the Dahan Emperor was indeed correct. They had won the gamble. It turned out that the Dahan Emperor was so strong. How many years has it been? The Dahan Emperor is already so strong? In a few more years, perhaps no one will care if they side with the Dahan Emperor again. The 300 island masters excitedly intercepted the fleeing people. When the 2,000 angels charged down, the 500 island masters had nowhere to run. On the other side, Cui Tong's subordinates, the 500 Xuanwu state cultivators, showed expressions of despair. Miao Chun, follow me and capture all these foreign enemies and traitors. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Miao Chun answered. Although the holy flame injured Miao Chun earlier, he was still opening the heavenly palace in the end. How could these island masters compare to him? Boom! Miao Chun quickly charged down and sealed up the various Yuanying state island masters. The Golden Core realm traders in the surroundings no longer had any desire to continue fighting. Many tree men surged out. The experts of Gao Xinji's First Legion went over and immediately suppressed the traitors. Soon, the external attack and internal strife were completely quelled. Gu Hai's flying ship circled 9-5 Island. The other parts of the city were fine, but the areas near the Imperial Palace suffered a lot of damage. Countless innocent people died. The flying ship slowly landed in the plaza of the soaring palace hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. The group of officials greeted excitedly. Father, Gu Qin shouted excitedly. So many civilians died? Gu Hai frowned. Gu Qin smiled bitterly and said, It's all because of this group of angels. Originally, I had already used the life trap blade to set up the array. In order to break the array, this group of angels killed everywhere. I had no choice but to use the array to suppress them. This gave Jiuming the opportunity to break the simplified version of the 29 Great Array. It should be the 10 big holes that Father saw earlier. Angel? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 2,000 angels whose cultivation bases had been sealed. You better let us go. Otherwise, Second Young Master won't let you go. Gu Hai, if you don't want to die, let us go immediately. Otherwise, my lord will not let you reincarnate. Gu Hai, you're dead meat. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Only then will my master forgive you. All the angels stared at Gu Hai. At this moment, they still had a sense of superiority. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Oomph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. He turned his head and looked at the 500 island owners. Your Majesty, we were wrong. Your Majesty, we were blinded by greed. please forgive us. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. The 500 island owners who had defected immediately begged for mercy. Around them, some of the 300 island owners who stood by the Dahen glared at them with hatred, while some wanted to plead for mercy for the 500 island owners. Guhai looked at the 500 island owners and said coldly, I don't care if you have harmed the civilians or not. However, this country has its laws. You didn't resign, but you betrayed the country. This is treason. This is disobedience. Guqin, how should we deal with traitors? The country has its own laws. Behead. Guqin shouted. Behead. Guhai's eyes widened. Oh no, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, we can pledge our loyalty to the Dahan and atone for our crimes. We are the Yuanying state. The island owners said anxiously. Gao Xinji led the people to carry out the order. Bam, bam, bam. Suddenly, the broadsword fell, and the heads of the 500 Yuanying state soldiers were sent flying. Blood spurted more than 10 feet high. There was a crushing force on the broadsword that rushed into the corpses and crushed the sealed, nascent souls. Bam! The 500 Yuanying state soldiers' corpses fell to the ground. The officials of the Han dynasty were silent as they looked at the 500 people in shock. In the eyes of many, these people were immortals. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Those who wanted to plead for mercy frowned and heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts also calmed down. This was not only to convict him of a crime, but also to show everyone that he was guilty of treason and disobedience. He should be executed according to the laws of the country. As for those Golden Core Realm traitors, let Chen Tianshan deal with them. Guhai instructed. Yes, Chen Tianshan answered. Speaking of which, Chen Tianshan was the one who recruited these people. Chen Tianshan should be implicated in the earlier treason. However, Guhai did not blame Chen Tianshan. Instead, he let Chen Tianshan deal with the punishment. Chen Tianshan took a deep breath. He felt extremely vexed over these people's treason. While the emperor did not blame them, Chen Tianshan blamed himself. As he looked at the captured traitors in the distance, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Finally, Guhai looked at the 500 Xuanwu soldiers who followed Shui Tong. The group of Xuanwu soldiers also showed worried expressions. Your Majesty, can we exempt these Xuanwu soldiers? I'll subdue them. After all, my Xuanwu race is on the decline. It would be a pity to kill them. Miao Chun immediately pleaded. The group of Xuanwu soldiers looked at Miao Chun. Some felt grateful, some felt disdainful. Furthermore, they did not cause much damage. They did not harm many citizens. It was just some fires, Miao Chun said bitterly. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Xuanwu soldiers? Are you sure you can subdue them? Huh. Miao Chun felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. However, he could not be sure. Elder Miao, since you asked for it today, we will give you face. As such, those who are willing to follow Miao Chun can live. As for the rest, kill them all. Guhai said seriously. Miao Chun opened his mouth, but could not refute. The group of Xuanwu soldiers goggled. I'm willing. I'm willing to follow Elder Miao. I'm willing as well. For the sake of survival, most of the Xuanwu soldiers chose to follow Miao Chun. However, some were unwilling. Humph! Follow Miao Chun? Dream on. Elder Chui Tong is dead, and so is Elder Chui Yin. You all offended Solar Divine Palace. Sooner or later, you will die a horrible death. A Xuanwu shouted while glaring. Boom! Gao Xinji attacked, immediately chopping off that Xuanwu soldier's head. That Xuanwu soldier's eyes remained wide open as if in disbelief. You actually killed him just because you said so? After killing one of the troublemakers, the other Xuanwu soldiers immediately obeyed, wanting to follow Miao Chun. At the very least, they could survive. When Miao Chun saw Gao Xinji kill a Xuanwu soldier, his eyelids only twitched. However, he did not say anything. Miao Chun could tell that Guhai was helping him subdue them. Seeing that all the Xuanwu soldiers were willing, Guhai said indifferently, since you are willing, then you can be exempted from death. We will not punish you. Now, it is time to prove your sincerity. Huh? The group of Xuanwu soldiers looked at Guhai, There's a group of angels before us killing the Dahan citizens. To account to the Dahan citizens, we want you all to kill these foreign angels in front of the citizens. Guhai said coldly. Ah. The group of Xuanwu soldiers goggled. Guhai, you dare? You dare to kill us? The group of angels immediately looked at Guhai in shock and anger. However, the group of Xuanwu soldiers remained silent. This was a clear indication of their allegiance. Kill the angels and completely break off ties with Solar Divine Palace? What's wrong? You are not willing? Guhai said coldly. Yes. The group of Xuanwu soldiers answered bitterly. After killing these angels, there was no turning back. Amplify the sound. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Guqin quickly drove the ritual array, and Guhai's voice instantly spread to a large distance. Citizens of 9-5 Island, we returned late, resulting in you being attacked by foreign enemies. Some citizens even died for no reason. However, since you dare to harm my citizens in the Dahan, we will take revenge for you all. This group of birdmen called themselves angels and killed countless people. Today, we will execute them in front of you in public. Guhai shouted. Boom! Guhai's voice immediately spread to all parts of 9-5 Island. Several flying ships loaded the black tortoises and angels and escorted them into the sky. Countless citizens could see them when they looked up. Kill! Gao Shinji shouted. The group of Xuanwu soldiers showed conflicted expressions. Then, they gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Guhai, how dare you? How dare you? If you dare to kill us, you are dead. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The angels shouted in unison. Bam! 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 Heads flew up one after another, and blood spurted into the air. Countless citizens looked up and saw the demons that killed their friends and family being executed by the Emperor's men. The citizens, who had just wiped their eyes dry, started crying again. Father, His Majesty took revenge for you. His Majesty took revenge for you. My son, did you see that? His Majesty killed the demons that killed you. Mother, His Majesty took revenge for us. Cries rang out everywhere. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Sobs rang out everywhere. At this moment, Guhai sighed softly. Soon, the group of Xuanwu soldiers returned after killing all the angels. At this moment, there was no turning back. They could only follow Miao Chun. Miao Chun also felt that the Xuanwu soldiers suddenly looked at him differently. They were no longer so repulsive. Since you are following Miao Chun, you are Dahan's national beasts. You triggered the heavens earlier and caused fires everywhere. Now is the time for you to make up for it. Go treat the injured citizens and repair the damage everywhere. Miao Chun will supervise, Guhai said solemnly. Yes, the Xuanwu soldiers answered. At this moment, the jackdaws in all directions put out the fire and flew back. Wah, wah, wah! The jackdaws cried out and quickly flew into Bingheim's sleeve. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 jackdaws disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was confused. How could Bingheim hide so many jackdaws in her sleeve? Chapter 446. Ao Shun stood at the edge of the soaring palace hall's plaza. As he watched Guhai calmly deal with everything, he showed a slightly complicated expression. Today's disaster started because of Xiao Chun. As for the Dahan, he did his best to protect Xiao Chun, resulting in a grudge with the Solar Divine Palace. If the Dahan had handed Xiao Chun over, nothing would have happened. However, the Dahan did not do that. After Guhai asked Guqin for a while, he turned his head to look at Ao Shun and slowly walked over. When Guhai walked over, Ao Shun took a deep breath and his expression sank slightly. Should I say anything when Guhai asks me later? Crown Prince Ao Shun. Guhai said with a faint smile. Ao Shun frowned as he looked at Guhai. Are you frightened? However, don't worry. I promised. Naturally, I will not let outsiders take you away. You can stay on 9-5 Island in peace. Guhai said with a smile. After saying that, Guhai prepared to ask someone to send Ao Shun back. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Don't ask me why they want to take me away. Crown Prince Ao Shun keeps his guard up against me. I believe you are not willing to say. Since you are not willing, why should I force you? Guhai said with a smile. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Was I that obvious? However, does Guhai really not care? Crown Prince Ao Shun, everything is fine now. You should go back and rest early, Guhai said with a smile. A few attendants immediately walked over to Ao Shun and invited him over. Crown Prince Ao Shun looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. Then, he looked at the injured people around him and sighed. This time, I'm sorry. They came to capture me for the Qian Celestial Dynasty's 10,000 Sage Assembly that will be held soon. With that, Crown Prince Ao Shun turned around and left with a group of attendants. Thousand Saints Assembly? Guhai raised his eyebrows. He wanted to ask, but Ao Shun had already left. Obviously, he didn't want to reveal too much. Thousand Saints Assembly? Guhai knew that not long ago, he had gone to the great metropolis to rescue Ram Saint, so that Ram Saint could return to preside over the Thousand Sage Assembly. Thousand Saints Assembly? Even the people of the Solar Divine Palace were going? Father. Guqin frowned as he looked at Guhai. He seemed to have something to say. Don't ask anymore. With Ao Shun's expression, he won't say anything, Guhai said with a smile. Yes. Guqin smiled bitterly. 29. Line Heaven's Formation? Although it is a simplified version, 9-5 Island does not have that many spirit stones, right? Guhai looked at Guqin. Father, you forgot about the life entrapment blade, Guqin said with a smile. Oh, the 29 Line Heaven's Formation was created by Old Man Guanxi in the first place. However, it uses the Heavenly Go chess set as the array source. In other words, using the Heavenly Go chess set to set up the array consumes much less spirit stones. The Heavenly Go chess set can connect with the power of the world. The Life Entrapment Blade is refined using the Heavenly Go chess pieces. Using them to activate the array naturally consumes much less spirit stones. This time, it only consumes about 10 million superior grade spirit stones. Guqin explained. Only 10 million? Guhai felt slightly stunned. According to Guqin's description, Guhai did a rough calculation. Without the Life Entrapment Blade, it would require at least 500 million superior grade spirit stones. However, only 10 million superior grade spirit stones were used. Unfortunately, there are too few Heavenly Go chess pieces in the Life Entrapment Blade. Otherwise, the more Heavenly Go chess pieces there are, the less spirit stones it consumes. Guqin said regretfully. The more pieces there are, the less spirit stones it consumes. Guhai revealed a faint smile. The Heavenly Go chess pieces? This time, Guhai had brought more than 200 sets. Among them, the most were the ones he had asked Mo Yike to use Daewon's name to collect when he laid the 30-line pair world ritual array in the capital. Since you can use the Life Entrapment Blade to activate the 29 ritual arrays, it looks like the island's spirit stone arrangements are complete. Can you activate the Life Entrapment Blade now? Guhai looked at Guqin. Imperial Father, rest assured. It is all done. However, some were consumed in the earlier battle. As long as we replenish them, we can activate the Life Entrapment Blade in 3 days. Guqin said solemnly. 3 days? Good. Activate the Life Entrapment Blade in 3 days. We want 9-5 Island to rise to the surface. Guhai said. Yes. Guqin answered. Guhai turned his head and slowly walked to the western side of the soaring Palace Halls Plaza. There was a foggy area there with the image of a saber in it. Because there were too few Heavenly Go chess pieces, they only supported the saber's outline, making it look very illusory. Clack! Guhai extended his hand and grabbed the Life Entrapment Blade. Guqin's eyes lit up. No one could grab this Life Entrapment Blade. Even he could not touch it. It was like a shadow. Only his Imperial Father could touch it. The Life Entrapment Blade. It is time to replenish some Heavenly Go chess pieces. Guhai said seriously. Imperial Father obtained a Heavenly Go chess piece when you went out this time? No, Imperial Father must have found more than one. There should be several, right? Guqin showed joy on his face. After all, the Heavenly Go chess pieces were scattered all over the world. Imperial Father had been out for a few years, so it was already pretty good for him to find one. However, he saw Guhai's forehead tremble slightly. Suddenly, a fragment flew out of Guhai's forehead. Guhai had already refined that fragment, so he only needed to infuse it into the life entrapment blade. Buzz! When the fragment touched the life entrapment blade, the life entrapment blade suddenly trembled as if it encountered a great tonic. It immediately released a surging fog. Boom! The fog rushed in all directions. Suddenly, countless transparent thin lines appeared on the life entrapment blade and shot in all directions. The thin lines were faintly discernible, but they soon disappeared. Guhai understood that this was the network of a new array. The life entrapment blade has become stronger. Imperial Father, do you have more? Guqin asked excitedly. Buzz! 10 fragments suddenly flew out of Guhai's forehead and quickly infused into the life entrapment blade. Boom! The life entrapment blade trembled violently, and the fog became thicker and thicker. In an instant, it filled the entire palace and spread out. 11? Imperial Father, you found 11? Guqin was pleasantly surprised. Guhai realized that as long as it was a fragment that he had refined, the life entrapment blade could perfectly absorb it. Perhaps it was because they were originally one. Since there was no rejection, they could go together. Guqin was still in shock over the 11 fragments. Buzz! Suddenly, 100 fragments flew out of Guhai's forehead. Guqin! Buzz! Another 100-odd fragments flew out. Guqin! 200-odd fragments infused into the life entrapment blade. Rumble! The life entrapment blade trembled violently. Amid the rumbling, the fog spread in all directions, covering all of 9-5 Island in the blink of an eye. Imperial Father, how many places did you rob? Guqin was shocked. With Old Man Guanxi's inheritance, Shaoqin naturally knew some of the details. More than 1,000 heavenly go chess pieces were scattered all over the world. Collecting all of them would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Guqin had already despaired at the thought of this. However, he did not expect his father to return with 200-odd heavenly go chess pieces. Almost 1/5 of the heavenly go chess pieces were collected. At this rate, would Shaoqin be able to collect all the heavenly go chess pieces soon? Boom! The life entrapment blade released a dazzling green light. Countless threads shot out in all directions of 9-5 Island, like meridians connecting heaven and earth. Buzz! Suddenly, the life entrapment blade trembled, and all the fog withdrew, strangely sucking it back in. The illusory life entrapment blade now looked much clearer. It glowed with a jade-green light, looking very strange. The life entrapment blade trembled slightly, as if it rejoiced at its strength. All the fog vanished. However, a strand of fog remained on its surface, disappearing and reappearing as if it was breathing. Guhai grasped the life entrapment blade and slowly closed his eyes. The life entrapment blade seemed to send a scene to Guhai's mind. The life entrapment blade showed Guhai everything about the life entrapment ritual array. The placement of the spirit stones there is somewhat off in the Dongfang position, Guhai said with his eyes closed. Guqin felt slightly stunned. Personally go and correct it. At the same time, replenish the spirit stones there. This might be the last replenishment. In the future, the life entrapment blade will use the life entrapment ritual array to extract the spiritual energy in the surroundings and replenish the spirit stones used by the ritual array, Guhai explained. Imperial Father, the ritual array already has a spirit? Guqin goggled. Guhai smiled faintly and nodded. However, Guqin looked at the life entrapment blade with some shock. Imperial Father, are you going to bring the life entrapment blade to life? Go then. In 3 days, the life entrapment ritual array will surface. It is time for 9-5 Island to enter the divine continent, Guhai instructed, not explaining. Yes, Guqin answered with some shock. Guhai looked at the life entrapment blade in his hand and smiled faintly. Then, he returned it to its original position. Buzz! The life entrapment blade trembled before vanishing from its original spot, seemingly merging into the void. The ritual array will rise in 3 days. 2 days later, at Tinjin Island in the Thousand Islands Sea, Tinjin Island opened the innate puzzle world once every 2 centuries. The Sky Chess Pavilion was stationed there. Dark clouds covered the sky above Tinjin Island. Heaven's wrath had yet to subside. As long as the Sky Chess Pavilion's people came out, they would immediately meet with a heavenly tribulation and be destroyed. At this moment, 3 four-winged angels circled Tinjin Island and landed behind a transparent man in the center. That transparent man looked like a person made of water, his entire body transparent. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the former entrance to the innate puzzle world. Second young master, we have already been here for 3 days. Can this entrance still be opened? One of the four-winged angels asked, feeling curious. The transparent man frowned slightly. Unless Father personally makes a move, it will be hard to open. Innate puzzle world? What secret did Old Man Guanxi leave behind? Another four-winged angel asked, feeling curious. Father once said that Old Man Guanxi died, but his heart did not. The transparent second young master replied indifferently. My lord said that. Old Man Guanxi's heart did not die. The four-winged angels exclaimed in shock. Umph! Old Man Guanxi, that wily old fox. Even in death, he could not rest in peace. Unfortunately, we came too late. The entrance to the innate puzzle world closed. If we had dealt with the Sky Chess Pavilion, we might have been able to find some clues and share Father's burden. The second young master sighed softly. Second young master has already done very well. Although your main body has not come to the Thousand Islands Sea, your projection has already traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers. Furthermore, some time ago, we found out that Ao Shun was also in the Thousand Islands Sea. If Jiuming went there and captured the sealed Ao Shun, wouldn't it be easy for him to do so? With Ao Shun around, second young master can share master's burden. That four-winged angel said with a smile. Speaking of which, Jiuming should have returned by now. Why is he taking so long? Another angel said with a frown. Just as the angels were discussing, a scarlet light shot over from the distant horizon. Second young master. Second young master. Jiuming's miserable cries for help came from that scarlet light. Bang! Jiuming, who was covered in blood, landed before everyone. Jiuming? Why are you so miserable? Why are you covered in blood? Where are your wings? Angels' flaming wings? What happened? The expressions of the four-winged angels changed. The second young master suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the miserable Jiuming. Chapter 447. 9-5 Island. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Gu Hai dealt with some matters of the royal court at an extremely fast speed. With Gu Hai's return, all the civil and military officials in the royal court worked with unprecedented enthusiasm. Those who participated in the rebellion were handed over to Chun Tianshan to deal with. However, Chun Tianshan dealt with them mercilessly, killing nearly all of them. When Gu Hai learned of this, he only sighed and did not say anything. On the 3rd day, all the civil and military officials gathered at the soaring Palace Hall's plaza. Gu Hai held the life entrapment saber as he looked at the clear weather. Many of the Yuanying state's experts flew around 9-5 Island, preventing any problems from happening so that they could remedy the situation as soon as possible. Today was a big day for 9-5 Island. All the citizens of 9-5 Island had just received the news and were shocked. Amplify the sound. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Then, he waved his hand and activated some sound amplification formations. Citizens of 9-5 Island, this Emperor, Gu Hai, is about to start a mystical journey for 9-5 Island. Perhaps there will be dangers, but there will be more of a beautiful future. This Emperor hopes that all the citizens of the Dahan can cultivate. All of you no longer have to worry about life, old age, sickness, and death. If there is any danger, this Emperor will stand in front of all of you. This Emperor will block the wind and rain for all of you. This Emperor only wants all the citizens to support this Emperor. Because of your support, the Dahan will not fear any storm. Gu Hai shouted. The sound amplification formations instantly spread Gu Hai's voice throughout 9-5 Island. On 9-5 Island, all the citizens put down everything they were doing and looked in the direction of the distant imperial palace. Old Master Gu? No, Your Majesty. Back then, I already knew that Your Majesty was extraordinary. Unexpectedly, you brought us along to cultivate. Your Majesty, you saved this old man's entire family. My son did not starve to death during the disaster and can still cultivate. Many thanks to Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live the Han Dynasty. Long live Your Majesty. The citizens cheered. Next, there will be an earthquake. I hope everyone will move to an open space to prevent the houses from collapsing. Gu Hai said again. When the people heard this, they immediately walked out of their houses and into the open space. All city guards and officials take care of the surroundings. If there's a disaster, go and help immediately, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, countless officials and soldiers in the city shouted in unison. They had rehearsed for a long time just for today. After everything was arranged, Gu Hai looked at the sky. He held the life entrapment blade in his hand and gently activated it. The life entrapment saber suddenly released a dazzling jade green light. In an instant, it looked like countless jade green threads appeared and covered the entire 9-5 Island. In the eyes of outsiders, 9-5 Island seemed to be enveloped by a dense green net. At the same time, the places around 9-5 Island where the spirit stones were buried seemed to have been activated and released a dazzling green light. Boom! Suddenly, 9-5 Island trembled. This tremor caused the surrounding seas to surge with a monstrous tsunami. Suddenly, green threads shot out from the places around the island where the spirit stones were buried and connected to the green net in the sky. Rumble! The entire 9-5 Island shook as the ritual array activated. Suddenly, it felt like countless strong winds came from the surrounding seas. Whoosh! 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 The strong winds came from all directions, coming from outside the island and engulfing the entire 9-5 Island in the blink of an eye. Spiritual energy? The spiritual energy increased? A Yuaniing State island owner exclaimed in shock. It's true. The spiritual energy is still increasing. Is it twice as much as before? No, 3 times as much. No, it is still increasing. The density of the spiritual energy is already comparable to that of the divine continent. The island owners who joined the Dahan immediately rejoiced. Why did the people of the divine continent call the 1,000 Islands Sea a barren land? The biggest reason was that the spiritual energy in the 1,000 Islands Sea was too thin. It could not compare to that of the divine continent. Now, the spiritual energy in 9-5 Island had already reached that of the divine continent. No, it was still increasing. Rumble. Strong winds blew in all directions, and the spiritual energy grew denser. The island owners and officials immediately rejoiced. After a while, the increase in spiritual energy stopped. This amount of spiritual energy is 5 times that of before. Chen Tianshan exclaimed with wild joy. With the spiritual energy 5 times denser, one's cultivation speed here would definitely be faster than outside. This is just the 1,000 Islands Sea. When we reach the divine continent, there will be even more. Gu Qin smiled. The spiritual energy in the divine continent can reach 5 times that of the divine continent? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. It should be possible. Gu Qin nodded. Surging spiritual energy came from all directions, instantly forming beams of multicolored light that illuminated 9-5 Island. However, the eyes of the island owners who joined the Dahan lit up. That's right. I made the right bet. The Dahan? This is my Dahan? The group of officials looked excitedly at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai continued using the life entrapment saber to control the life entrapment ritual array. Buzz! Buzz! With 5 times the amount of spiritual energy outside, the life entrapment ritual array connected to the world and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy outside. At the same time, it replenished the drained spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, The drained spirit stones were completely replenished. The ritual array completed itself. In the future, there would be no need to rely on spirit stones. Buzz. In the sky, countless green lines suddenly disappeared into the void. Some rosy clouds appeared in the clear sky, along with the smiles of the countless ordinary people below. All right, it's time to break off the island and ascend, Guhai said seriously. Then, he activated the life entrapment saber again. Hum! A loud sound suddenly rang out in the entire 9-5 island. Then the ground shook. Countless ordinary people fell to the ground, and countless buildings crumbled. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had made arrangements, so the ordinary people were not injured. However, the strong force from earlier formed an overwhelming tsunami that threatened to sweep through 9-5 island shores. Roar! 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 The surrounding Xuanwu controlled the seawater to prevent the tsunami from reaching 9-5 island. Everything was under control. However, 9-5 island did not fly up. What's going on? Imperial Father, 9-5 island did not fly up. Is there a problem with the ritual array? Guqin said in shock. Did it fail? The surrounding officials immediately showed anxious expressions. Guhai shook his head and frowned. That's not it. The ritual array connected to the world. Under the power of the world, the island broke off. However, there seems to be something holding the island back, preventing it from flying up. The officials immediately goggled. Preventing the island from flying up? What could be so strong? Your Majesty, I'll go down and take a look. Miao Chun immediately called out. Right? Guhai nodded. Miao Chun immediately charged out and flew off the island. Soon, he flew past 9-5 island. Splash! Miao Chun dived into the sea to investigate. Everyone on 9-5 island was anxious. Would 9-5 island be able to fly today? Guhai's expression turned sullen. Overall, Guhai felt very satisfied with the ritual array. However, what force could hold up 9-5 island at this moment? Xiao Chun could only wait for Miao Chen's news. Just as Guhai waited for Miao Chen's news, suddenly, a flying ship flew over from 9-5 island. Boom! The flying ship moved very quickly, arriving above 9-5 island in the blink of an eye. It was the second young master, Jiao Ming, and the 3 four-winged angels. Second young master, it's over there. It's over there. They're over there. Jiao Ming roared furiously. Jiao Ming had already cleaned himself up. However, he still appeared pale. There seemed to be 4 spots of blood on his back. As he looked into the distance, boundless hatred appeared on his face. The second young master's body remained as smooth as water as he looked at 9-5 island with narrowed eyes. At this moment, the entire 9-5 island trembled. Towering waves continuously surged in the surrounding sea. Many Xuanwu cultivators stabilized the surrounding seawater. 9-5 island? Is it going to crumble? Why is this island trembling? The many 4-winged angels appeared puzzled. Fly over, the second young master said. Boom! The speed of the flying ship was very fast. Soon, it flew to the sky not far from the soaring sky hall. At the soaring palace hall's entrance, Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the flying ship. It's him, second young master. He is Guhai, Jiao Ming said with hatred. Guhai, where are my men? Where are my subordinates? Jiao Ming shouted while glaring. The expressions of the officials in the soaring palace hall's plaza sank. Jiao Ming returned. He even called for reinforcements. Your Majesty, that is absolute beginning's second son. People call him second young master, Yihua. He should be a 6-winged angel, a peak middle-level heavenly palace expert. However, this is not his main body. He used the water of life to form a projection, Bingheim explained. A projection? Guhai frowned slightly. A projection should be a technique that only the heavenly palace experts can use. However, Yihua used the water of life. It is just a trick. It is slightly different from a normal projection. However, its might should be equivalent to the strength of someone who just entered the middle-level heavenly palace. Bingheim explained softly. Bingheim, long time no see, Yihua said indifferently. Bingheim looked coldly at Yihua, not interrupting. However, Yihua narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Guhai. Guhai, where are my subordinates? Jiao Ming asked again. You still dare to return? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he looked at Jiao Ming. The middle-level heavenly palace? Your Majesty, be careful. Bingheim whispered to Gu Hai. With Gu Hai's strength, he could deal with someone who just entered the low-level heavenly palace. He could even deal with someone in the middle-level heavenly palace. However, he would be in danger if he faced someone at the peak of the low-level heavenly palace. As for the middle-level heavenly palace, he could only do so if he mobilized the power of the Dahan Empire and borrowed the strength of the people. However, the Dahan Empire's providence was currently in Chaoga City. Bingheim was slightly worried. It is fine for someone who just entered the middle-level heavenly palace. This is because I have the invincible Dongfang. Gu Hai smiled coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly activated the life ender saber in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, boundless spiritual energy gathered above the soaring palace hall's plaza from all around 9-5 Island. Rumble! As the spiritual energy gathered, it slowly formed a huge human-shaped cloud beast. The human figure became clearer and clearer. Slowly, it turned into a 30-zhang tall woman. This woman was none other than the invincible Dongfang, who had appeared in the capital. The invincible Dongfang? This is the 30-line pair world formation? Bingheim exclaimed in shock. Chapter 448. Dongfang Invincible? This is the 30 heavens and earth array? Bingheim was surprised. Dongfang Invincible was much smaller, and he didn't need to merge with others. Therefore, Bingheim was sure that it was the 30 heavens and earth array. Gu Hai said calmly, more or less. Gu Hai had completely understood the 30 heavens and earth array and had made some changes. When Invincible East came out, he first looked at himself, then touched the loom in front of him and turned his head to look around. In the distance, Jiao Ming, Yi Hua, and the rest were stunned. When they saw Gu Hai activating the array, they thought it would be very powerful. But it only condensed a woman? What was the use? However, this woman was still quite flirtatious. Dongfang Invincible looked around with interest and finally fixed his eyes on Gu Hai. Isn't this the capital city? Did you condense me again? A man? Jiao Ming's face stiffened. You still remember? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Dongfang Invincible nodded. Logically speaking, my memory comes from your consciousness simulation. I remember what you remember at the last moment of my life. So that body of mine is already dead? In the distance, Jiao Ming, Yi Hua, and the rest raised their eyebrows. Alive? Gu Hai had condensed a fake person and was talking to the fake person. What do you think? Gu Hai looked at Dongfang Invincible and said in a low voice. That's right. There were limited spirit stones at that time, and he was definitely dead. You condensed me because you need my help, right? Dongfang Invincible said in a low voice. A few bastards came. Help me deal with them. Gu Hai nodded and said, A few bastards? Bingheim was speechless for a while. In the sky, the 5 people who were charging at them with menacing looks widened their eyes. Good. Gu Hai, you are courting death. Bastards? How dare you insult the second young master? Today is the day you die. The lifesaver glared and shouted. Ding! Invincible Dongfang flicked his finger, and a thin needle flew into the sky with a string attached to it. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Chi! That thin needle instantly drilled into the space between Jiao Ming's eyebrows and came out from the back of his head. It then turned and nailed itself into the side of Jiao Ming's head. This strange scene caused everyone's expression to change, especially Xuanwu of the 4 Seas. Xuanwu was forced to follow Miao Chen. He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. Now that the second young master arrived, some Xuanwu did not know what to do. Gu Hai made his move. No, the invincible Dongfang condensed by Gu Hai's formation had made a move. He flicked his finger. Was that Jiao Ming? A thin needle pierced through the brain? How was that possible? He was in the lower celestial palace. Even if he was injured, he was still in the lower celestial palace. How bold! The group of 4-winged angels glared. Invincible Dongfang turned his head and revealed a charming expression. He smiled coldly and said, Mr. Good said that you are a bastard, so you are a bastard. Even if you are not, you are. Jiao Ming was not dead yet. He only stared at the thin line on his forehead in disbelief. Second young master. Second young master. Jiuming cried out in horror. Huh? Yihua's eyes turned cold as he prepared to make a move. However, Yihua saw invincible Dongfeng gently flicking the thin line with his finger. Boom! Jiuming's head exploded with a loud bang. A lower heavenly palace expert exploded in the blink of an eye. In a small courtyard not far from the soaring palace hall, Ao Shun goggled at this moment. Earlier, Ao Shun already felt very shocked when he saw Gu Hai control the ritual array to float the entire 9-5 island. Following that, Yihua arrived. Yihua brought Jiuming and the others over to denounce Xiao Chun. Ao Shun understood that the strength of Yihua's projection should have reached the level of someone who just entered the central heavenly palace. Others might not understand, but Ao Shun understood that Yihua was even more incredible than Xiao Chun after he became a Sin Dragon. Would Xiao Chun not be able to escape being captured by Solar Divine Palace? Ao Shun had already clenched his fists. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai suddenly materialized a giant that was neither male nor female. Yihua used a thin needle to explode Jiuming's head in front of him. Who is this woman? Ao Shun already stood up. How can this be? How can Gu Hai become so strong in just a few years? If Gu Hai had laid such a ritual array when Ao Shun arrived back then, wouldn't that mean? However, many Dahan officials showed joy on their faces. Clearly, they did not know the strength of the enemy and only felt that they could not withstand a single blow. The Yuanying state experts, especially the former island masters of the Thousand Islands Sea, gaped in shock. This was Jiuming. How could he die just like that? 3 days ago, I let Jiuming escape. It was my fault. Today, he came to seek his own death. He deserved it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Hai, how dare you? The 3 four-winged angels suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Yihua also looked down with a gloomy face, especially Dongfeng Bubi, who suddenly appeared. Bingheim, what kind of monster is this? Yihua shouted at Bingheim. Bingheim smiled coldly and did not reply. Monster? Ha 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 ha. Dongfeng Bubi suddenly laughed coldly. Remember this, bastard. I am Dongfeng Bubi. Dongfeng Bubi snorted coldly. Bang! Dongfeng Bubi waved his sleeves and 100 thin needles shot into the sky like 100 rainbows, heading for the 4 experts in the sky. If it were before, no one would have paid attention to the 100 thin needles. They were just thin needles. There was nothing special about them. However, just now, these thin needles caused Jiuming to explode. Jiuming exploded. Everyone immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. You are courting death. Yihua suddenly shouted. Yihua waved his hand. Wong! Suddenly, countless figures of infants with wings appeared in the air. Chanting sounds came from them, and a holy intent suddenly filled the entire 9-5 island. The chanting sound seemed demonic. Anyone who heard it felt their minds blur. Child's play. Even Ren Wuxing's roar could not do anything to me. You think you can? Humph. Dongfeng Bubi snorted coldly. Boom! The thin needles seemed to turn into billions of thin needles as they flew through the air. They instantly pierced through the countless infant figures and arrived before the crowd. Umph! Yihua thrust his palm forward. Boom! Immediately, a large number of thin needles exploded. After all, the central heavenly palace had its own means to block external attacks. However, at that instant, a thin needle pierced Yihua's abdomen. Yihua's abdomen was transparent. See, when the thin needle pierced Yihua's abdomen, Yihua's face sank. Break! Dongfeng Bubi shouted coldly as his finger trembled. That thin needle suddenly vibrated at a high frequency, wanting to explode Yihua's abdomen like how it killed Jiuming. Boom! Indeed, a loud sound rang out as Yihua's abdomen exploded. However, Yihua did not die. Instead, the exploded abdomen slowly healed. That is the water of life. It can heal injuries. No, his projected body is made of water. Unless his consciousness is destroyed, he will not die, Bingheim said with a frown. Oh, Dongfang Booby narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, Yihua did not die. He smiled coldly and took out the thin needle from his body. Is that all? Yihua said coldly. Is that so? Dongfang Booby sneered coldly. They saw that the other 3 angels had been pierced by a large number of thin needles. Their eyes widened in shock. Go and kill him, you 3 little bastards. Dongfang Booby waved his hand. Boom! The 3 angels charged toward Yihua like marionettes. Second young master, it's not me. Second young master, I can't control it. Ah! Second young master, dodge. The 3 of them screamed as they approached Yihua. Umph! Yihua snorted coldly. He waved his hand and blocked the 3 4-winged angels. Explode! Dongfang Booby snorted coldly. The 3 4-winged angels stared at each other. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Boom! 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 The huge explosion caused a superstorm to form in the sky. It swept across the area. At the center of the explosion, Yihua was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. Yihua's body was distorted by the explosion. He stared at the ground with a ferocious expression. He seemed to be completely enraged. Yihua was about to lose his temper. Ding! 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 Another 3 thin needles shot toward Yihua. 2 of them pierced Yihua's eyes while the last one pierced his mouth. Yihua could not believe that he was in such a sorry state after coming here with such ferocity. Explode! Dongfang Booby's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. He waved his hand, and the thin needles in the distance vibrated at a high frequency. Boom! Yihua felt like his head was going to explode. The sky was filled with waves, and the angel's body was torn apart. Yihua's body exploded into a cloud of mist that scattered in all directions. The 4 angels and Yihua were completely annihilated. The flying shuttle slowly descended. Gao Xianji waved her hand, and her subordinates immediately went to catch the flying shuttle. Bingheim waved her hand, and the mist in the sky condensed into a water ball. Whoosh! The water ball landed in front of Gu Hai. Your Majesty, this is the water of life. Yihua's consciousness was completely destroyed by Dongfang Booby. This water, Bingheim said excitedly. You can keep it. Gu Hai smiled. Ah, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bingheim said happily. After Dongfang Booby killed Yihua and the 4 angels with needles, the Xuanwu who were watching from afar completely gave up on returning to Solar God's palace. Gu Hai is a ruthless person. He created Dongfang Booby. Even more ruthless. Second young master. Even if he was just a projection, he had just entered the central celestial palace. How could he be killed by that woman in the blink of an eye? Killed? The 4-directional black tortoise slowly calmed down. However, Ao Shun, who was in the small courtyard, gaped, unable to calm down for a long time. If there was Dongfang Booby a few years ago, wouldn't my army have sent dragons? Ao Shun smiled bitterly. At the same time, Ao Shun's attitude toward Gu Hai turned increasingly complicated. After Dongfang Booby killed Yihua, he turned his head to look at Gu Hai. How long can this ritual array last? How much longer can I last? Dongfang Booby asked with anticipation in his eyes. This time is different from last time. This time, there is the life-sinking saber formation. There is an endless supply of spiritual energy. You can keep living here, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh, Dongfang Booby felt slightly startled. Of course, right now, it can only keep you alive. Zhang Sanfeng and Dugu Qiubai cannot appear with you for now. You can watch my 9-5 island float for 5,000 kilometers, Gu Hai said with a smile. That is good. Dongfang Booby released a long breath. Chapter 449. Dongfang above the vast sea. 10 flying boats were flying at high speed. Around the flying boats, there were bursts of white light. On the flying boats, there were angels with wings on their backs. 10 flying boats. There were more than 50,000 angels. There were also some ordinary cultivators standing beside the angels. They looked very ordinary, but the auras around them were extremely strong. On the largest flying boat in the lead, the one standing at the front was the second young master, Yihua. However, Yihua was no longer a projection doppelganger, but his real body. Yihua held the railing of the deck and looked into the distance with a gloomy face. Behind Yi Hua stood 2 rows of powerful cultivators. One row was filled with white-robed people. Their bodies emitted rays of white light, and there were about 50 of them. The one at the end of the row had 4 wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, the 2 pairs of wings disappeared. Obviously, this row was full of angels. The ones at the end were all 4-winged angels. The other row was full of 4-winged angels. They were dressed differently and gave off different auras. Second young master, Juming, and the others should have finished their investigation in the Thousand Islands Sea, right? An angel said with a smile. Yi Hua's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. In the other row, a silver-faced man said with a smile, Juming and the others have 4 4-winged angels, 2,002 winged angels, and even my younger brother, Chui Tong. They should have finished their investigation long ago. Most importantly, the second young master's projection is there. Even in the Imperial Dynasty, he could do whatever he wants, let alone in the remote Imperial Dynasty. Imperial Dynasty? Ridiculous. An emperor who has just entered the cultivation realm for a few years can be called an Imperial Dynasty? After capturing Ao Shun, my lord will definitely be able to shine in the Thousand Saints Assembly. The angels and the powerful cultivators were in the midst of a joyous discussion. Puff! Yihua suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Second young master? Almost everyone's expression changed. What happened? Why did the second young master spit out blood? Yihua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face gradually turned ferocious. Guhai! Guhai! How dare you? Guhai! Could it be that the second young master's projection? Everyone was worried. I'm not going to Qian anymore. I'm going to Thousand Islands Sea to 95 Island, Yihua said with a gloomy expression. Yes. The person controlling the flying boat immediately responded. Second young master, what happened to your projection? A subordinate frowned. We were ambushed by Gu Hai using the formation. He's dead. Yihua's expression was cold. Great Array? How could this be? The second young master's projection had the strength of someone who had just entered the Central Celestial Palace. Even if I go all out, I may not be a match for that projection, an angel said with a frown. Everyone looked at the angel. Clearly, for him to be able to say such a thing, the strength of this angel should also be at the early stage of the Central Heavenly Palace. Dongfang is invincible. Gu Hai used the formation to condense a yin-yang man. Dongfang was undefeatable. The strength of the Central Celestial Palace. I'm going to tear him to shreds. Yihua snorted coldly and slapped the railing of the flying boat. Boom! The railing of the flying boat shook slightly. Yes, everyone answered. In another part of the vast sea, another 10 flying boats were rapidly advancing towards the Thousand Islands Sea. The Bat Ancestor, Chong Sheng, Chong Ming, the Chong clan elders, and many vampires and bat spirits stood on the flying boats. How much longer? The Bat Ancestor asked coldly. Reporting to Primogenitor, based on our speed, we will reach 95 Island in about 10 days, a vampire said respectfully. Increase the speed, the Bat Ancestor said coldly. Yes, Primogenitor, we received news that Gu Hai's son is on 95 Island. How should we deal with him? The Chong clan's second son asked with a frown. Guqin? Naturally, Guqin wants to bait Gu Hai. However, before that, I want to turn him into a vampire and have Guqin deal with Gu Hai. I want to see the father and son kill each other. The Bat Ancestor said with a sinister expression. Right, father and son killing each other. It would be best if we capture Gu Hai and turn him into a vampire as well. At that time, he will only listen to Primogenitor. We will slowly torture him in the future. We will also make him pregnant. The Chong clan's third son said with a ferocious expression. Good. Ha! The Bat Ancestor laughed sinisterly. Primogenitor, what about the people of 95 Island? The Chong clan's fourth son asked. All of them will die. The Bat Ancestor said coldly. Primogenitor is wise. The vampires immediately cheered. The bat spirits and vampires discussed how to torture the people of 95 Island. Chang Sheng and Chang Ming, who were at the side, frowned. The bat ancestor and the vampires discussed for 2 hours before dispersing. Only Chang Sheng and his son were left on the deck. After everyone left, Chang Sheng set up a soundproofing barrier. Huh. Chang Sheng sighed softly. Father, primogenitor, and the others seemed to be. Chang Ming said with a frown. You can tell. Chang Sheng looked at Chang Ming. Chang Ming shook his head. I don't understand either. I just find it strange. Second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle seem to have gone mad. Their minds are filled with thoughts of destruction. Chang Sheng nodded. That's right. Primogenitor and the others seem to have lost their minds. Chang Ming looked at his father with gaping mouth. Is my father talking bad about primogenitor? If the heavens wish for destruction, they will first go mad. Primogenitor's mind is filled with only killing. Furthermore, he is boundlessly arrogant. I'm worried that, perhaps I'm overthinking things. Chang Sheng said bitterly. Father, what do you mean? Why can't I understand? Chang Ming asked after a while. Ming, I hope that you can do one thing on this trip. Chang Sheng said with a solemn expression. Father, please speak. You can't see or hear anything. Chang Sheng said seriously. Chang Ming did not understand. Don't get involved in the fight between primogenitor and Gu Hai. Don't get involved at any time. Chang Sheng said solemnly. Chang Ming remained confused. However, Chang Ming nodded at Chang Sheng's determined gaze. 9-5 Island. 9-5 Island trembled but could not rise into the air. Miao Chen entered the seabed to investigate and soon flew out of the sea. As he flew out of the sea, he happened to see Dongfang Booby killing everyone in the distance. Boom! Jiuming was blown away by Dongfang Booby's needle. Miao Chen trembled. How can this be? That is Jiuming. How can he kill it so cleanly? Following that, Dongfang Booby attacked again. The 3 4-winged angels instantly exploded without being able to resist, even distorting Yi Hua's body. Following that, 3 thin needles exploded Yi Hua in the blink of an eye. Miao Chun flew over, feeling shocked. He happened to hear the conversation between Gu Hai and Dongfang Booby. Right now, I can only keep you alive. Zhang Sanfeng and Dugu Qiubai cannot appear with you for now. You can watch my 9-5 island float for 5,000 kilometers. Gu Hai said with a smile. That is good. Dongfang Booby heaved a long sigh of relief. The eyes of Gu Qin and the others at the side lit up. With Dongfang Booby guarding 9-5 Island, they would not be able to cause much damage when they entered the central heavenly palace. Why, Your Majesty? Miao Chun interrupted everyone's conversation. Oh, how is it? Gu Hai immediately said with a serious expression. There's indeed something at the bottom of the sea. It's like a Go game. The Go game involves 9-5 Island. Miao Chun said with a frown. A Go game. Gu Hai's eyelids suddenly raised. Yes. Miao Chun nodded. Bring me over. Gu Hai said. Whoosh. Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Miao Chun quickly arrived at the seaside. With Miao Chun leading the way, they entered the seabed. 9-5 Island was broken in the middle at the bottom of the sea. Large amounts of rubble had collapsed. If Gu Hai had come alone, he would not have been able to see clearly. However, in the sea, Miao Chun looked like he was looking at a clear sky. Soon, Miao Chun led Gu Hai to a pile of rubble. Aside from the parts of 9-5 Island that had collapsed, a large green net covered the rest of the seabed. At the very bottom of the net, there were many thin golden threads pulling 9-5 Island, preventing it from flying up. Lines of thin lines were arranged in a strange manner, with black and white chess pieces strung on top of them. Boom! When 9-5 Island was pulled up slightly, the thin golden threads suddenly lit up brightly. They extended from Gu Hai to the seabed in all directions. This is, Bingheim said in shock. These golden veins extend in all directions of the Thousand Islands Sea. 9-5 Island is connected to these veins. I believe that it is not just 9-5 Island, but all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea that are connected to these veins, Miao Chun said with a frown. Is the Thousand Islands Sea really a Go game? All the islands are Go pieces? Bingheim gaped in shock. Miaochen nodded and said, "That should be right. I heard of it before. Since 9-5 Island is a Go piece, what should we do? This is a super large Go game. There is no way to take it out unless we have the strength to lift all the 1,000-odd islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. Only then can we move this Go game." Bingheim said with a frown. "No." Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. "Huh?" Bingheim and Miao Chun looked at Guhai in confusion. The Thousand Islands Sea is indeed a large Go game. However, look at these golden veins connected to 9-5 Island. How many are there? Guhai asked with a smile. 62 veins? Bingheim asked, feeling curious. No, it is 31 veins in both directions. Guhai said with a smile. 31? That's right. In the past, this emperor guessed that the Thousand Islands Sea was a large Go game. It should be a Go game of the 33 unhindered worlds. I have already studied the arrangement of the islands, but I have not completely determined which islands are white chess pieces and which are black chess pieces. However, the meridians that connect the chess pieces seem to be the perfect 31 heavens and Earth's formation. 31. This emperor has been searching for it, but could not find it. So it is here, Guhai said with a smile. Don't worry. It is not difficult to undo the pull of these veins. However, this 31 unhindered worlds formation is the hard part. This time, this emperor has to properly comprehend it. Guhai narrowed his eyes. As Guhai spoke, he extended his hand and tapped the intersection of the two golden veins. Clack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out at the intersection of the veins. Rattle! Rattle! More than half of the veins immediately separated from 9-5 Island. They separated? Your Majesty, are you going to solve the Go puzzle? Miaochen exclaimed in pleasant surprise. No, not yet. However, we can release 9-5 Island first, Guhai said with a smile. At the same time, when Guhai tapped the veins and released a black Go stone, it seemed to affect the entire Thousand Islands Sea situation. Nearly at the same time, the entire Thousand Islands Sea shook violently. Tsunamis surged into the air from the 1,000-odd islands as if a great calamity was about to descend. Chapter 450. Tianjin Island, in the innate puzzle world, Sky Chess Pavilion, Guanxi Palace. The 18th elder sat in the large hall. A coffin sat in the north of the hall, and a Go board with 19 lines floated above it. The Go board was filled with Go stones. At this moment, a black Go stone slowly changed color, turning white. Another black Go stone turned white, an elder said with a smile. A few years ago, when the innate puzzle world opened, there were only 200 white Go stones. In just a few years, there are already 280 white Go stones. In just a few years, 80 white Go stones turned white. There are still 80 black Go stones. Does that mean that in a few years, this Go board will turn completely white? Another elder said excitedly. 800 years ago, all the Go stones on this Go board were black. Now, they will all turn white. Back then, the Pavilion Master said that when this Go board turns completely white, the Sky Chess Pavilion will re-enter the Divine Continent. Soon. How many more years? The elders looked at the first elder excitedly. The first elder took a deep breath and said, to be more precise, in the past few months, a large number of black Go stones turned white. Someone should have collected a large number of the Pavilion Master's treasures in a short time and put in all their effort to refine them and decipher them. First elder, what do you mean? Someone put in all their effort to collect the treasures that the Pavilion Master scattered. Furthermore, that person deciphered and refined them in an extremely short time. There should be more than 200 of them. That person completely refined them. The first elder said seriously. 200? That's impossible. Who has such strong Go skills? How long has it been? Did one person refine them all? That's impossible. The elders shook their heads. It might not be impossible. Perhaps. The first elder frowned slightly. That Guhai. Everyone looked at the first elder. The first elder frowned and shook his head, feeling uncertain. That might not be the case. Could it be that no one has better Go skills than him? Guanxi's 9 sons should not be weaker than him. First elder. Everyone immediately shook their heads. Never mind. No matter what, there is no harm to us. As long as this Go board turns completely white, it will be fine. The first elder shook his head and smiled. Everyone looked at the chessboard. 361 chess pieces. No, to be more precise, there were only 360 chess pieces. One chess piece was missing, but it was the 9 and 5 position. Where's the original chess piece that had exploded? Back then, when Gu Hai played against Old Man Guanxi's puppet image in the innate puzzle world, that puppet wanted to drain all of Gu Hai's Go skills, wanted to copy all of Gu Hai's 100,000 Go puzzles. Unfortunately, it overloaded itself, causing this Go stone to explode. Looking at this empty space, everyone's face darkened. 9 and 5 position? If it's incomplete, does that count as exceeding the Pavilion Master's expectations? Even a prophet can't predict the future with absolute certainty, let alone the Pavilion Master's prediction. Back then, the Pavilion Master calculated the entire world, and it was supposed to be foolproof. Perhaps this is a variable that doesn't belong to the entire world. Then, it doesn't matter. The Pavilion Master should have multiple settings. The white ghost stones in the 9 and 5 position have disappeared, but there are other replacements. I only know one setting. 9-5 Island. As long as 9-5 Island still exists, nothing else matters. 9-5 Island, the elders asked, feeling confused. That's right. 9-5 Island is the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Island Sea. Other things might disappear, but 9-5 Island won't, right? The first elder said with a smile. Of course it won't. How can such a large island disappear? The elders said with a smile. Just at this moment, Gu Hai placed a ghost stone at the bottom of the sea. When Xiao Chun placed this ghost stone, the entire Thousand Island Sea shook. The floating chessboard in the hall was affected as well. Boom! All the ghost stones on the Go board shook. What? Everyone's expression changed. The image of an island suddenly appeared in the empty 9 and 5 position on the Go board. Is that 9-5 Island? An elder exclaimed in shock. Bring out the map of the various islands. The first elder's expression changed. Soon, a stack of maps was brought over. Then, the first elder found the map of 9-5 Island. He compared it to the image on the Go board. That's right. This is the map of 9-5 Island. This Go board is indeed connected to the various islands. The first elder's expression changed. Then, what's going on? The elders exclaimed in shock. Bring out the peering mirror, the first elder called out. Whoosh! Another magic treasure immediately appeared. This magic treasure looked like a round piece of glass. It faced the image of the island on the Go board. A magnified image appeared on the other side of the mirror. Quick, magnify the bottom of the island, the first elder called out. Buzz! The image on the other side of the peering mirror quickly magnified and zoomed in. Soon, the image fixed on the bottom of 9-5 Island. There are 3 people. An elder exclaimed in shock. Miao Chun? It's him? He is destroying 9-5 Island? That's not right. Look, it's Gu Hai. It's Gu Hai. Another elder exclaimed. The sound could not be heard. However, based on the image, it seemed like Miao Chun and the other woman showed respect to Gu Hai. Gu Hai is destroying 9-5 Island? An elder exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, he only destroyed half of it. The other half is impossible. That is the 31 line pair world Go puzzle. The first elder said with a glare. 31. The group of elders immediately sucked in a cold breath. Most of the elders here could not understand the 31 line pair world Go puzzle. Only the first elder could recognize it. Indeed, it cannot be broken. The 3 of them flew back to the island. The first elder exhaled. However, Gu Hai's group returned to the soaring palace hall's entrance. Imperial Father, how is it? Gu Qin immediately asked anxiously. It looks like you can only leave first. Gu Hai said with a deep breath. 9-5 Island is tied up. If we want 9-5 Island to ascend, we can only replace it. In other words, we have to place another ghost stone to replace 9-5 Island and be held back by the Thousand Island Seas Go board, Gu Hai said solemnly. Imperial Father, you are using yourself to replace 9-5 Island? How can that work? Guqin immediately said worriedly. Replacing meant that 9-5 Island would leave. Guhai would be held back and unable to leave. It's fine. This is the 31-line pair world Go puzzle. We will be able to solve it in a few days. You all leave first. Guhai said with a smile. We leave first. But Guqin showed some worry. Don't worry. We already gave you the flight route. You will be in charge of the ascension next. You all leave first. We will catch up soon. Guhai instructed. Yes. Guqin nodded. This official will accompany your majesty, right? Bingheim immediately asked. Guhai shook his head and said, You all leave first. This replacement might trigger the entire Thousand Islands Seas ritual array. If you stay nearby, you will definitely suffer a backlash. You all leave first. But everyone felt worried. No buts. This is the ruler's decree. Guhai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Dongfang Booby, if we run into any troublemakers along the way, I will have to trouble you to help my son, Guqin. Guhai looked at Dongfang Booby. Mr. Good, don't worry. Dongfang Booby nodded. Guhai nodded and said, Amplify the sound. Whoosh. The sound amplification formations activated in the surroundings. Citizens of 9-5 Island, listen up. Now 9-5 Island will rise into the air and fly to the divine continent. Crown Prince Guqin will be in charge of controlling it. Everything will be fine. Don't worry. Guhai instructed the citizens. Yes, the citizens around 9-5 Island immediately answered. After Guhai taught Guqin how to control the life enchantment saber, he flew to the bottom of the sea. Soon, he arrived at the bottom of the sea, where the 62 meridians were. In Guanxi's palace hall. First Elder, look. Guhai is here again. Someone immediately cried out in alarm. Huh? Guhai? Why is he here again? He can't solve the 31-line pair world Go puzzle. What's the point of him coming? The First Elder said with a cold smile. However, they saw the First Elder in the video. Clack. Guhai tapped another meridian intersection point. Walala. All the meridians connected to 9-5 Island left 9-5 Island. The group of elders rumbled. At 9-5 Island, the golden meridians suddenly left 9-5 Island and instantly formed a large net, trapping half of Guhai. After 9-5 Island lost its restraints, it floated to the surface of the sea. On 9-5 Island, the citizens of the Dahan Island goggled. I feel like the ground is flying. Flying. Look, the sea in the distance is sinking. We are really flying. It's floating. It's floating. Countless citizens felt excited. However, Guqin showed an anxious expression. Sure enough, in the distant sky, rolling dark clouds suddenly swept over. It was not just the sky above 9-5 Island, but the entire Thousand Island Sea. The dark clouds of heaven's wrath that surrounded Tianyuan Island suddenly expanded and spread in all directions. Thunderous rumbles rang out, covering the entire boundless Thousand Island Sea. Quick! 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 Guqin drove 9-5 Island into the air with an anxious expression. Boom! 9-5 Island flew out of the sea. All Xuan Wu, bring the surrounding ships, and enter the island immediately. Enter the island immediately. Guqin shouted. Yes. The surrounding Xuanwu and ships all left the sea and entered 9-5 Island. Boom! 9-5 Island left, and a tsunami soared into the sky. Quick! Quick! Guqin showed an anxious expression. Before 9-5 Island could rise to the sky, it already started moving quickly on the sea. This movement took one day. Only after one day did it leave its original position. The situation was extremely dangerous. The dark clouds in the sky immediately sent down countless lightning bolts. Rumble. The lightning bolts struck 9-5 Island's original position. It seemed like heaven's anger at Tianjin Island shifted to 9-5 Island's original position. Standing on 9-5 Island, everyone watched as the waterfall-like lightning bolts scattered in all directions. Their expressions changed. Oh no, Your Majesty! Bingheim's expression changed as she quickly charged into the sea. Lightning bolts shot out everywhere in the sea. When Bingheim approached, A large amount of electricity entered her body. However, she endured the intense pain and soon saw Guhai. Guhai seemed to be seated on a circular platform surrounded by golden veins at the bottom of the sea in the distance. When the surrounding lightning bolts approached, they avoided him. Guhai sat cross-legged on the circular platform calmly, placing ghost stones on a go-board. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Bingham asked worriedly. Miao Chun flew over from behind, showing a worried expression. "I'm fine. You all can leave first," Guhai said with a smile from the other side of the light. Yes, everyone released their bated breaths and flew out of the sea. They flew to 9-5 Island and reported to Guhai that they were safe. Guqin let out a long breath and nodded. 9-5 Island, rise completely, Guqin said as he controlled the life entrapping saber. Rumble. 9-5 Island slowly soared into the sky, going higher and higher. Soon, it even broke through the dark clouds. It soared even higher into the sky. Countless ordinary people goggled as they watched the ground under their feet soar into the clouds. Perhaps they would never forget this moment for the rest of their lives. Everyone showed a smile on their faces, except for the Sky Chess Pavilion's 18th Elder. In the scene, 9-5 Island had already vanished, leaving the ritual array. The group, led by the first Elder, remained silent for a long time. After some time, the first Elder said hatefully while feeling conflicted, Guhai. Chapter 451. The 9-5 Island floated 5,000 kilometers in the air. The air appeared thin, and the ordinary citizens found it hard to breathe. Activate the ritual array. Guqin activated the life-trapping ritual array. Buzz! A barrier suddenly encased the surroundings of the 9-5 Island, restoring the air to its original state. Furthermore, some clouds formed to protect against the blazing sun. Furthermore, a large amount of clouds and water vapor surrounded the 9-5 Island. From a distance, it looked like a white cloud drifting in the sky. This incredibly vast white cloud slowly flew in the direction of the divine continent. Dongfang Booby stood at the edge of the 9-5 Island, looking at the sea of clouds around him with narrowed eyes. What a wondrous world! Dongfang Booby sighed. Compared to the Blackwood Cliff in his memories, this world was already too wondrous. The more this was so, the stronger Dongfang Booby's desire to become a real person. As the 9-5 Island flew, it became increasingly stable. Soon, the countless ordinary citizens could no longer feel the ground moving. The 9-5 Island is already balanced. The Dahan citizens can return to their normal lives. Officials, do your best to assist in the restoration of the citizens' residences. Guqin instructed. Yes, the surrounding officials answered. Everyone started working like a raging fire. However, Guqin and the others kept looking at the churning dark clouds below, their eyes filled with worry. Dark clouds covered the sky as surging lightning struck 9-5 Island's previous location. After 2 days, the dark clouds slowly scattered. However, that sea region still churned with surging waves. However, it slowly calmed down. The lightning is gone. Imperial Father should be safer now. Guqin sighed. Miao Chun and Bingham nodded. The Emperor said that there would be a huge commotion when changing and breaking the Go puzzles. Previously, only 9-5 Island was changed. There would be a huge commotion when the 31 line pair world Go puzzle was solved. Although these people wanted to remain, Guhai already gave them orders. They could only follow the 9-5 Island Go puzzle array to the Divine Continent. After another day, the 9-5 Island vanished completely from the horizon. In Guanxi's palace in the Sky Chess Pavilion, the 18th Elder watched the scene with a sullen expression. The 9-5 Island in the scene disappeared, leaving only Guhai playing Go. 31 Heavens, an Earth Great Array? Can Guhai really solve it? The group of elders looked at the Great Elder. If that was the case, did something happen to the second setting of the Pavilion Master? That's impossible. Guhai can't possibly break the 31 Heavens and Earth chess game. The Great Elder clenched his fists and stared at the screen. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him step out back then. An elder said hatefully. But even if he was depressed, it was useless. Guhai placed his piece on the seabed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a round platform. In front of him was a 31 vertical and horizontal chessboard. Guhai looked at the chessboard carefully. On the other side of the chessboard, the blurry image of a white-robed elder slowly condensed. The white-robed old man stared at Guhai and said, "You have great chess skills. Have you condensed the chess soul?" Guhai raised his head and looked at the old man in white. It was an image left behind by old man Guanxi. "It is not complete," Guhai said with a smile. When old man Guanxi saw Guhai play his ghost stone, he did not get angry. Instead, a light flashed in his eyes as he said, "This is the 31 heavens and earth chess game. The main body uses it to lock the ghost stones. I hope it will be useful to you." "Oh, you're not angry that I solved the 31 ghost stones?" Guhai looked at old man Guanxi in confusion. Old man Guanxi smiled faintly and said, "Angry? No. If it were me, would you be angry?" "Huh?" Guhai looked at old man Guanxi in confusion. "When no one in the world is qualified to play Go with you, will you still love Go?" Old man Guanxi asked with a smile. "No one in the world is qualified to play Go with me?" Guhai narrowed his eyes. Guhai had experienced this before. Back then, no one on 9-5 Island could compare to his Go skills. At that moment, he yearned for an opponent. Unfortunately, no one could play Go with him. He could only play Go with himself. "I still love Go. However, I understand how you feel. However, if my Go skills increase while you're no longer there, what is the point?" Guhai said with a frown. "Who said that I am at the peak? Haven't I already lost in Go?" Old man Guanxi said with a bitter smile. "Oh, your final Go game is against heaven?" Guhai raised his eyebrows. Old man Guanxi smiled faintly and did not say much. "Let's play. I'll help you solve the Go." "Oh." Guhai looked at old man Guanxi with narrowed eyes. Old man Guanxi maintained his amiable appearance. He pointed at the Go board as though he wanted to give Guhai some pointers. Guhai remained silent for a while before shaking his head. "There's no need. I don't need anyone to give me pointers when I solve the Go puzzles." "Oh." Old man Guanxi showed some surprise. "You don't need to take care of me. Use your strongest Go skill as a remnant thought to stop me." Guhai extended his hand and bowed. "You don't need to take care of me. Just use your strongest Go skill as a remnant thought to stop me." Guhai extended his hand and bowed. "All right." Old man Guanxi smiled faintly. Then he picked up a white Go stone. Clack! The white Go stone landed on the Go board. Guhai stared at the situation that changed with one move and started to think quietly. At the same time, the 100,000 Go puzzles under the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Guhai's forehead merged. Now, only 10,000 Go puzzles remained. A Guhai image sat on each of these 10,000 Go puzzles. When Guhai's main body placed a Go stone, all the Guhai images opened their eyes and focused on analyzing the world of the Go board. Compared to the 31 ritual arrays, these 31 Go puzzles were much more complicated. Some of the 10,000 Go puzzles had already merged last time. This time, they merged even faster. Boom, boom, boom. Go puzzles merged one after another. In the blink of an eye, only 8,000 Go puzzles remained. As Guhai's main body placed a Go stone, more Go puzzles merged. Guhai immediately gained a lot. Guhai continued like this for 5 days. Boom! Of the 10,000 Go puzzles, 8,000 Go puzzles merged and condensed into 2,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles with 19 Go puzzles. Among them, 8,000 Guhai images also merged into 2,000 clearer Guhai images. 31 is actually so much more complicated than 30. Guhai's main body sighed. However, old man Guanxi, who sat across from Guhai, frowned as he looked at the Go board before him. "Your comprehension ability is really incredible. In just a few days, you managed to decipher the Go puzzles to this extent?" Old man Guanxi looked at Guhai in shock. Guhai took a deep breath and continued looking at the Go board before him. The 2,000 Go puzzles that just merged and condensed started matching up with the 2,000 most complicated Go puzzles that did not merge. However, the further one went, the more difficult it became. The 4,000 Guhai images continued to stare at the 31 Go puzzles, analyzing and absorbing nutrients. At this moment, in the sky chess pavilion, the first elder showed an extremely unsightly expression. It had already been several days, but Gu Hai was still playing Go puzzles. Although he was playing Go puzzles very slowly, he was not done yet. First elder, didn't you say that as long as he lost, the 31 Go puzzles would crush him? Gu Hai is still fine. Could it be that Gu Hai is not showing any signs of losing? An elder asked worriedly. The first elder showed an unsightly expression as he shook his head. I don't know yet, but everyone felt anxious. On the screen, Gu Hai paused while holding a black ghost stone. Then, he stared at the Go board, waiting to solve it. The sea region where 9-5 Island used to be had already calmed down. 10 flying ships quickly flew over from the distance. A large number of vampires and bat spirits stood on the flying ships. The Bat Ancestor and the Chong clan elders all showed excited expressions. Primogenitor, we are almost at 9-5 Island. Ha! We are almost there. The Chong clan's second son said excitedly. The Bat Ancestor showed a ferocious expression. Indeed, Primogenitor, I've thought about it. Can we not kill the people of 9-5 Island immediately? We can turn them into vampires and blood mercenaries, not letting a single one off. We can torture them properly. The Chong clan's third son said excitedly. All right, let's do that. Humph. Don't let a single one escape. Who told them to be Gu Hai's people? We can't let them off easily. The Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. There is also that Gu Hai's son, Gu Qin. Primogenitor. At that time, we will turn him into a vampire and let him eat the hearts and livers of the people. How about that? Ha ha ha. The Chong clan's fourth son said with a ferocious expression. Let them eat each other. The Bat Ancestor roared excitedly. Not far away, Chong Sheng and Chong Ming showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was because the conversation between the Bat Ancestor and the Chong clan elders was turning increasingly bloody and perverted. The two of them looked at each other, but did not say anything. Chong Sheng understood that the Bat Ancestor and the others hated Gu Hai so much that they were hysterical. Now that they had a chance to take revenge, they naturally wanted to explode 10 times or even 100 times more. Unfortunately, those people were going to... Chong Sheng sighed helplessly. Are we there yet? The Bat Ancestor asked excitedly as he looked at the vampire controlling the flying boat not far away. The vampire's expression froze. Almost there. Didn't you say that we would arrive in 2 hours at most? It's been 3 hours. Why aren't we there yet? The Chong clan's second son said with a glare. Aye. The vampire's expression turned ugly. Speak. The Bat Ancestor glared. We might be lost. The vampire revealed an expression that was even more unsightly than crying. The Bat Ancestor. The Chong clan elders. We talked for a long time just now, got excited for a long time, and thought of many ways to torture people. You're telling me you're lost? Lost. You could die now. The Bat Ancestor was furious. No. Ancestor, spare me. Boom. The vampire exploded with a loud boom. Lost. What a joke. Who knows 9-5 Island? Who else? The Bat Ancestor said with a glare. A bat demon said with an ugly expression. Ancestor, we are on the right path. I have taken this route in the past, but what? 9-5 Island is gone. The bat demon said with a bitter expression. What do you mean 9-5 Island is gone? How can an island be gone? Are you kidding me? The Bat Ancestor said coldly. It's true. It's really gone. It should be around here, but it's gone. Why don't I go to the nearby islands and ask the people there for the location of 9-5 Island? The Bat Monster said in a terrified voice. Then, what are you waiting for? The Bat Ancestor glared. Soon, the Bat Ancestor and the Chong clan elders captured the natives of the surrounding islands. 9-4 Island, 9-6 Island, 8-5 Island, and 15th Island, and asked them for the location of 9-5 Island. Everyone pointed to this place. However, the place before them was a vast sea. The waves were calm, and the seawater was as still as a mirror. This is it. The Bat Ancestor looked coldly at the experts from the surrounding islands that it had captured over the past 2 days. Solemnly, The surrounding experts nodded. Are you kidding me? This boundless sea is 9-5 Island? Chapter 452. In Guanxi Palace, Sky Chess Pavilion. The 18th Elder had a very gloomy expression. On the screen, Guhai and Old Man Guanxi's image were playing Go. However, there was still no clear victor. Guhai, how strong is his Go skill? An elder said with an unsightly expression. First Elder, can Guhai solve the 31 line pair world Go puzzle? Another elder asked worriedly as he looked at the first elder. The first elder took a deep breath and shook his head. Impossible. Back then, when the pavilion master played Go with the Heavens, there were only 33 Go games. 31. Although it is slightly weaker than 33, it is still impossible for anyone to solve it. Guhai is only in his 70s? How is that possible? But everyone anxiously looked at the screen. On the screen, Guhai held a black Go stone and narrowed his eyes at the complicated Go board before him. Life and death in one thought. How would you like to place your Go stone? Old Man Guanxi's image smiled at Guhai. As the Go stones continued to be placed, the Go game became more and more complicated. At this point, Guhai could see that all the Go stones on the Go board were jumping around rapidly. However, as Guhai focused on the Go stones, those moving Go stones slowly calmed down. The more Guhai looked, the clearer it became. Meanwhile, in Guanxi Palace, the elders had been waiting for Guhai to make a fool of himself. After waiting for several days to no avail, they began to look at the Go board in boredom. Since these people could become elders of the Sky Chess Pavilion, they naturally had extraordinary Go skills. As they watched, they immersed themselves in the Go board. Why are these Go stones jumping around? I can't see them at all. That's right. All the Go stones are jumping around. How can I place a Go stone? 31. I'm getting dizzy just looking at it. All the elders had unsightly expressions. At the same time, they slowly immersed themselves in the Go board. However, the more they immersed themselves, the more mentally drained they became. Pooh! Suddenly, the person at the end of the line opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. 18, what's wrong with you? Everyone looked at the elder in surprise. That elder, 18, coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Everyone immediately surrounded him worriedly. The first elder glanced at him and said solemnly, if you don't have Go skills, don't force yourself. Great elder, has 18 exhausted all of his mental strength? An elder asked in astonishment. The grand elder nodded. Just by watching this game of Go, 18 vomited blood and fainted. This Guhai's Go skills are stronger than 18's? That elder said in astonishment. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Do you still want to watch? An elder asked in a deep voice. Look, I don't believe that an outsider can be stronger than us. Although we have not seen the 31 Go puzzles before, we might not lose if we run into them. Another elder said sullenly. The group of elders looked over again. This time, they entered the depths of the Go puzzle with an unwillingness to admit defeat. On the screen, Guhai placed another Go stone. Old Man Guanxi's image smiled as he placed another Go stone. At the same time, on the sea where Guhai was, the Bat Ancestor and the others were stupefied. After killing several experts from the various islands, they confirmed that 9-5 Island was here. However, for some reason, it was gone. It was gone just like that. That's impossible. It was a perfectly fine island. It can't be gone just like that. Search. Spread out. Search. Search. You must find it. The Bat Ancestor roared. Yes. The vampires and bat demons immediately scattered. Rumble. Rolling bats flew in all directions. The Bat Ancestor and the Chong clan elders nearly went crazy. They had been excited the entire time, imagining how to torture 9-5 Island's people. However, when they arrived here, they were told that it was gone. After spending so much time in humiliation, they were just waiting to avenge themselves. Unexpectedly, they received another slap in the face. The bat spirits and vampires searched everywhere in a frenzy. They searched the sky and the sea. They had to find it. Chong Sheng and Chong Ming sighed softly as they looked at the crazed Bat Ancestor and the others. Father, what should we do? Chong Ming asked with a frown. We won't do anything. However, we can't make it too obvious. Let's hide at the bottom of the sea first. We'll come out after the primogenitor and the others vent their anger, Chang Sheng said sullenly. Oh, Chang Ming nodded. Plop. The two dove to the bottom of the sea. Gu Hai was at the bottom of the sea. However, how big was 9-5 Island back then? It was as big as Earth's landmass. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack for these 100,000-odd bats to search for one person on Earth. There were countless ravines at the bottom of the sea. How could they find Gu Hai? However, there was always some particularly strange luck in the world, such as the current Changming. Changming, the person favored by the heavens. He and his father wanted to hide in the sea for a period of time, so they deliberately went to a remote place to hide. However, in such a remote place, when the two dove to the bottom of the sea, Changming suddenly showed a strange expression. What's wrong? Chang Sheng looked at Changming in confusion. Changming pointed into the distance and saw a light ring stage in the distance. It was very inconspicuous in a trench. If others wanted to find it, they wouldn't be able to find it even after 8 to 10 years. However, the two of them found it so strangely. At this moment, the illusory figures of Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi were sitting on the light ring. The two of them were playing Go. Moreover, there were only the two of them. Chang Sheng opened his mouth. They found it just like that? He turned to look at his son. The person favored by the heavens was indeed strange. Father, should we tell the primogenitor? Chang Ming asked excitedly. Chang Sheng glanced at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai, who was playing Go, seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. Gu Hai happened to see Chang Sheng and Chang Ming. He frowned slightly. Go over then, Chang Sheng said. After saying that, Chang Sheng led Chang Ming to the light ring where Gu Hai was. Chang Sheng and Chang Ming greet Mr. Good. Chang Sheng suddenly bowed slightly. Chang Ming felt slightly stunned. Was there need to bow to Gu Hai? He was about to die at the primogenitor's hands. Lord Chang, Gu Hai said with a frown. Why are Chang Sheng and Chang Ming here? Mr. Good, the primogenitor, is angry. He led the entire Chang clan to 9-5 Island to destroy it and take revenge for the past. Chang Sheng explained solemnly. Chang Ming opened his mouth, not knowing if he should stop him. Oh, the bat ancestor is here? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Lord Chang, why are you telling me this? Aren't you going to report to the bat ancestor? Chang Sheng and his son have no intention of participating in the feud between Mr. Good and the primogenitor. Today, we see Mr. Good because we want to form a good relationship with Mr. Good. We hope that Mr. Good won't reject us, Chang Sheng said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Chang Sheng skeptically. Then he finally nodded. If that's the case, we won't disturb Mr. Good, Chang Sheng said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. At this moment, the Go game with Old Man Guanxi had reached the most critical moment. Naturally, he did not want to be disturbed. Chang Sheng led Chang Ming and slowly retreated. As they retreated, Chang Sheng smiled from the bottom of his heart. Father, what are you doing? Why are you so polite to him? If we tell the primogenitor, Gu Hai is dead. He's alone, Chang Ming said blankly. Chang Sheng said with a serious expression, but what good will it do us to tell the primogenitor? Chang Ming's face stiffened. Ming, you're blessed by the heavens. Most of the time, you're luckier than anyone else. You don't have to think, and everything goes according to your heart. But have you ever thought about it? What if one day, your luck is gone? What if your opponent is luckier than you? Chang Sheng said in a low voice. When you were young, you were quite smart. When we put the second generation of our families together, you were smarter than Mo Yike. But why is it that Mo Yike is getting smarter and smarter, and you're getting dumber and dumber? Chang Sheng said in a low voice. Chang Ming looked depressed. This was his father's scolding, and he had no way to refute it. What good will it do us to report to the primogenitor? Chang Sheng said in a low voice. The primogenitor will only praise us, Chang Ming said with a bitter smile. Then what if we don't report to the primogenitor? Chang Sheng said in a low voice. If we don't say, even if we help Gu Hai, will Gu Hai be grateful? Chang Ming said somewhat uncertainly. Whether Gu Hai is grateful or not, we helped Gu Hai. Whether Gu Hai is willing or not, he owes us a favor. Whether he returns it or not, he owes us, right? Chang Sheng said. Yes. If there's one time you offend Guhai again or offend someone else, and Guhai happens to save you, this favor will save your life, right? Chang Sheng said in a low voice. Seems like it. But why would I offend him again? I don't need him to save me either. Chang Ming immediately shook his head and said, Last time, Mo Yai caught you. Who let you go? Chang Sheng said in a low voice. It's Guhai. Chang Ming said gloomily. That's why I made you use your brain. Moreover, right now, Qian and Yuan are fighting. Guhai is sandwiched in the middle. There are many opportunities for you to offend him. Remember, you didn't see anything, Chang Sheng said in a low voice. Yes, Chang Ming said gloomily. Father, but we really don't tell the primogenitor. After all, we were created by the primogenitor. We should, Chang Ming said with a frown. The primogenitor created us for himself too. Chang Sheng's eyes flashed with a helpless look of hatred as he said, What? Chang Ming said in puzzlement. If you know the truth, you'll despair. Sigh. I hope that day will never come. Chang Sheng sighed slightly. Chang Ming did not understand what it meant and was about to ask. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from above the sea. A huge shock wave surged to the bottom of the sea. Even Chang Ming and Chang Sheng could feel the crazy waves of the seawater. Furthermore, a pure, white, holy light shot out from the surface of the sea and into the depths of the ocean in all directions. What's wrong? Chang Ming's expression changed. Holy light? Is this the holy light of the angels? Chang Sheng's expression immediately changed. That ancestor? Humph. Old thing, you're not dead yet? Let me ask you, where did 9-5 Island go? Where's Guhai? A cold, sinister shout suddenly came from the sea. Yihua. Chang Sheng's expression changed. Chapter 453. That ancestor? Humph. Old thing, you're not dead yet? Let me ask you this. Where is 9-5 Island? Where's Guhai? A sinister, cold shout suddenly came from the sea. Yeah. Chang Sheng's expression changed. Whoosh. Chang Sheng and his son charged towards the sea. Bang. The two quickly charged out of the sea. At this moment, all the vampires and bat spirits flew back. Half of the calm sea had holy light soaring into the sky. Many angels flew about, and there seemed to be countless infants flying with wings on their backs amid the holy light. As for the other half, black energy soared into the sky. Countless bats covered the sky, and a large number of vampires and bat spirits occupied the sky. On the angels' side, Yaha took the lead. All the experts on the 10 flying ships waited sternly. On the dark bat side, the bat ancestor took the lead. All the experts on the 10 flying ships also waited sternly. Chang Sheng and his son immediately flew behind the bat ancestor and coldly looked at the other side. Yaha showed a sullen expression as he looked around. Where is 9-5 Island? Where is 9-5 Island? Yaha shouted coldly as he stared at the bat ancestor. Why are you looking for 9-5 Island? The bat ancestor countered with a sullen expression. Yaha narrowed his eyes. Not long ago, 9-5 Island was here. That could not be wrong. At that time, Yaha personally came here. However, when he returned, it was gone. Were these bats the only ones left? Were these vampires the reinforcements that Guhai called in? The bat ancestor showed a sullen expression. It was already depressed enough that it could not find 9-5 Island. Now, there were more to add to its troubles? Yaha narrowed his eyes. Why am I looking for 9-5 Island? Humph. 9-5 Island would not disappear in a thin air. Old thing, what are you doing here? I am asking you a question. The bat ancestor retorted coldly. Yihua and bat ancestor seemed to have known each other for a long time, but they also seemed to have a grudge against each other. The two of them looked at each other coldly, each on alert. No one could say what they were thinking. However, the two felt curious. The other party's expression seemed to show some resentment for 9-5 Island. It was not just a trace, but because both of them had restrained their expressions, they did not completely reveal it. No matter what, killing Guhai with their own hands was what the two of them wanted the most. Therefore, at this moment, no one was willing to back down, let alone cooperate. Yeah, go back to where you came from. This is not a place you can meddle in. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Heh, old thing, the one who should scram is you. Wasn't the lesson from the Solar Divine Palace last time enough? Yihua said coldly. Humph, I'm letting you go because of Tai Chu. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite. There is no Tai Chu here, and there is no 10-direction destruction here. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Bat Ancestor shouted coldly. The two of them had a deep grudge against each other, so they were unwilling to cooperate. Furthermore, they were confident that they could deal with Gu Hai, so they did not need the other party. If the other party stayed, he would only be a hindrance. Yihuan narrowed his eyes and sneered. Ha! Old thing, you want me to scram? Even if Shiyu the Great were here, he would not dare to say that to me. Oomph. Boom. As Yihua spoke, he extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Bat Ancestor. Buzz. A huge white manifested palm suddenly condensed in the air. When Yihua threw a palm strike, the world instantly lit up. A vast might swept toward Bat Ancestor with a towering wave. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? You're courting death. Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Bat Ancestor threw a palm strike. Surging black energy instantly erupted, and a huge black palm collided with Yihua's white palm. The full-powered attack of a peak Celestial Palace expert sent a huge shockwave in all directions. The surrounding sea was suddenly pressed down and then rebounded into the sky, forming a towering tsunami. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats swarmed out. Squeak, squeak. Countless illusory images of baby angels surged out. Rumble. The angels and bats from both sides collided with a loud bang. For a moment, the sky darkened, and a storm swept across the land. At the same time, the powerhouses on the flying ships also charged forward. Kill them, Chang Sheng shouted. Rumble. The four elders of the Chang family were all at the Celestial Palace level. They immediately unleashed an unprecedented aura and charged forward. The powerhouses on the opposite flying ship also charged toward them. Bam! Two of them even spread their wings, revealing 3 pairs of wings. 6-winged angels? Their wings haven't hardened yet, have they? They just entered the Celestial Palace. Chang Sheng sneered. You're neither human nor ghost. How dare you make an enemy of Solar Divine Palace? A 6-winged angel charged toward Chang Sheng with a holy light sword in his hand. Humph, we're from the Blood Clan. We demonize Bat Ancestor. You angels? Isn't it the same? You're just a seagull demonized. You're still a demonized human. How dare you talk to us like that? What a joke. Chang Sheng snorted coldly and slashed with a saber. Boom! Chang Sheng's saber slammed into the 6-winged angel's sword with a bloody light. Bloody light and white light instantly lit up the surroundings. The 2 celestial palaces immediately radiated ferocious might. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders of the Chang family had just entered the celestial palace, but the other side also had powerhouses of the same level. For a moment, the entire sea was in chaos. Old thing, old bat, you weren't my match back then, and you're even less my match now. Today I'll kill you here. Yihua glared. Dazzling white light shone from his hand. 3 pairs of huge white wings appeared on his back, illuminating the surroundings. I'm old thing, your little thing, seagull demon. You overestimate yourself. The Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Boom! Black and white energies clashed ferociously. Endless tsunamis appeared in the surrounding sea. Violent undersea storms swept up in all directions. At the bottom of the sea, where Gu Hai was, a huge impact was felt. Gu Hai also received a huge impact. Fortunately, he sat on a light ring platform, so he did not receive any interference. Gu Hai raised his head and looked up. The sea rippled as if it was the end of the world. Loud roars came from the sky. Yihua's main body is here. The Bat Ancestor is here as well. Huh, you're actually fighting? Light and darkness? This is so similar to the fairy tales I read when I was young. Unfortunately, Yihua, you are not Jehovah. Bat Ancestor, you are not Cain either. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he sneered. Chang Sheng, you're a wise man. Chang Sheng, Mo Yike, And that blind Xinyan? Shiyu the Great, you have a good hand of cards. I wonder how good you are at it? Guhai sighed slightly and ignored the battle outside. He continued looking at the chessboard in front of him. Life and death in a single thought. Be careful, sir. Old Man Guanxi's phantom placed a piece and laughed. As Old Man Guanxi placed his piece, the entire chessboard's layout changed dramatically again. In Guhai's eyes, the pieces jumped again. In between his eyebrows, for 1,000 Guhai's phantoms stared at the pieces as if they were trying their best to solve them. The 4,000 phantoms were the crystallization of Guhai's wisdom. Moving all of them together was naturally very effective. In the blink of an eye, the wildly jumping pieces slowly calmed down. Pack! Guhai placed another piece. At the same time, in Guanxi's hall in the Sky Chess Pavilion, 5 elders were already sitting to the side with blood seeping out of their mouths. Cough! 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 This is Ghost Strength. Be careful. I can't take it anymore. What a terrifying 31 worlds chessboard, warned an elder who vomited blood. Pwah! Another elder was drained of his mental strength as he fell to the ground while vomiting blood. The elders were already immersed in the game. As Guhai placed his pieces, their mental strength followed suit. The deeper they sank, the more mentally drained they became. Before long, only 3 elders were left staring at the chessboard with an uncertain expression. The Grand Elder and the other 2 elders. However, even though they were drained of their mental strength, the 3 continued staring intently. This was not only a game of chess, but also a learning process. No one had ever seen the 31 worlds chessboard before. Now that they finally had a chance, who would let it go? Guhai. His face isn't flushed at all. He even has the mood to pay attention to the churning of the seawater outside, exclaimed an elder who had collapsed to the ground while clutching his chest. Since he had already vomited blood, he naturally didn't dare to look at the chessboard anymore. He could only look at some external things. Say, how do you think Guhai's Ghost Strength compares to the 9th Young Masters? An elder asked with a frown. The 9th Young Master? The elders raised their eyebrows. On the chessboard, Guhai suddenly placed his pieces faster and faster. Pa! 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 The faces of the last 3 elders immediately flushed red. Pwah! Another elder vomited blood and fainted, leaving only 2 elders. They were the Grand Elder and an ordinary-looking elder. The 12th elder? His Ghost Strength isn't the strongest among us. How did he last until now? That's right. Cough, cough, cough. The last time we played, the 12th elder couldn't beat me. This time, he actually lasted as long as the Grand Elder? That's not right. Look, the Grand Elder's face is twisted, but the 12th elder's face is only flushed red. The elders stared in shock at the last 2 elders. The Grand Elder and the 12th elder. On the chessboard, the ghost stones seemed to have reached the end. 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. If you get the final ghost stone right, you win. The Old Man Guanxi said solemnly in the chessboard. Guhai pinched a black ghost stone and paused there for 1 incense stick's worth of time. As the 4,000 Go puzzles on his forehead trembled, a beam of light suddenly flashed in his mind. Then, 4 of the Go puzzles suddenly approached each other. Boom! The 4 Go puzzles finally merged. Guhai instantly comprehended. Just as he did so, the remaining Go boards, which had been stuck for a long time, seemed to erupt with energy. They quickly merged into 4 pieces at an extremely fast speed. Boom! 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 The 4,000 Go puzzles merged in just 5 breaths of time, forming 1,000 large Go puzzles. Phew! Guhai let out a long breath. 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. Ha ha ha. So, that is what it means. I nearly walked into a dead end earlier. No, you gave me a dead end. It is not 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. It is 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. 31. I understand now. Guhai smiled faintly. As he smiled, the black ghost stone in his hand landed. Clack! When the black ghost stone landed, the Old Man Guanxi's image on the other side suddenly raised his eyebrows. Rattle! Rattle! Large numbers of white ghost stones immediately appeared on the Go board. Congratulations on breaking 31. Old Man Guanxi sighed. In the Sky Chess Pavilion, Guanchi Hall, Blarg. The first elder vomited a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. That's impossible. How could Guhai break 31? The first elder fell to the ground, and his body withered as if his essence was severely injured. He showed a horrified expression. 12th elder, are you all right? The other elders looked at the only elder who did not vomit blood in disbelief. That elder turned his head to look at the others. They all showed confused expressions. When my consciousness entered the Go puzzle, it was on the black Go stone side, so the 12th elder smiled bitterly. The group of elders, are you a disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion? To think that you are on the enemy's side? Chapter 454. After Guhai placed the last chess piece, a large number of white chess pieces were removed from the chessboard. Congratulations, you have solved the 31st chess piece. Old man Guanchi exclaimed. Guhai lowered his head and looked at the chessboard. At this moment, Guhai's chess skills seemed to have improved significantly. When he looked at the 31st chessboard again, it was a flat expanse of land. 31st? What a 31st? I want to play 32nd. I wonder where the 32nd is. Guhai looked up at Old Man Guanchi's illusory figure. Old Man Guanchi's illusory figure smiled faintly and slowly disappeared. The chessboard that was completed suddenly emitted bursts of white light and slowly merged with the countless golden veins in the surroundings. Guhai solved the chess game. Once the 31st chess game was solved, it seemed to have completely changed the structure of the Thousand Island Sea. Rumble. The plates on the seabed immediately moved crazily. In the outside world, the battle between the angels and vampires caused an undersea storm. Now that the Earth's crust was moving, it caused an even bigger undersea storm. Boom! At this moment, one of the 1,000 large chessboards suddenly condensed. The 4 illusory figures of Guhai slowly merged. Within the chessboard, a large number of chess pieces were removed. Slowly, it condensed into a chessboard with 19 vertical and horizontal pieces. The illusory figure of Guhai also became clearer. Is this the chessboard of Zhou Tianwu, a chess soul clone? Guhai was slightly stunned. The Earth's crust trembled more and more violently. Guhai looked at the condensed, illusory figure. His consciousness sank into the chess soul clone of Zhou Tianwu. The small illusory figure suddenly opened its eyes. Oh, it has already formed a soul body? Guhai revealed a hint of surprise. It was the Zhou Tianwu illusory figure. Guhai actually felt that it had a corporeal body and was no longer the light illusory figure from before. If that is the case, can I? Guhai suddenly squinted his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a coffin appeared in front of him. It was the corpse of His Holiness. Guhai looked at His Holiness's corpse. His eyes narrowed as he tried to control the 5 heavenly cycles phantom on his glabella. 1. The 5 heavenly cycles phantoms strangely stepped out from between Guhai's brows and entered between His Holiness's eyebrows. He really went in? Guhai's face lit up with joy. Buzz! The great slaughter divine Lord's corpse suddenly opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, a murderous aura rushed out. Corpse control? Originally, it was enough to attract the heavenly thunder, so I didn't need you. Since you can control the corpse, it's even better. Guhai let out a long sigh. Get up, Guhai said in a deep voice. His Holiness Great Slaughter's corpse wriggled, but could not sit up. That's right. The chess soul doppelganger is not a complete chess soul. If I want to control this corpse, I need to experiment a lot. Guhai's face darkened. At the same time, in the outside world, Yi Hua and Bat Ancestor were fighting fiercely. Within 100,000 miles, tsunamis and water filled the sky. 3 pairs of wings had already sprouted from Yi Hua's back. When he struck Bat Ancestor with his palm, his strength suddenly increased. Boom! The two were evenly matched before, but suddenly, Yi Hua's strength overpowered Bat Ancestor and sent Bat Ancestor flying. What? How did your strength suddenly increase? Bat Ancestor's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. He looked up and saw the shadow of a pair of wings on Yi Hua's back. 8 wings? Heavenly Palace? No, your 4th pair of wings is illusory. What Dharma treasure did you use? Bad Ancestor's expression changed as he said coldly, "Umph. Why do you care what I do? As long as I can kill you." Ihwa said coldly, just as the two were about to fight again. Boom! All of a sudden, an even larger tsunami soared into the sky, knocking the waves that everyone had raised into the sky. In an instant, the impact caused all the vampires and angels to tremble violently. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful force coming from the bottom of the sea? Ihwa's face darkened. As he spoke, Ihwa waved his hand. Boom! The sea suddenly split in the middle, revealing the shaking of the seabed. An earthquake is happening at the bottom of the sea, everyone said in shock. Following the tremors of the earthquake, they found the place where the tremors were the strongest. Instantly, they saw a ring of light that was gradually shrinking. Guhai had solved the game. The remaining chessboard was integrated into the Thousand Island Sea Array. 9-5 Island, the chess piece, was completely removed from the Thousand Island Sea Array. The traces of the chessboard were slowly disappearing. The ring of light was slowly disappearing. Guhai stood on the ring of light. As long as he stepped out, the ring of light would instantly disappear. Guhai stood on the ring of light. Beside him was a huge flying ship that Guhai took out. Standing on the ring of light, Guhai coldly looked at the experts in the sky. With Ihwa splitting the sea, Guhai's whereabouts were immediately exposed. Guhai! The Bad Ancestor suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Guhai! So this is where you were hiding. The Chong clan elders also roared with ferocious expressions. Ha ha! Guhai! So you are here. You came without any effort. Where's that Dongfang booby of yours? Ihwa also revealed a ferocious expression. At this moment, everyone looked at Guhai hatefully. It was as if they would all pounce on Guhai and tear him to shreds in the next moment. Guhai was alone, but he was facing peerless experts. The gods and demons in the sky were suddenly united against Guhai, as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. Guhai revealed a cold smile. Bat Ancestor? Ihwa? Heh, you came really quickly. Guhai sneered. Of course we came quickly. Humph, don't even think about escaping from the humiliation of the past. Ihwa said coldly. Guhai, I will turn you into a vampire and let you suffer the humiliation of empty city, the Bad Ancestor said coldly. Old thing, you dare to compete with me for the person I want to kill? Ihwa immediately glared at the Bad Ancestor. Little thing, today Guhai is mine, the Bad Ancestor also said coldly. The angels and vampires seemed to be about to fight again. Ah, a bunch of reckless fools, Guhai suddenly said coldly. The sneer made Ihwa and the Bat Ancestors' faces turn cold, and they turned to look at him. Do you really think that I will let you slaughter me today? Guhai said coldly. Ihwa and the Bat Ancestors' faces suddenly darkened. Today, if the senior didn't ask me to give you a way out, do you think you can walk out of this sea alive? Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, Guhai glanced at the airship beside him. Senior? Ihwa and the Bat Ancestor raised their eyebrows. There was someone in the airship? Senior? What's senior? Humph! Guhai, you have already pretended to be a ghost in Empty City once, and you want to do it again? Do you think you can fool me? The second son of the Chong family glared. The Bat Ancestor suddenly raised his eyebrows. That's right, Guhai pretended to be a ghost last time and fooled His Holiness. This time, he wanted to do it again. Thinking of this, the Bat Ancestor sneered. Guhai, what kind of senior are you? Let him come out. The Bat Ancestor didn't believe Guhai. Ihwa looked at the Bat Ancestor and didn't believe Guhai either. He sneered and seemed to want to rush up and grab Guhai. Everyone showed a ferocious look, and only the Chong father and son showed a trace of anxiety. The two of them had seen Guhai before, and there was no senior at all. If there was one, it was the shadow of Old Man Guanxi, but that was just a shadow. Guhai turned his head to look at the flying boat and said with a smile, Senior, look, they don't want your kindness at all. Guhai laughed. In a hall in the flying boat, there was a coffin lying flat. In the coffin, His Holiness's body was lying, and it suddenly opened its eyes. Humph! A cold snort came from the flying boat. With a cold snort, the rolling murderous aura soared into the sky. Boom! Just the murderous aura alone immediately expanded the surrounding sea and the waterless area more than 10 times. The aura of the powerhouse of Heavenly Palace suddenly burst out, and it was stronger than the aura of His Holiness's soul. Boom! As soon as the huge murderous aura came out, the cold chill instantly froze the seawater that was forced out. At a glance, thousands of miles were frozen. It was the murderous aura that came from killing countless people. It rushed out, and the Bat Ancestor and Yihua, who were about to rush down, suddenly changed their expressions. Was there really a powerhouse? How is that possible? Who is it? Yihua shouted with his eyes wide open. All the peerless powerhouses in the world instantly flashed through his mind. This aura was definitely the aura of a powerhouse from Heavenly Palace. Even if it was not the peak, it was still a powerhouse in the middle stage of Heavenly Palace. How is that possible? How did Gu Hai get to know such a powerhouse? The Bat Ancestor and the elders of the Chong family were stunned. At that moment, everyone was going crazy. They had overcome all difficulties and mountains to deal with Gu Hai's people, and now that they finally saw Gu Hai, there was actually a powerhouse behind him supporting him. It's not true. It can't be true. Ancestor, this must be fake. The second elder of the Chong family suddenly said anxiously. Yihua did not say anything, because Yihua somewhat believed that there was a peerless powerhouse below. For a moment, Yihua's eyes were uncertain. Since this group of vampires was going crazy, he should test it out first. Fake. The Bat Ancestor frowned and said, Yes, Ancestor. Don't you remember last time? At that time, he used the formation to create an illusion. This is also an illusion. If there was a powerful Heavenly Palace powerhouse, why would he hide in the flying boat? Let him out, this is all fake. Gu Hai is right in front of you. Ancestor, don't be fooled by him again. The second elder of the Chong family shouted. Yes, Ancestor. Gu Hai must be pretending to be a ghost. This is the effect of the formation. The fourth elder of the Chong family also shouted. The father and son of Chong Sheng did not say anything. Both of them were convinced that Gu Hai was pretending to be a ghost, but they did not want to expose him. The Bat Ancestor once again confirmed the judgment of the elders of the Chong family. Yes, if there's a powerhouse, why would he be afraid to stand up? You're lying to me again? Gu Hai, you have no way out today. You have no way out. The Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, the Bat Ancestor once again grabbed at Gu Hai. At that moment, the Bat Ancestor seemed to be going all out. Gu Hai smiled coldly and even took a step forward, stepping out of the light circle stage. Come on, why don't you try and catch me? Gu Hai sneered. With one step, he stepped out of the halo stage. The halo stage suddenly shrank and disappeared. With the halo stage gone, Gu Hai could be considered to have completely broken through. The dark clouds of heaven's wrath not long ago once again felt the traces of Old Man Guanxi. Rumble! Rolling dark clouds spread out from Tianyuan Island in an instant, exploding and covering the entire Thousand Island Sea. In an instant, the sky darkened. Moreover, a bolt of lightning charged in the direction of Gu Hai. Directly above Gu Hai was the Bat Ancestor. The Bat Ancestor was about to grab Gu Hai when a huge bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly struck down from the sky. The Bat Ancestor's expression changed. He turned his head and punched at the lightning. Boom! The Bat Ancestor instantly shattered the lightning, but his expression changed. At that moment, the cold voice of the senior came from the flying boat below. You don't know what's good for you? Thunderstorm come. The cold voice made the expressions of the people above change. The lightning was summoned by the senior. Yihua turned his head to look, and his expression changed drastically. Dark clouds? Endless dark clouds. With Yihua's eyesight, he could see 1,000,000 miles away. No, it was more than that. However, there were still rolling dark clouds. An overwhelming dark cloud. How is this possible? Rumble! As expected, endless lightning suddenly fell from the sky like a waterfall. The dark clouds of heaven's wrath felt the traces of Old Man Guanxi here. Naturally, they were furious and struck down with lightning. However, who dared to resist a bolt of lightning? Was this a sign of rebellion? The dark clouds of heaven's wrath became even more furious. Just as the senior said, the thunderstorm swept over. Roar, roar. The roar of a dragon sounded in the sky. Streaks of lightning transformed into dragon shapes and whizzed toward the bat ancestor and the others. The last time, it was not powerful because it was just a trick. What about this time? With such a huge thunderstorm, would it still be a trick? This time it's real. The second elder of the Chong family was dumbfounded. The bat ancestor. Yihua. Chapter 455. Boom. As the first bolt of lightning struck bat ancestor, Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. As expected, after 9-5 Island ascended, I observed a thunderstorm for a period of time. The thunderstorm was fierce, but each bolt of lightning had a pattern to it. It was like a game of chess. Old man Guanxi played chess with the heavens. Heaven's anger had not yet subsided, so he set up a thunderstorm to monitor the Thousand Island Sea. Perhaps heaven was also immersed in the game of chess back then and left a thunderstorm to monitor it. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Last time, I only saw the thunderstorm in the middle and late stages. This time, the first bolt of lightning must be at the divine prime position. Guhai looked at the sky. After fixing the position of Tian Yuan, the world in Guhai's eyes seemed to instantly draw out a boundless line of latitude and longitude. When the line of latitude and longitude appeared, it immediately covered the world. Rumble. Rolling lightning bolts covered the sky and earth. In the eyes of the angels and vampires, the lightning bolts had no pattern. They were like a waterfall that could destroy the world. However, in Guhai's eyes, the lightning bolts were very orderly. They even accurately struck a fixed position. Roar, roar. Dragon roars resounded in the sky. The lightning bolts turned into dragon shapes and charged at Bat Ancestor and the others. Last time, it was not powerful because it was just a trick. What about this time? With such a huge thunderstorm, would it still be a trick? This time it's real. The Chong family's second master was dumbfounded. Bat Ancestor. Yihua. The lightning dragons were ferocious and ferocious. Before they arrived, they already felt like they could destroy the world. This thunderstorm was much stronger than the one when 9-5 Island ascended. Absolute Ascension Palace? Middle and late stages of Ascension Palace? How is that possible? Bat Ancestor's eyes widened in shock. Who? This thunderstorm should be a heavenly phenomenon? Xuanwu? Dragon race? No, the Xuanwu race has already collapsed. Only the dragon race remains? Yihua's expression changed. Dragon race? Who is it? Yihua immediately thought of someone. The Dragon King, who is also the father of Crown Prince Ao Shan. That's right, I want to catch his son, so it's normal for him to come here to vent his anger for his son. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Senior Ao, my father, Tai Chu, has offended you before. Please forgive me. Yihua immediately cried out. This wasn't the time to show off. The dragon race's supremacy was a peerless powerhouse on the same level as absolute beginning. If he really killed him today and erased all traces, even his father wouldn't know. For a moment, Yaha looked at Guhai gloomily. How could this bastard be so lucky? Even though the second son of the Chong family had confirmed it, the Bat Ancestor still had some doubts about who was in the flying boat. However, at this moment, when he heard Yehua's words, he suddenly quivered. There was no other way. Yihua had already confirmed it, so it couldn't be wrong. The one in Guhai's flying boat was the Supreme Dragon? Bat Ancestor opened his mouth and looked at Guhai gloomily. He couldn't accept it. Along the way, he had imagined so many ways to torture Guhai's people, and so many savage scenes of revenge against Guhai. Now, Guhai was right in front of him, but he didn't dare to touch him. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of lightning had arrived, and the vampires and angels were the first to be attacked by the thunderstorm. Second young master, help. Ancestor, help. Rumble. The powerhouses from all directions immediately charged at the thunderstorm. The thunder dragon roared and rushed toward the Bat Ancestor, Yehua, and the others. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. The elders of the Chong family said anxiously. In their anxiety, they had no choice but to face the thunder with their swords. Boom, boom, boom. The wrath of the heavens was no ordinary phenomenon. It represented the greatest authority in the world. The thunderstorm's power was naturally extraordinary, and the thunder dragon's power was even more ferocious. Rumble! The elders of the Chong family and the six-winged angels blocked the thunder dragon's attack. Get behind me! Chong Sheng shouted at Chong Ming. Chong Ming also looked in Gu Hai's direction with a complicated expression. There wasn't anyone there before? Why was there a senior here? Break! The bat ancestor struck a thunder dragon with his palm. Roar! Boom! The thunder dragon roared and exploded, and the impact forced the bat ancestor to retreat. A large bolt of lightning exploded on the surface of the sea, incinerating many bats and angels in an instant. Ah! Screams rang out continuously. Boom! Yehua also smashed a thunder dragon with his fist. Supreme AO, we've already apologized for our lack of manners, Yehua said anxiously. The lightning did not stop, and each wave of thunder dragons was more ferocious than the last. The bats and angels in the sky were in trouble, but at this moment, no one dared to approach Gu Hai. Another 3 thunder dragons flew toward Gu Hai's airship. The bat ancestor and Yehua were stunned. Why were the thunder dragons still rushing toward Gu Hai? Was it not what they thought? Gu Hai stepped onto the airship and slowly flew up. Thunder dragons were violent. However, they were not worth mentioning in Gu Hai's eyes, because the thunder dragon's paths were fixed. At least, they were fixed in Gu Hai's eyes. The chess pieces on the chessboard, which had just experienced 31 days of chess, were jumping crazily, just like what was in front of him. Everything was an illusion. It was only because his chess skills were not enough that he could see the chess pieces jumping crazily. Gu Hai's chess skills had already reached the peak. From the moment the thunder dragons appeared from the dark clouds, Gu Hai could see their swimming paths clearly. It was just a game of chess, and the thunder dragons were the chess pieces on the chessboard. As long as he went around the chess pieces, he would not be attacked by the thunderstorms. The airship slowly flew up and slightly deviated. Boom! 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 The thunder dragons crashed into the seabed's crust. In front of Yehua and the bat ancestor, it was as if the thunder dragons were deliberately avoiding Gu Hai's airship. That's right. The thunder dragons are avoiding the airship. This thunderstorm must be caused by the Dragon Lord. Yehua's expression changed. The bat ancestor was also very anxious. He was trembling in fear. The aura coming from the airship was even more violent than that of His Holiness in the Great Massacre. Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? Senior, please forgive our rudeness. The bat ancestor also roared. Rumble. However, the thunder dragons in the sky did not care about their apology at all. They kept crashing into the crowd. Among the bat demons, vampires, angels, and ordinary solar divine palace cultivators, most of the weaker ones had already died. Most of them were charred black, and they were in despair. The expressions of Yehua and the bat ancestor were extremely ugly, but they did not dare to turn around and run. Although the senior had triggered the celestial phenomenon, he did not seem to have done it himself. What if they angered the senior by running away? As the airship flew, only a few ordinary thunderbolts hit the airship's array formation. They were harmless, but the thunder dragons strangely avoided the airship. The airship slowly flew in front of Yehua and the bat ancestor. Gu Hai stood at the bow and looked at the bat ancestor and Yehua. The two of you, are you here to capture me? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Seeing Gu Hai's smile, the faces of Yehua and the bat ancestor froze. Anger. Boundless anger. They wanted to skin Gu Hai and pull out his tendons to vent their anger. In my eyes, I have never seen you as an opponent. Gu Hai smiled. Huh. Yehua and the bat ancestor were slightly stunned. Never seen us as an opponent. If it were before, the two of them would only laugh disdainfully. You think Gu Hai is worthy of being our opponent? You overestimate yourself. But now, listening to Gu Hai's words, it was the opposite. You think you are worthy of being my opponent, Gu Hai's opponent? Slap. Slap. At that moment, it was as if Gu Hai had slapped them twice. But they found that their hands were amputated and they could not pull them back. You are courting death. Yehua glared. I'll kill you. The bat ancestor glared and roared. Guhai's expression suddenly turned cold as he said, Why don't you try touching me? The two of them raised their fists but did not dare to attack. I said I don't see you as an opponent because I have no intention of making you my enemy. Think about it. Where did our enmity come from? Did I start it or did you? Guhai said in a low voice. The two of them looked sullen. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If the two of you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude next time. Even if you have Shiyu the Great and Taichu behind you, it won't do anything. It's useless, Guhai said with a gloomy expression. After saying that, the two of them suddenly felt a chill in their hearts for some reason. Guhai snorted. He reached out to control the flying boat and slowly flew into the distance. Yehua and the bat ancestor looked at Guhai swaggering away with a gloomy face. Yes, they were the ones who looked for trouble with Guhai and got snubbed in the end. That was why they had the resentment today. However, how dare you, a small Yuaniing state, act so presumptuously in front of me? If it weren't for the Supreme Dragon backing you up, I would have crushed you to death just now. Guhai's flying boat slowly flew away. Along the way, the bat ancestor and Yehua did not dare to stop it. When they saw the endless thunderstorm and thunder dragons roaring in the distance and the flying boat avoiding them, the two of them became more and more convinced that it was the Supreme Dragon. The two of them snorted unwillingly until the flying boat completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did the bat ancestor and Yehua feel that something was amiss. Why was the weather still going on? Didn't the supreme being of the Dragon Clan already leave? Why isn't the thunderstorm stopping? Everyone was anxious. Let's go and try to get out of here first, Yehua shouted. As he spoke, he waved his hand and formed a light shield to protect his subordinates. The bat ancestor did the same. They quickly flew out in two different directions. The thunderstorm did not stop. The two sides quickly flew out of the thunderstorm, and the doubts in their eyes grew. Soon, they each arrived near a small island. There were some residents on the small island. The residents looked up at the thunderstorm in the distance with curious expressions. It happened 10 days ago, and now it's happening again? I don't know why the weather is like this. It's so inconvenient for us to fish. A fisherman said gloomily. The bat ancestor and Yehua were slightly taken aback. Yeah, it's the same as 10 days ago, but this time the thunder is stronger. Dark clouds cover the sky and cover the earth. Another fisherman shook his head. Suddenly, Yehua and the bat ancestor seemed to realize something. 10 days ago, there was already one? 10 days ago, the Supreme Dragon couldn't have been so angry, right? Again? Could it be that the Supreme Dragon didn't trigger the weather? If it wasn't the Supreme Dragon, then just now? Were we fooled by Guhai? The bat ancestor suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Guhai, you liar. Yehua also glared at him. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 456. The lightning continued to strike the sea where 9-5 Island used to be. Even though all the vampires and angels had left, and even Guhai had left, the thunderstorms continued, coupled with the descriptions of the fishermen on the nearby islands. Bat Ancestor and Yeha instantly realized that they had been tricked by Guhai. If he wasn't the Supreme Dragon, then just now? Tricked by Guhai. Bat Ancestor suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Guhai, you liar. Yeha's eyes widened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Boom! Bat Ancestor and Yeha rushed into the thunderstorm almost at the same time. They began to look for Guhai. Tricked? Guhai was right in front of him, standing right in front of him, and he didn't dare to touch him, and he was scared to death? That Supreme Dragon was not a person at all. It must be an illusion created by Guhai. Why was he still standing there? Even though he had been ridiculed by Guhai, he didn't dare to fart? After realizing this, Bat Ancestor and Yeha felt like they had been slapped by Guhai again. After the slap, they still couldn't fight back? Bat Ancestor and Yeha were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Guhai, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Bat Ancestor roared with a ferocious expression. Bat Ancestor was about to go crazy. What the F***CK was going on? Guhai, get out here. Yeha also had a ferocious expression. At this moment, all his elegance disappeared. He was an existence that countless cultivators looked up to in Solar God Shrine. In this small, thousand-island sea, how many times had he been tricked by a small dynasty? Bat Ancestor and Yeha searched the thunderstorm area crazily, but Gu Hai's flying boat was already nowhere to be found. He had long since disappeared. Boom! Soon, the two flew out of the thunderstorm. Find him! Find Gu Hai for me! Find him! Bat Ancestor roared at his subordinates. Yes! The vampires and bat demons immediately scattered in all directions. They circled the thunderstorm area and quickly searched. Find that liar Gu Hai for me. Quick, quick! Yao was also going crazy. Yes! The angels also quickly circled the thunderstorm area to search. For a moment, the thunderstorm area was filled with anxiety. Unfortunately, Gu Hai had already left. How could they search for him? Chong Sheng and Chong Ming quickly flew in the thunderstorm area. Father, how did Gu Hai do that? That aura. Chong Ming looked confused. Chong Sheng frowned. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Gu Hai, what a powerful person. Huh? Is to kill him to be to kill to kill to kill to kill to kill to kill. However, he is the only one who can fool everyone. Chong Sheng sighed. Yes. Chong Ming nodded and fell into deep thought. The one favored by the heavens? If it were you, would you be able to resolve this crisis? Chong Sheng looked at Chong Ming. Huh? Chong Ming was slightly stunned. From the beginning to the end, Chong Ming could not figure out how Gu Hai did it. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. No. Hearing his son lower his head, Chong Sheng was relieved. It's good that you can understand. I still don't understand how Gu Hai did it. Chong Ming frowned and smiled bitterly. This is the power of wisdom and courage. All these years, you gave up your biggest advantage because of a little bit of luck. Ming, use your brain more in the future. Chong Sheng sighed. Yes. Chong Ming bit his lip. By the way, what do you think of Gu Hai? Solemnly, Chong Sheng suddenly looked at Chong Ming. Huh? Chong Ming was slightly stunned. What does he mean by Gu Hai? If one day you follow Gu Hai, what do you think? Solemnly, Chong Sheng said. Father, don't joke, follow him? How is it possible? I am already giving him face by not finding trouble with him. Chong Ming suddenly cried. However, Chong Sheng stared at Chong Ming. Putting aside your past grudges, if one day I ask you to follow Gu Hai, can you do it? Father, don't make such assumptions. We are Daewon subjects. How can I be loyal to Gu Hai? Besides, how capable is he? Chong Ming said disdainfully. How capable is he? He is only one person, yet he can play with Bat Ancestor and Yehua in the palm of his hand. He is only one person, yet he conquered the Han Dynasty. He is only one person, yet in a few short years, he conquered 24 cities of the Divine Continent amidst the competition of heroes. He is only one person, yet he destroyed the Luyang of Gojoseon of Ing Province. He is only one person, yet he stirred up a storm in the capital city, and he even escaped unscathed in front of Shiyu the Great, and made Shiyu the Great promise him not to harm his people. He is only one person, yet he destroyed His Holiness and the 5 million divine blood army of Kai Tian Palace. Do you still think he is not capable? Chong Sheng said. But he is only in the Yuanying state. I have already gone to the Celestial Palace. Chong Ming's tone weakened. Yes, he is only in the Yuanying state. You have already gone to the Celestial Palace, and you are still a person favored by the heavens? But haven't you realized that what you have done in these years can compare to Gu Hai's? Your luck is just a small matter. Which one can compare to Gu Hai's in the past few years? Chong Sheng asked sullenly. Father, you don't need to belittle me and elevate Gu Hai, right? Chong Ming smiled bitterly. I'm only correcting your mindset. Your enmity with Gu Hai is actually one-sided. Gu Hai has never cared about you. He even casually saved you from Mo Yak last time, right? Chong Sheng said solemnly. Yes, Chong Ming said gloomily. He disliked Gu Hai, but he did not care about him at all. This was the most depressing thing. If one day I ask you to follow Gu Hai, what will you do? Chong Sheng asked solemnly. Me? Father, let's not talk about this, Chong Ming said gloomily. Clearly, he was still very repulsed by his father's assumption. Sigh. Chong Sheng sighed slightly. He clearly understood that wanting to change Chong Ming's attitude all of a sudden was virtually impossible. Father, you don't have to worry. If I don't follow Gu Hai, I will still live very well. Chong Ming saw his father sigh and comforted him. Chong Sheng shook his head and looked into the distance. He sighed slightly and said, You don't understand. If one day we're no longer around, you, a person blessed by heaven, will be targeted by many forces. You are a moving treasure. Even if they refine you into a puppet, others also want to get you. At that time, you can't control yourself. I took a fancy to Gu Hai because of his ability, character, courage, and vision. He might be able to protect you. Father, why are you guys no longer around? You will definitely be fine. Even if the sky falls, there is still the ancestor to hold it up. Chong Ming said in puzzlement. Ancestor? Huh? Chong Sheng's face revealed a trace of resentment. After a day and a night, the thunderstorm slowly subsided. The sky returned to its clear state, but at this moment, Gu Hai was nowhere to be seen. They couldn't find him at all. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the distance. What's wrong? Chong Ming glared. Chong Sheng and Chong Ming immediately looked over and saw a black and white light colliding in the distance. The ancestor and Yeha are fighting again. Chong Sheng's expression changed. Let's go. Chong Sheng's face darkened. In all directions, the angels and vampires who couldn't find Gu Hai flew towards the center again. Unable to find Gu Hai, the previous battle started again. Boom, boom, boom. It's all your fault, old man. If it weren't for you, how could Gu Hai have escaped? Yeha glared and roared. Little thing, it's all your fault. You said something about the Supreme Dragon. If you didn't say it, how could Gu Hai have escaped? That ancestor glared and roared. Rumble. The two powerhouses fought again. Light versus darkness. For a moment, the resentment of not being able to find Gu Hai was vented on the other party. Buzz. Behind Yeha's 3 pairs of wings, a holy light suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the shadow of a 4th pair of wings appeared. 6 solid and 2 illusory. The power suddenly increased by countless times. Boom! With a slap, Bad Ancestor was sent flying. Puff! Bad Ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Yeha. Your power increased again? What's going on? What's that extra pair of wings? Heavenly Palace? Your power has reached the Heavenly Palace? It's good that you know. Old man, you're no match for me. I have the power of 8 wings now. Back in Solar God Shrine, I could have killed you, but you escaped. My father once calculated that the kindred you created and the angels my father created have a number of retribution. It's either you retribution to us, or we retribution to you. To avoid future trouble, I'll leave you here today. Yeha shouted. As he spoke, he pressed down on Bat Ancestor again. At the center of his palm, there seemed to be a dazzling cross-shaped light. As the cross pressed down, it immediately formed a blazing holy flame that reached Bat Ancestor in an instant. Bat Ancestor's expression changed, and he reached out with his palm. Rumble. Bat Ancestor's black palm melted under the holy flame. Bat Ancestor was immediately suppressed. Puff! Bat Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Yeha with wide eyes. Number of retribution? What number of retribution? The kindred I created and the angel's retribution? How is that possible? Go to hell. Yeha's expression was ferocious as he exerted more force. Ancestor. The elders of the Chong clan immediately rushed over. Rumble. The 6-winged angels and the elites of Solar God Shrine immediately blocked their path. The holy flame surged as if it was going to burn Bat Ancestor completely. Bat Ancestor? This is your limit. You're dead meat. Yeha glared at him and said coldly. Bat Ancestor suddenly roared. Boom! Under the tremendous force, he was suddenly separated from Yeha. Puff! Bat Ancestor spat out another mouthful of blood and looked at Yeha in surprise. You gonna separate from me at the risk of being seriously injured? What's the use? You won't be able to escape today, Yeh said with a ferocious expression. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Little thing, do you really think you can kill me today? Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly became ferocious. Oh, you are already severely injured. What else do you have to rely on? Yeh sneered. Bat Ancestor showed a ferocious expression as he revealed a cold smile. Did Absolute beginning not tell you why we want to create spirit-assimilated people? Why create spirit-assimilated people? To create spirit-assimilated people, we need to expend our essence blood. Are we wasting our essence blood to create something that we do not need? Huh. Bat Ancestor revealed a cold smile. As Bat Ancestor sneered, he suddenly extended his hand and grabbed. Boom! Suddenly, Bat Ancestor grabbed the distant Chong clan's fourth son. Ancestor, what are you doing? Chong clan's fourth son exclaimed in shock. However, he saw Bat Ancestor looking ferociously at Chong clan's fourth son. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth. Ancestor, what are you doing? Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Ancestor, I am your most loyal servant. Don't eat me. Don't. Chong clan's fourth son suddenly cried out. I've raised you for so long. It's time my servant. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Whoosh. Bat Ancestor swallowed Chong clan's fourth son in one gulp. Buzz. Everyone in the surroundings, be it the angels or the vampires, fell silent as they watched this scene in horror. Bat Ancestor ate Chong clan's fourth son? Boom. The instant Bat Ancestor swallowed Chong clan's fourth son, black energy surged out of its body. An aura that was countless times stronger than before suddenly erupted. Nearby, Yeh's expression changed. Chapter 457. The capital, in Shiyu the Great's study. At this moment, there were only two people in the study, Mo Yike and Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, I've heard about the joint attack of the 5 major powers on the Qian Celestial Empire, but I've only heard about it recently. I've been flipping through all kinds of information over the past few days. I've been reading, and reading. Today, all that's left is fear and trepidation. Mo Yike said with a frown. Oh, fear and trepidation? Is this the reason for your request to see me today? Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike as he sipped his tea. Yes, Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to stop. Mo Yike said solemnly. Stop. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Yes, at this time, it's unwise to attack the Qian Celestial Empire together. The 5 major powers don't have enough strength yet. Moreover, if we're in a rush to join forces, are we going to head north together? This isn't a joint attack, it's a mob. Mo Yike said firmly. How dare you? Shiyu the Great glared at him. Your Majesty, I know that my words today are harsh, but why is this joint attack so fast? We've just stopped fighting with the Qian Celestial Empire and haven't had time to rest yet. Now we're fighting again? What will the people think? Your Majesty, the people's hearts are the heavens' hearts. Mo Yike pleaded. Mo Yike, you've indeed contributed to the Day One Celestial Empire in Yingzhou. Indeed, I haven't had the time to recuperate and build up strength. But Mighty Yuan's national strength is already strong and prosperous. The 5 million zombie army has already arrived at the top of the 5 great powers. So what's wrong with sweeping through the numerous cities of the Darqian dynasty? Emperor Shiyu spoke in a low voice. What's strange is that it's so fast. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Oh, too hasty, too hasty. Your Majesty, why are the other 4 forces so hasty? Mo Yike shook his head. We're not in a hurry. We've been preparing for 1,000 years. Shiyu the Great said calmly. Hasty, too hasty. We don't know enough about Qian. We don't know enough about our own strength. At a time when nothing is enough, send out troops? It was unwise. Through continuous battles, the people were at peace, and the people were at odds with the people. This is the sign of a defeated army. Mo Yike said anxiously. Betrayal of the people? Mo Yike, you're being too alarmist. There's no need for civilians in war. Shiyu the Great said in a low voice. No, in war, we need the hearts of the people. You must be righteous. The excuse for our northern expedition is too weak. Mo Yike shook his head. You're thinking too much. As for Deqian, how do you know that you don't know enough? Do you really think we know so little about Deqian? Do you know how many people we've set up over 1,000 years? How many of our people are in Deqian? Shi the Great smiled faintly. Spies? Your Majesty, the 5 major powers have arranged for spies to enter Deqian, and now they're in high positions? Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great smiled faintly. Mo Yike didn't feel relieved. Instead, he was even more worried. These spies, are they still loyal to us? Or is it that Deqian doesn't know that there are so many spies? Moreover, we thought of spies, but didn't Deqian think of spies for us? That's why I've only given power to the people I trust the most. Shiyu the Great said faintly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. When 2 countries go to war, it's not only a battle of military strength, but also a battle of many factors. Sigh, I still feel that it's not the right time. Secondly, I'm worried. What are you worried about? Shiyu the Great said faintly. You don't know yourself well. Mo Yike lowered his head and complained. Oh, Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Mo Yike. The 5 major powers sent their emperors and Taoist lords. Your Majesty, are you so confident that you could just send Bad Ancestor? How can he show Daewon's might wherever he goes? How can he inspire the soldiers' ambitions? Mo Yike said worriedly. Shiyu the Great wasn't angry this time. He smiled faintly. Bad Ancestor, do you think he's only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace? Huh? Isn't that so? Mo Yike was surprised. Shiyu the Great shook his head. He's not doing well these days, but if that's all he's got, why would I let him be Daewon's national beast? Oh, Mo Yike was slightly taken aback. Bat Ancestor is the ancestor of vampires. But do you know why he created vampires? Shiyu the Great asked in a low voice. I don't know. Mo Yike immediately shook his head. To create a vampire, you need to part a drop of your own blood essence. It's exhausting, but this drop of blood essence can strengthen itself. When you take it back in the future, Shiyu the Great smiled faintly. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Take it back. Take it back. The Chong family? That's right. Shiyu the Great nodded. That's bad, Your Majesty. The Chong family, Chong Sheng? Your Majesty, this time, Sai. Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. What? You'll lose the hearts of the people if you keep fighting. You'll lose the hearts of your subjects if you raise a demon with your subjects. Although the Chongqing family is loyal to Daewon, they'll definitely reject him in their hearts, especially Chongsheng. I know that he's proud and far-sighted. Raising a demon with Chongsheng is like casting pearls before swine. Mo Yike said bitterly. Shiyu the Great glanced at Mo Yike. I know, but Chongsheng was willing to do it. Mo Yike said blankly. In the waters around 9-5 Island. The moment the Bat Ancestor swallowed the Chong family's 4th brother, black gas surged out of its body. An aura that was countless times stronger than before burst forth. Yihua's expression changed. The expressions of all the vampires also changed abruptly. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Chong family were aghast. Eaten? The ancestor ate the 4th brother? The ancestor became even stronger after eating the 4th brother. What about the 4th brother? The Chong family's 2nd and 3rd brothers looked at the Bat Ancestor in horror before looking at Chongsheng. Chongsheng seemed to have known about this long ago. He only watched indifferently, not saying anything. This was because Chongsheng understood that there was no way to resist. From the moment the Bat Ancestor's spirit transformed them, all vampires fell under the Bat Ancestor's control. If it wanted them to live, they would live. If it wanted them to die, they would die. Chong Ming, who was at the side, suddenly felt his scalp tingle. In this instant, Chong Ming completely understood what his father meant by teaching him so much in the past. Vampires would suffer retribution sooner or later for recklessly slaughtering others. Even if retribution did not come from external enemies, it would come from the Bat Ancestor. It was unavoidable. In the past, Xiao Chun was proud of becoming a vampire and grasping the power of the Bat transformation. The Bat Ancestor gave them power, so they should respect it. He had never understood why his father complained about the Bat Ancestor. At this moment, he understood everything. A spirit transformed human? Vampires were just a force raised by the bad ancestor. The more powerful a vampire was, the more powerful it would be when it devoured other vampires in the future. We were just food for the bad ancestor. It was just a matter of time. Chang Sheng suddenly trembled, and despair appeared on his face. Keek, keek, keek. Not bad, yeah. Come again, try again. The bat ancestor suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Billions of black gas erupted from its body as it looked at Yeha with a ferocious expression. This time, its aura was no weaker than Ye's. Boom! The two clashed palms with a loud boom. Under the clash of palms, a strong air current surged in the void, causing the sea below to explode violently. Impossible! How can your strength be about the same as mine? Yeha cried out in shock. After devouring the Chong family's fourth brother, the bat ancestor's strength had soared to such an extent. There was more than one vampire here. Yeha's expression changed, and he seemed to want to retreat. Above the vast sea, Guhai drove the flying boat away from the bat ancestor, Yeha, and the others, and quickly flew along the route they had agreed on. Whoosh! The flying boat pierced through the clouds and disappeared in front of everyone. Guhai was sure that the bat ancestor and Yeha could not catch up. After adjusting the flying boat's direction and setting it to fly automatically, Guhai entered the main hall. Inside, it was still the same coffin. The incomplete chest soul was controlling His Holiness's corpse. The aura emitted by it was so strong that no one dared to act rashly. However, it was not easy to control this body. Let's try again, Guhai said in a deep voice. The incomplete chest soul continued to control His Holiness's corpse. Slowly, His Holiness's corpse sat up. However, the body was extremely uncoordinated. Oh, it's not easy to control. Let's take it slow, Guhai said in a deep voice. The flying boat flew for about a day. The flying boat immediately stopped. It had already flown to 9-5 Island. After all, 9-5 Island was too large. Naturally, the flying speed was slow. After flying for more than 10 days, Guhai caught up to the flying boat in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty! Bingheim immediately welcomed Xiao Chun happily. Imperial Father! Guqin also called out excitedly. Now that Guhai could return safely, everyone relaxed. Continue flying. I need to enter closed-door cultivation for some time. Do not disturb me unless there is something important. Guhai instructed. Yes, everyone answered. Guhai had a feeling that nothing was more important than familiarizing himself with His Holiness's corpse. After making some arrangements, Guhai entered closed-door cultivation. The flying boat slowly flew towards the Divine Continent, in the sea region where 9-5 Island used to be. Let's go, Yeha shouted gloomily. Rumble. The flying boat carrying the angels and the Solar Divine Hall experts quickly flew away. The bat ancestor stood on the surface of the sea, looking coldly into the distance. At this moment, the group of vampires was extremely silent, not daring to say anything. Clearly, they had not recovered from the shock of the Chong clan's fourth son being eaten. After becoming a vampire, everything was under the control of the bat ancestor. They could not live or die freely and could only wait to be eaten. Only Chang Sheng maintained his original attitude. Ancestor, it is good that you let Yeha go. The nation war is near. If we involve the Solar Divine Hall, it will be disadvantageous to us, Chang Sheng said sullenly. Yes, the bat ancestor answered coldly. Ancestor, where are we going now? Chang Sheng asked solemnly. Guhai, I will not let him have an easy time. Even if 9-5 Island is gone, there is still Chaogas City, the bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Ancestor, but His Majesty has promised not to touch the Han Dynasty for 10 years. If we go, won't we be going against Daewon's will and making Daewon bear the infamy of treachery? Chang Sheng said respectfully. The bat ancestor's expression turned cold as he looked at Chang Sheng. Moreover, before we left, we promised His Majesty that no matter the result of this trip, we must immediately head to the army and join forces with the other 4 major forces. Ancestor, you will be in charge of everything. This is an important matter for the country, and we cannot neglect it here. Changsheng tried to persuade him. The bat ancestor stared at Chongming for a while, before finally nodding unwillingly. "Let's go and join forces with Qin Zibai," the bat ancestor said coldly. "Yes," all the bat demons and vampires answered. Chapter 458. The Qian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court's City. Inside the court hall, the officials stood in 2 rows with their heads lowered at this moment, so they couldn't see the appearance of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. At this moment, the only thing they could see from the corner of their eyes was the emperor's feet. His Holiness, what crime did Assistant Minister Zhang of the Ministry of War commit? Why did the Divine Dragon Guard arrest him without distinguishing between right and wrong? A minister stepped forward and reported impatiently. "His Holiness, news just came from Huizhou that several city lords were arrested." "Why is that?" "His Holiness, now that the 5 factions in the south are coming, why haven't our Qian troops deployed at the border? Once the 5 factions invade our Qian Celestial Empire, the people at the border will be plunged into misery and suffering. His Holiness, we are worried about the enemy in the south. We are willing to put on our armor and defend the Qian. We are willing to go to war and destroy the rebel army. We will raze Qian City to the ground." In the court, the officials stepped out one after another, worried about the battlefield at the front lines. The 5 factions each had a declaration to the world. Heavenly Court's City, as the center of the Qian, naturally received the news immediately. During this period, many officials were worried. If it was just one imperial dynasty, the officials would not be worried. Now, the 5 factions had formed an alliance, which was equivalent to 5 imperial dynasties. Moreover, the 5 factions' national strength had skyrocketed recently, especially the Day 1 imperial dynasty, which had obtained a heavenly dynasty treasure. Now, the 5 great powers had come in a menacing manner, gathering together to destroy Qian City. They were like the sun in the sky. The great emperors and Dao lords were all peerless experts. At such a critical moment, His Holiness was unmoved. He was not in a hurry to mobilize troops. What should they do? The officials were anxious, and some of them even began to clamor in the court due to their fiery tempers. Knock, 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 knock. A light tapping sound came from the dragon throne. It was Dai Qianxing sitting on the dragon throne. He did not move, only his right finger gently knocking on the dragon throne. It was not loud and could not be heard in the noisy court. However, this soft knocking sound slowly and strangely suppressed the clamor of the officials. Everyone gradually quieted down and returned to their seats. Gradually, only the soft knocking sound was left in the court. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very soft, but it was like thunder. It was so suppressive that the officials did not dare to breathe. After half an hour, the faint voice of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty came from the dragon throne. Since the dead Qian Celestial Empire was established, I've always been free to speak my mind. I allow dissenting voices, and I even allow voices that voices opinions. I allows voices, eyes, empresses. I allows, I, S's allows success. I, SSS, said, was. The officials stood respectfully, not daring to raise their heads. But some people are taking my salary, but they're doing things against emperors. Dai Qianxing's tone suddenly became cold. The officials felt their hearts tighten. His Holiness's tone was not right today. Perhaps some people came here to go against emperor's will. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Some people even had the intention to go against emperor's will. The crime of treason should be punished with 9 exterminations. Dai Qianxing said coldly. The officials did not dare to speak, because everyone could hear that His Holiness had the intention to kill. I've arranged for the 5 forces to gather in Qian City. I want those people who are taking my salary, but doing things against emperors, to come out on their own, Dai Qianxing said lightly. Boom! The words of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty were like a sudden clap of thunder. It was more shocking than his intention to kill. What? The 5 forces gathered in Qian City? It was His Holiness's arrangement? Huff, huff, huff. Almost at the same time, a large number of officials raised their heads in surprise. The five forces against the Qian were controlled by His Holiness? How is this possible? Those were the five forces. Their territory and military strength were not weaker than the Qian Celestial Empire. These five forces were controlled by His Holiness? The officials only raised their heads, but they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at His Holiness. At this time, the leader of the officials, an official wearing a marten robe, slowly stepped out. This official looked about 50 years old. He had a serious face and was quite tall and sturdy. This old official, Sima Zongheng, is willing to cut His Holiness's blade to prevent the blood from staining His Holiness's hands. The old official bowed respectfully to Dai Qianxing, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Permission granted. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty said calmly. Thank you, His Holiness. Sima Zongheng bowed respectfully. The officials immediately looked at the official who stepped out. The head of the Sima family, Sima Zongheng, Grand Preceptor Sima? He knows. Many officials were puzzled. Sima Zongheng stepped out and looked at the officials. The five forces gathered to destroy Qian City. Do you spies think that you can get away with it? His Holiness raised you, but you betrayed the Qian Empire? During the Luoyang of Gojoseon Rebellion, His Holiness gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it? Sima Zongheng sneered. Why was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War arrested? Why were the city lords arrested? The five forces came fiercely, and you are starting to be restless? Don't think that you can get away with it. Traitors will have their entire family executed. His Holiness gathered the five forces to destroy Qian City. The real purpose was to expose all of you and let the Qian Celestial Empire have a big change. King Lingyang, am I right? Sima Zongheng suddenly smiled and looked at an official not far away. That was also an old man. He looked at Sima Zongheng with a gloomy face and said, Grand Preceptor, what do you mean? What do I mean? I singled you out. Don't you understand? Do you want me to point out all the evidence of you betraying the country? Sima Zongheng glared. King Lingyang's expression changed. Sima Zongheng, don't slander me. This old official has been loyal to the Qian Celestial Empire. I have never done anything to betray the Qian Celestial Empire. Ha! Sima Zongheng threw out a scroll, which King Lingyang immediately caught. See for yourself, Sima Zongheng said coldly. King Lingyang's expression was cold as he opened the scroll and read it carefully. The group of officials whispered to each other, their faces full of shock. King Lingyang's expression changed as he read, Impossible. How do you know? How do you know? The five forces came fiercely. Indeed, you didn't do anything, but your line moved. Sima Zongheng said indifferently. King Lingyang's expression changed. There are spies from the Qian Celestial Empire and the five forces? Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to know about this. Sima Zongheng looked at King Lingyang coldly. His Holiness Celestial Empire said that the five forces gathered because His Holiness Celestial Empire arranged it. Then, the destruction of Qian City was just a trap set by His Holiness Celestial Empire for the five forces, waiting for them to jump in. King Lingyang's eyes widened. Sima Zongheng didn't say anything and only stared at King Lingyang. No wonder His Holiness Celestial Empire wasn't in a hurry to send troops. This was all a scheme. No wonder the five forces' northern expedition was brought forward. So it was all because of His Holiness Celestial Empire. Ha ha! King Lingyang's eyes were filled with shock as he laughed. The five forces came fiercely and were all under His Holiness Celestial Empire's control. King Lingyang, His Holiness Celestial Empire has treated you well and gave you what you deserve. Why did you ally with the Day One Celestial Empire? What's in it for you? Even if your plan succeeds, you won't lose as much as you gain. Sima Zongheng frowned. Ha ha. You won't lose as much as you gain? That's right. But now I have hope of establishing an empire. Why did Luoyang rebel? He was only below one person and above all others. Why did he rebel? Because he didn't want to have someone above him. King Lingyang looked up at Dai Qianxing Celestial Empire. His Holiness Celestial Empire gave you a chance during the battle with the Liu Yang of Gojoseon. Sima Zongheng said, Chance? Humph, the winner takes all. Since I was discovered by you, then I have lost. The Deqian Celestial Empire? I was once proud, but the human heart can never be satisfied. His Holiness Celestial Empire? Back then, you were like me, or even worse. Why can you rule the world while I can only be your servant? I can't accept this. I want to fight. Ha ha ha. What a pity, what a pity. King Ling Yang suddenly said bitterly. King Ling Yang, please. You know that your sins are unforgivable. Sima Zongheng said. King Ling Yang looked at Deqianqing Celestial Empire. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to fight. Slowly, he took off his official hat. Immediately, a large number of guards came forward and sealed King Ling Yang's cultivation with magic treasures. Let's go. They're waiting outside the court. Sima Zongheng said. King Ling Yang's eyelids twitched. He guessed who was waiting outside. He looked at His Holiness Celestial Empire and shouted, His Holiness Celestial Empire, I've done my best for the Deqian Empire. Deqianqing Celestial Empire said indifferently. That's why I allowed you to reincarnate. King Ling Yang's expression froze. In the end, he laughed bitterly and stepped out of the court. Ha 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 ha. Outside the court, there was a commotion. I'm King Ling Yang's son. What are you doing? Who dares to capture me? My lord is King Ling Yang. If you dare to capture me, His Holiness Celestial Empire won't let you go. Spare me, I don't know anything. Outside the court, the cries of King Ling Yang's family could be heard. Only when King Ling Yang was escorted out did all the cries stop. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A series of shouts sounded. Execute. A loud shout sounded. Bang. It was the sound of a knife cutting through flesh. Splash. Gurgle. The sound of blood splattering and heads rolling sounded outside the court. In the court, the officials immediately trembled. King Ling Yang's family was wiped out. He was King Ling Yang. There was complete silence in the hall. Don't count on destroying Qian City. Now, they started to fight among themselves, right? Next, I'll plead with His Holiness Celestial Empire in exchange for the lives of your families. Do you want to stand out, or do you want me to point it out? If I point it out, King Ling Yang's end will be your end. Sima Zongheng said coldly. Among the crowd of officials, a few of them shuddered. Chapter 459. Destroy Qian City. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. The Qian Imperial Dynasty. The Qian Imperial Dynasty, Heaven-Shaking Sect, and Floating Cloud Sect. The 5 factions had gathered to destroy Qian City and were about to head north to divide up the Qian Celestial Empire. Each imperial dynasty had the ambition to become a celestial empire. Territory, population, and luck were all indispensable. If the Qian was not destroyed, it would be difficult for the imperial dynasties to improve. Heaven-Shaking Sect and Floating Cloud Sect were middle-level sections. Similarly, if they wanted to improve, they would become high-level sects and become the holy land of the world. At this moment, the 5 factions had gathered, and their morale was high. The various armies were stationed everywhere. They were all paying attention to a hall in the center. In that hall, the leaders of the 5 factions were talking. They were discussing the various arrangements for this trip north. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the hall opened. Peerless experts walked out one after another, each leading a group of subordinates. Floating Cloud Sect, you're dreaming. Think about it carefully. The Qian Imperial Dynasty? You are the leader? What a joke. We will work hard, and you will reap the biggest fruit in the end. The Yi Imperial Dynasty? We will deal with the most difficult and suffer the most losses, and you will reap the benefits. The 5 factions had internal strife. Although they did not fight, their opinions were different, and the differences were huge. This meeting ended on a sour note. Just like what the Qian Imperial tutor, Sima Zongheng, had said, everything was under the control of the Deqianqing. Not only did he dig a hole to gather the 5 factions, but he also dug out the restless elements in the Qian Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, from a distance, it was as if he was manipulating the 5 factions. He wanted them to fight amongst themselves, and they fought amongst themselves. How could the Emperor of the Celestial Empire, who was able to reach the position of the ruler of the world from the mortal world, be a muddle-headed old man. His scheming had already reached perfection. The 5 factions left on bad terms. The representatives of Day One were the Bat Ancestor, Qin Zibai, and the elders of the Chong clan. The Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy as he slowly walked back to his own camp. Once he reached the main hall of the camp, bang! Bat Ancestor slammed his palm on the table. Intolerable. Oomph. What do you mean my Day One Imperial Dynasty is not honest? Because Her Majesty didn't come, Day One was ranked last? What a joke, His Majesty is coming, what business do you have? Beat me if you can. Bat Ancestor said with a gloomy expression. Bat Ancestor, I keep feeling that something is wrong. Qin Zibai frowned. The Bat Ancestor looked at Qin Zibai. I don't know why, but I feel like someone is trying to pick a bone in today's meeting. No, they're trying to sow discord. Qin Zibai said with a frown. Sowing discord? You want to disrupt the 5 Alliance Conference? The Bat Ancestor's expression darkened. Yeah, don't you think so, Bat Ancestor? They had already agreed on it. So why did they suddenly have to redistribute it? The battle hadn't even started yet. If we can't unite our wills as a stronghold, there's no meaning to the 5 great factions meeting at all. Qin Zibai said with a frown. Bat Ancestor nodded. On the side, the Chong clan elders did not speak. Ever since the Chong clan's 4th brother was eaten, the vampires were in a state of fear. Let's ease things up today and continue the meeting tomorrow. I like to see who is trying to sow discord, Bat Ancestor said with a glare. The next day, the 5-party meeting continued. In the end, they once again parted on bad terms. Not only did the internal strife not resolve, it became more and more serious. As for who was trying to sow discord, no one could tell, because some of the topics were even raised by the leaders of the 5 great factions. On the 3rd day, the internal strife intensified. On the 4th day, the internal strife intensified, and they almost parted on bad terms. Bat Ancestor returned. Chong Sheng, Qin Zibai, and the others all had ugly expressions. It's going to collapse. The 5-party meeting is going to collapse. Bat Ancestor said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, Qin Zibai said bitterly. Ancestor, since this matter is not feasible, we should prepare to return to the capital. Everything is unfavorable. We can't rashly head north. Chong Sheng advised. No. Bat Ancestor suddenly narrowed his eyes. Oh, the 5 great factions are pushing each other away. The most important thing is that they are worried about Daiqianqing. No one dares to be the first to face Daiqianqing, so they are pushing each other away. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty was a hurdle that could never be avoided. Whoever is the vanguard may lead Daiqianqing to be the first to counterattack. No one is willing, Bat Ancestor said coldly. No one is willing to take the lead, then what should we do? Chong Sheng frowned. Bat Ancestor smiled coldly and said, Day One can. Oh, Chong Sheng was slightly stunned. His Majesty's spies have already found out that Long Wanyu is in Chaoga City at this moment. Only Yi Shinjin and Li Shinji are with her. As long as we catch Long Wanyu, Daiqianqing won't dare to target us. Bat Ancestor sneered. Gu Hai's Chaoga City? But His Majesty has already promised Gu Hai that he won't harass Chaoga City for 10 years. Chong Sheng frowned. It's just Chaoga City. What are you worried about? Don't you know that nothing else matters when it comes to national interests? Bat Ancestor said coldly. But His Majesty has already promised. If he goes back on his word, won't he be breaking his promise to the people? Chong Sheng was worried. Breaking my promise? Ha ha! What's the point of breaking my promise? My Day One will be at the height of his power. Bat Ancestor sneered. But this is your idea. His Majesty won't agree. Will he? Chong Sheng frowned. Whoosh! Bat Ancestor suddenly took out an imperial edict. Huh? Chong Sheng's face changed. His Majesty agreed and gave me an imperial edict. His Majesty knew that today's infighting wouldn't go so smoothly, so he left this imperial edict in case of emergency. Bat Ancestor sneered. His Majesty's imperial edict? Chong Sheng said in shock. Chong Sheng slowly received the imperial edict and carefully read it. He confirmed that it was written by Shiyu the Great, Chang Sheng showed an incredulous expression. That's impossible. How could His Majesty do this? How? All right, Chang Sheng. Cut the crap and get ready to set off for Chaoga City. 9-5 Island escaped, but Chaoga City can't. Go high. I want to finish what I did not finish at 9-5 Island in Chaoga City. Bat Ancestor glared. Chang Sheng suddenly raised his head. Bat Ancestor, are you saying that you want to kill all the people of Chaoga City? Kill all? How can we let them off so easily? Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Clearly, Bat Ancestor wanted to take revenge on Chaoga City. On the side, Qin Zibai felt anxious. In the end, he could only sigh. Chang Sheng's eyes flickered. Finally, his expression changed. No, Bat Ancestor looked at Chang Sheng coldly. Chang Sheng seemed to have made a decision. He took a deep breath and said respectfully, Ancestor, I don't think this is appropriate. Why? Long Wanyu? After the battle at Day 1, Dai Qianxing will definitely send experts to protect Long Wanyu. It will not just be Yi Shinjin and Li Xinji. Ancestor, if we go rashly, we might return empty-handed. Chang Sheng said solemnly. After Chang Sheng said that, the Bat Ancestor frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he nodded. Dai Qianxing had to oversee Heavenly Court City and could not be there. However, Long Wanyu would definitely be protected. Yi Shinjin and Li Xinji? It was impossible for only the two of them to go. But I have to go, Bat Ancestor said coldly. No, it's not that I don't want you to go, but you can't go like this. Chang Sheng shook his head. Oh, Bat Ancestor looked at Chang Sheng. Bat Ancestor, actually, it doesn't matter who goes first among the 5 forces. The Qian has not been destroyed yet. Isn't it too early to talk about how much the Qian will be divided? Chang Sheng smiled bitterly. Yes, I also think it's too early. However, they are fighting among themselves, Bat Ancestor said with a frown. So, let's talk about it after we destroy the Qian. As for who controls Long Wanyu, it doesn't matter. As long as we can destroy the Qian. So, if Ancestor wants to go to Chaoga City, you can definitely encourage the leaders of the 4 forces to go together, Chang Sheng solemnly said. Oh, Bat Ancestor narrowed his eyes, considering the feasibility. 2 great emperors and 2 Dao lords will go with Ancestor. What can't they do? When the time comes to capture Long Wanyu, it will be a piece of cake. It will be foolproof. At that time, it won't matter how Ancestor deals with Chaoga City. Tomorrow, I will go with Ancestor to persuade them to go to the 5-party talk to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Chang Sheng solemnly said. Bat Ancestor pondered for a while and finally laughed. Ha ha ha, good, Chang Sheng. No wonder His Majesty values you so much. You are indeed far-sighted. No, all of this is Ancestor's consideration. I just listened to Ancestor and made some modifications. Chang Sheng smiled. Good, good, haha, good. Tomorrow, you will go to the 5-party talk with me. Humph, this time it will be foolproof. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Yes, everyone answered. Qin Zibai frowned and looked at Chang Sheng, but in the end, he could only feel helpless. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Chang family did not think much of it and went back to rest. Chang Sheng returned to his residence. Father, why did you say that just now? Chang Ming found it strange. Just now, Chang Sheng was obviously flattering Ancestor. It had never been like this before. Chang Sheng reached out and set up a soundproof formation. His expression turned solemn. Chang Ming. Chang Ming looked at Chang Sheng, who suddenly became serious in confusion. Now, I have something for you to do. I hope you won't disappoint me, Chang Sheng solemnly said. Father, tell me. Chang Ming did not understand. As for the others, I can't save them. Now, there is an opportunity. I fought for this opportunity with great difficulty. You must grasp it well. You must do well, Chang Sheng said solemnly. What? The Bat Ancestor is going to Chaoga to deal with the Dahan? Capturing Long Wanyu and taking revenge on the people of Chaoga is a disaster for the Han Dynasty. However, it is an opportunity for you. After the 5-party talk tomorrow, we will consider going to Chaoga. There is still 1 day left. Take my letter and go to Chaoga immediately, Chang Sheng solemnly said. Report? What report? Chongming was slightly surprised. Send a message to Chaoga, and then send a message to Gubwa as soon as possible. That's a huge favor to you. You must seize it. Chongsheng glared. As he spoke, Chongsheng quickly went to the desk, grabbed a brush, and began to write. Report? Father, you're not joking, right? Chongming said in shock. Yes, go as fast as you can. Chongsheng said with a hint of excitement. Father, are we committing treason? Chongming looked at Chongsheng blankly. Chongsheng paused and looked at Chongming. Treason? I am indebted to His Majesty. That is why when the Bat Ancestor wanted to raise a family to increase his strength, I agreed when His Majesty told me. However, since the moment we became vampires, I have already repaid His Majesty. Second brother, third brother, and the others will definitely die. Perhaps I will also die. Now you can't die. The country has already abandoned us. What treason is this? Chongming was stunned. He was silent for a while, digesting what his father said. After a while, Chongsheng finished writing 2 letters and put them in 2 envelopes. Chaoga City is now under the control of Shangwanhen. Give this letter to Shangwanhen, Chongsheng solemnly said. Chongsheng gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Give this letter to Gu Hai personally, Chongsheng solemnly said. Give to Shangwanhen, I can do it. After all, he is in Chaoga City. But where is Gu Hai? How can I give it to him? Chongming was at a loss. I guess Gu Hai should be on the way back to Chaoga City from the Thousand Island Sea. As for how to find him, it is up to you. You are a person blessed by the heavens. You have great luck in those unimportant things in the past. This time, I hope your luck will not fail you, Chongsheng solemnly said. But Chongming smiled bitterly. Go do as I say, Chongsheng solemnly said. Chapter 460. Annihilate Qian City. Chongming left. Chongsheng, on the other hand, found the second and third brothers of the Chong clan and gave them a simple explanation, telling them that Chongming should return to the capital city to seek refuge. He told them not to be too serious in front of the Bad Ancestor. Before the Chong clan's fourth brother was eaten, the second and third brothers would definitely disagree with Chongsheng. However, after the Bat Ancestor ate their fourth brother, the two suddenly realized that their eldest brother was more trustworthy than the Bat Ancestor. They nodded in agreement. The next day, the 5-party conference was held again. Chongsheng was the one who fought hard in the 5-party conference. Originally, they could have reached an agreement very quickly, but Chongsheng insisted on it for a long time, delaying it again and again. In the eyes of the Bat Ancestor, Chongsheng was fighting for more benefits for him, so he let him do as he pleased. Just like that, another 3 days passed. The 2 great emperors and 2 Dao lords finally agreed to the Bat Ancestor's unfair conditions. All right, Bat Ancestor, we've already agreed. Why aren't you taking us there yet? A great emperor in dragon robes said coldly. That's right. Until now, none of you have been willing to tell us where Long Wanyu is. What she runs away. Hurry up. A Dao lord in Daoist robes said coldly. All right, since everyone has agreed, I hope that everyone will work together this time. Prepare your flying boats. We'll set off in 2 hours. The Bat Ancestor smiled confidently. Everyone snorted. After another 2 hours, Chongsheng and the others boarded the Bat Ancestor's flying boat. The other 4 factions also boarded their own flying boats and slowly left Annihilate Qian City. 5 flying boats flew towards Chaoga at an extremely fast speed. Qin Zibai stayed behind to continue leading the troops. The Bat Ancestor and the Chong clan elders all went. On the Daewin's flying boat, Chongsheng stood alone at the bow of the boat, looking into the distance with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. It's been 4 days. Tomorrow, you have to work hard. The Qian Celestial Empire. Heavenly Courts. Dai Qianxing's study. A curtain divided the study into 2 parts. On the other side of the curtain, Dai Qianxing seemed to be sitting in front of a desk, writing something. It was hazy, and his face could not be seen clearly. On the other side of the curtain, a group of officials led by Sima Zongheng stood respectfully outside the curtain. Reporting to His Holiness, almost all the spies in the court have been found. Sima Zongheng said respectfully. Yes, the Emperor the Great, Qian dynasty answered calmly. His Holiness, Yang Qi said, all of these spies were willing to help us deal with their masters. His Holiness was the wisest of all. He was able to see through the fog and scare them into submission. There are some people we never would have expected to be killed by King Spirit Ocean. None of them had any hope left. Sima Zongheng said with a smile. The 5 forces should have all come to Zhaoga City by now, shouldn't they? Dai Qianxing put down the brush slowly. It should be about time. Princess Wanyu's whereabouts have been revealed for some time. An official beside him said respectfully. Behind the curtain, Dai Qianxing tapped his fingers on the desk and said faintly, since it's about time, let's get ready to harvest. Yes. The people outside the curtain responded. Separated by countless distances, every move of the 5 forces was within the grasp of Dai Qianxing. Chongming left 4 days before Bad Ancestor. Along the way, his speed was already at its maximum. These days, he had carefully explored all the people in his mind. The more he explored, the more Chongming realized that the people he had looked down on before were actually so powerful. Whoosh! The flying boat was very fast. After half a month, they finally arrived outside Zhaoga City. Boom! In an instant, the flying boat flew to the city gate. Stop, stop! Who is it? Stop! Outside Zhaoga City, there was an angry shout, stopping the flying boat. Chongming's flying boat stopped outside Zhaoga City and looked at the vast destiny in front of him. This time it was different from before. In the past half a month, Chongming had carefully studied Gu Hai's life. He used to think that Gu Hai was lucky, but now looking at this sea of destiny, he felt Gu Hai's ability. Was I wrong in the past? Huh? Chongming smiled bitterly. Not far away, some city guards surrounded them. After all, this flying boat came too suddenly. When the guards came closer, their expressions changed. It's him, that vampire? Suddenly, a guard exclaimed. Chongming's face could be said to be a household name in Zhaoga City. The last time he came to Zhaoga City with an army to destroy the entire city, he was almost poisoned to death by Shang Wanhen. The second time he came, he was slapped twice by Chong Sheng in front of the entire city. Hence, the guard immediately recognized Chongming. Alert! Be on guard. Close the city gates. The guard shouted. The expression of the guard at the back immediately changed. Boom! The distant city gates closed, interrupting Chongming's thoughts. Chongming waved his hand. Rumble! Suddenly, a large swarm of bats appeared behind Xiao Chun. Countless blood-sucking bats burst out, dyeing the southern sky black in the blink of an eye. Vampire? It's the vampire again. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the city. Inside the city, Long Wanyu looked at a white-robed monk. Baldy Liunian, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation? Long Wanyu immediately said happily. The white-robed monk was Venerable Lunyan. Venerable Lunyan pressed his palms together and smiled faintly. Cluster Lord, how have you been? Ha 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 ha. Of course I'm fine. Some time ago, I even went to the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty with my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said happily. You went to Day 1? Are you fine? Venerable Lunyan raised his eyebrows. Clearly, Venerable Lunyan understood the sensitivity of Long Wanyu's identity. Of course I'm fine. My brother-in-law is incredible. In the capital city, he wrote poems. That he made ghosts weep. After that, he wrote something like Taiji Zhang, Sanfeng, and Dongfang Invincible. Long Wanyu said happily. She wished that she could tell Venerable Lunyan all about Gu Hai's abilities to show him how incredible her brother-in-law was. When Venerable Lunyan heard that, he felt stunned. Making ghosts weep? Mr. Good knows how to compose? Of course. My brother-in-law knows everything. Long Wanyu said excitedly, as though she was talking about herself. Just as Long Wanyu was about to continue describing, squeak, 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 in the distant sky, countless bats suddenly appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth. Huh? Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Vampire. It's a vampire. A commotion broke out in the city. Bang! Yi Shinjin and Li Shunji arrived at Long Wanyu's small courtyard at about the same time. The vampires are here. Protect the princess. Yishin Jin said in a low voice. Vampire? Long One Yu showed some doubt. At Shangguan Hen's residence. Normally, Shangguan Hen would not interfere in Chaga City's affairs. However, Gu Hai gave Shangguan Hen the greatest authority. Whenever there was a problem, Shangguan Hen could decide with a single word. Quick, report to Mr. Shangguan. The vampire is here. Quick. Why is Mr. Shangguan not coming out yet? Quickly inform Mr. Shangguan. A group of officials anxiously surrounded the large hall where Shangguan Hen was. My master is in closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb him. A servant stopped everyone. But my Chaoga is in danger again. That Chongming is here again. A group of officials was very anxious. The servant still didn't let them come forward. In the large hall, Shangguan Hen showed a painful expression on his face. What's going on? The will of the supreme Master Xuanwu of the previous generation? Aren't you already dead? Shangguan Hen said with a hideous expression on his face. Buzz. Shangguan Hen exuded a black air around him. No, it's not the energy of the previous generation's supreme Master Xuanwu. It's an evil energy. Who are you? Why are you in my body? And you can mobilize the power of the god of Xuanwu in my body? Shangguan Hen said with his eyes wide open. Ha, who am I? Young man, you have protected the god of Xuanwu. I'll remember you. Now it's time for you to step aside. A strange voice came out from Shangguan Hen's body. You're courting death. God, listen to my call. Destroy this evil energy. Shangguan Hen waved his hand. Buzz. A large amount of white light came out from between his eyebrows and filled Shangguan Hen's body in an instant. Immediately, the black air was purified. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ha 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 ha. The strange voice gradually weakened. After a while, the energy disappeared completely. We couldn't feel it anymore. Shangguan Hen stood up, sweating profusely. What's going on? It's been half a year. It appears once every month, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Why is there such a thing in my body? Shangguan Hen said in shock as he wiped the sweat off his body. With a gloomy face, Shangguan Hen slowly opened the door. Quang. The moment the door was opened, countless officials outside shouted anxiously, Mr. Shangguan, the vampire is here again. It's that Chongming. Huh? Shangguan Hen's face darkened. Raising his head, he saw that the sky was filled with countless bats at this moment. These bats didn't attack Chaoga City. They just flew around Chaoga City. It seemed like they were waiting for someone. Shangguan Hen, where are you? Chongming shouts suddenly came from outside the city. Chapter 461. Chaoga City. Chongming released tens of thousands of bats, attracting the attention of the entire city, and finally met Shangguan Hen. Huangfu Palace entrance. All the officials looked at Chongming as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Only Shangguan Hen was brave enough to let Chongming stand in front of him. Why should I believe you? Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, It's up to you whether you believe me or not. It's none of my business whether people die or not. This is a letter from my father. Read it yourself. I'm leaving. Chongming said gloomily. I came all the way here to deliver the letter and save you. But you don't believe me? Shangguan Hen took the letter and opened it in front of Chongming. He read it carefully. After reading it, Shangguan Hen's expression suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Hen bowed solemnly to Chongming. Not far away, Long Wanyu and the others who had hurried over were confused. Shangguan Hen, bowing to Chongming? Li Shenji narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. Last time, Shangguan Hen's poisonous light had poisoned Chongming. Why was he bowing to Chongming today? Something happened? Long Wanyu was slightly startled. Yi Shinjin narrowed his eyes, his expression slightly gloomy. Many thanks to young Master Chong for coming to deliver the letter. Shangguan Hen, on behalf of the people of Chaoga City, thanks Grand Duke Chongsheng for his righteousness. Many thanks to young Master Chong for your trouble. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Chongming opened his mouth, his gloomy expression becoming more and more profound. Just now, Shangguan Hen didn't believe him. Now, with a letter from my father, you believe it? Wasn't he looking down on him too much? All right, I'm leaving. Do as you see fit. Chongming flew up gloomily. He flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. Swish! Steering the flying boat, Chongming flew into the distance in a depressed manner. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Shang Wanhen watched as Chongming left. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Chongsheng? Why did he choose to leak information? However, this was not the time to think about it. He held onto the envelope as if it weighed 1,000 caddies. Shang Wanhen? What happened? Long Wanyu suddenly jumped over curiously. Shang Wanhen looked at Long Wanyu and took a deep breath. Princess, perhaps you should leave this place immediately. Huh? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. The bad ancestor has brought 2 great emperors and 2 Dao lords to Chaoga City to capture you. They'll be here in a few days, Shang Wanhen said solemnly. The news from Chongming? You believe it? Li Xinji raised his eyebrows and looked at Shang Wanhen. Shang Wanhen ignored him. Instead, he looked at Long Wanyu. Princess, please leave immediately. They're coming for you. Before the emperor comes back, nothing can happen to you. Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Princess, don't worry too much. Chongming's words may not be trusted. Besides, aren't you waiting here for Mr. Good to come back? If you leave, you won't be able to wait for Mr. Good immediately, Yi Shinjin said with a smile. Shang Wanhen looked at Yi Shinjin with a slight frown. Does he not believe me? I'll leave. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Huh? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. As long as the luck is there, my brother-in-law will be safe. As long as he's safe, everything will be fine. If my brother-in-law trusts Shang Wanhen, then I trust him too. Leave with me immediately. Don't cause trouble for my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. But, Yi Shinjin's expression was bitter. His Holiness had already thought about it. You can't leave. But what? I said I'll leave, so I'll leave. Long Wanyu said with a glare. Princess, do you feel danger? Yi Shinjin asked one last time. No. Long Wanyu shook her head. Since you don't feel danger, then there's no need to. Yi Shinjin said with a bitter smile. I can seek luck and avoid calamity, but will it be accurate? Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Long Wanyu glared at Yi Shinjin and ignored him. Fine. By the way, take Ziwei and Changshen with you. Shang Wanhen said. I will. My brother-in-law asked them to protect me. They'll follow me wherever I go. Long Wanyu nodded. Shang Wanhen nodded. Long Wanyu left obediently. Shang Wanhen, on the other hand, read the letter in his hand again. Solemnly, Shang Wanhen said to the officials behind him after a moment of silence, Tell the people to leave Chaoga as soon as possible. The enemy is right in front of us, and will be wiped out. What? The officials opened their eyes wide. Go now. Shang Wanhen glared at them. Mr. Shangwan, do you mean all the people? An official asked in confusion. That's right. All the people are to leave Chaoga and hide in other cities until the emperor returns. Solemnly, Shang Wanhen said Shang Wanhen. But this is the capital of the Dahan. You want the people to leave? They definitely won't want to. Also, this news is too strange. Could it be fake? An official said worriedly. Shang Wanhen narrowed his eyes and said coldly to the official, If it's fake, I'll take all the responsibility. You just need to persuade, no, drive the people out of the city. Drive them out? What if they don't want to and resist? We can't kill them to scare them, right? Then drive them out with all your might. In the name of the imperial court, ask them to leave Chaoga City. All the soldiers will cooperate. Shang Wanhen said seriously. The officials still didn't believe it, but after a moment of silence, they nodded. The imperial court had told them that Shang Wanhen could make all the decisions in Chaoga. The officials could only feel helpless. Indeed, when the news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. I'm not leaving. What kind of storms have I weathered? Didn't I still survive? I want to stay in Chaoga City. 5 peerless experts are coming? What a joke. How can we trust the words of those vampires? I'm not leaving. Since the imperial court said so, it must be true. Let's leave as soon as possible. 2 voices rang out in the city. Some were willing to believe it, and some did not. They were unwilling to leave Chaoga City. There were more than 100 million people in the city. There was no time to organize them quickly. The city was too large. Cranes and flying boats quickly transported the willing people away. The entire city bustled with activity. Long Wan Yu packed up her things and led Ziwei, Longevity, Venerable Lun Yin, Yi Shinjin, and Li Shunji on a flying boat, flying out of the city. In a small courtyard in the city, a group of azure-robed men stood in the small courtyard. All of them showed extremely solemn expressions. The leader was none other than Crown Prince Ao Shui's younger brother, the current Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng led the group to stand respectfully outside a room. He looked at the tightly shut door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of fingers tapping on the desk came from the room. Sheng Wanhen? Huh, not bad. He has the boldness of the previous Xuanwu Supreme. A middle-aged man's voice came from the study. Royal Father, His Holiness planned for the 5 major factions to come to Chaoga City. Everything was under our control. Unexpectedly, Chongming appeared and messed up our plans. It messed up our plans, Crown Prince Aosheng said with a frown. Never mind. This is fine as well. If Cluster Lord Wanyu does not leave, Chaoga City will be razed to the ground. Chaoga City's citizens will suffer heavy casualties. I already informed Yi Shinjin to leave behind traces when he leaves. This will make it easier for the 5 major factions to find the Cluster Lord. The middle-aged man in the study said seriously. Yes. Everyone else, come with me. Crown Prince, you stay behind. The middle-aged man said again. I'm staying? Ao Sheng asked, feeling confused. In the end, Gu Hai saved Ram Saint. This is considered a great achievement in the Deqian. You stay behind. If there is anything you can do, help out. The middle-aged man said seriously. Yes. A complicated look flashed in Ao Sheng's eyes as he nodded. Above the vast sea, a white cloud was flying at an extremely fast speed in the sky. 9-5 Island flew through the white cloud. This white cloud moved extremely fast, much faster than when Gu Hai chased after it. It already reached the speed of an ordinary flying ship. At the soaring palace hall, Guqin controlled the life entrapment saber and looked at the vast land in the distance. Crown Prince, we are about to enter the Divine Continent. Should we speed up? At this speed, we will arrive in about 4 days. An official said excitedly. No, reduce the speed. Guqin said seriously. 9-5 Island is not suitable for sudden braking. Slow down slowly. When it is time for the morning song, stop completely. Guqin said seriously. Then, won't this drag on for a long time? I know. Start slowing down, then. Inform the people in charge of pushing the ritual array. Guqin said seriously. Yes. After 1 incense stick of time, boom. 9-5 Island shook slightly, and its speed slowly decreased. In a small courtyard not far from the soaring palace hall, the former dragon race's crown prince, Ao Shun, was currently playing Go with Gu Hai. A figure clad in black staggered about at the side, pouring tea for Gu Hai and Ao Shun. When Ao Shun saw this staggered, black-robed figure, he appeared confused. Is this a zombie? Even zombies walk more nimbly than him? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Him? He's already much better. The black-robed figure was His Holiness's corpse. Now, he could walk under Gu Hai's control. However, his movements were still somewhat stiff. Crown Prince Ao Shun, how's your stay on 9-5 Island been over the past few years? Gu Hai asked with a smile. How has my stay been? What do you think? What is there to talk about when you were just a lowly prisoner? Ao Shun retorted coldly. Sometimes, stopping for a while is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Gu Hai smiled. Ao Shun frowned as he looked at Gu Hai, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Until today, no one from the dragon race has come to talk to me about you. Ao Sheng did not, the Deqian did not, and the dragon race's primes did not, either. Gu Hai shook his head. Ao Shun's eyelids twitched. What are you trying to say? I came to look for you today to tell you that you are free, Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Gu Hai extended his hand and pointed at Ao Shun's chest. That was a seal. It did not require great strength to undo it. Gu Hai could do it now. Suddenly, an explosion came from Ao Shun's body. Ao Shun cried out in pain. Boom! After Ao Shun's seal was undone, a vast aura of a heavenly palace burst out of his body. Chapter 462. Beside the sea. Chongming steered the flying ship around, feeling depressed. Is the world that big? How am I supposed to find Gu Hai? Father thinks too highly of me. Do you think that I can find whoever I want? Chongming looked around, feeling depressed. Xiao Chan had flown all the way here from Chaoga. However, he had not seen Gu Hai along the way. In front of him was a boundless sea. This meant that one would feel a sense of despair just by looking at it. As the flying ship flew high in the sky, Chongming showed despair in his eyes. There was only the blue sky and white clouds in this vast sea. Where should I fly? A huge white cloud flew towards him from a distance. Chongming did not think much of it. It was just a white cloud. He had seen many of them along the way. This was just a clump of fog. He would enter it soon. Chongming turned his head and looked at the land behind him. The primogenitor and the others should have reached Chaoga by now, right? What's the point of finding Gu Hai? Chongming smiled bitterly. Never mind. I won't search anymore. I'd better go back and take a look. My report must have been exposed. I wonder if Father will be in danger. Chongming sighed softly. Xiao Chun turned his head and turned the flying ship around, preparing to fly back. Suddenly, the gigantic white cloud came crashing over. Chongming still did not think much of it. Prepare to leave, then. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Chongming's flying ship instantly broke apart. The white cloud crashed into Chongming, causing his face to deform. Is this a white cloud? Aren't all white clouds fog? My flying ship! Chongming exclaimed. White clouds were not completely white clouds. However, 9-5 Island was wrapped in white clouds. At the soaring palace hall's entrance, Crown Prince, there was a loud sound in front. Did we crash into something? An official asked in shock. Let's go take a look. Gu Qin shouted. Chongming was sent flying by the white clouds. No, Chongming saw it clearly. This was a transparent barrier. Outside the barrier was white clouds, but inside the barrier was a piece of land. It was a huge piece of land. Chongming's mouth was wide open as he looked at the land in shock. 995 Island? Chongming said in shock. Not long ago, when Chongming was preparing to exterminate 95 Island, he had done his homework and knew the shape of 95 Island. However, the 95 Island of the Thousand Islands sea was gone. Who goes there? A guard shouted from afar. Chongming looked at the guards in shock. I was hit by an island? I know him. I saw him last time in Jiaoga City. He is that unlucky guy. A guard yelled in surprise. Unlucky bastard? Am I unlucky? Chongming's face instantly darkened. It was only in the Han Dynasty that no one dared to call a person favored by heaven an unlucky bastard. Quick, report to the Crown Prince. That unlucky vampire is here. The guard shouted. Quickly go and report this to the Emperor. The guards immediately shouted. The Emperor? Gu Hai. Chongming's eyes lit up. Gu Hai is here. I want to see Gu Hai. Jiaoga City. The flying boats carried groups of civilians out of Jiaoga City. However, there were too many civilians in Jiaoga City, and Jiaoga City was too big. In addition, many civilians were unwilling to leave. Even after 4 days and 4 nights of nonstop transportation, nearly half of the civilians were unable to leave in time or were unwilling to leave. Nearly 50 million civilians were still resentful of Shangwan Hen for dragging so many people. Huangfu Palace. The officials looked at Shangwan Hen anxiously. Mr. Shangwan, we have tried our best, but they are unwilling to leave. The officials said bitterly. Life and death are predestined. Perhaps I am wrong? Shangwan Hen shook his head and sighed. The officials did not speak. It was obvious that they were convinced that Shangwan Hen was wrong. Shangwan Hen looked at the chaos in the city. Because of the forced eviction, there were riots in many places. There were even some conflicts everywhere, and fires broke out everywhere. The city was full of smoke and fire, and it was a mess. However, Shangwan Hen did not regret it. At least half of the civilians were saved. Mr. Shangwan, it has been 4 days. There's no danger like that vampire said. This. An official even looked at Shangwan Hen with complaint. Just as everyone looked at Shangwan Hen with complaint. Shangwan Hen's pupils contracted. In the distant sky, 5 flying boats were approaching quickly. On the 5 boats, there were many large flags. The words on the flags were Yuan, Yi, Xian, Hantian, and Yunfu. The people from the 5 forces are here. Quick, activate the formation. Shangwan Hen's expression changed as he shouted with his eyes wide open. The officials who were about to complain about Shangwan Hen froze. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 flying boats stopped abruptly outside Jiaoga City, along with a gust of wind. On the flying boats, a group of peerless powerhouses stood on the deck. Your Majesty, we are here. Secmaster, we are here. Ancestor, we are here. Bat Ancestor and the others had already walked to the front. A dynasty? It was nothing to a group of great emperors and Tao lords. What was a dynasty that could not even form the golden dragon of luck? Bat Ancestor, is this the place? A man in a dragon robe looked coldly at Daewin's flying boat. Yes, this is the place. Long Wanyu is here. Bat Ancestor looked excited at this moment. Changsheng suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because there were still many people in Jiaoga City. Changming did not come? Changsheng showed a trace of anxiety on his face. No, the last time I was here, there were a lot fewer people. There are not many people left, a vampire said in shock. Oh, Changsheng was slightly stunned. Indeed, there were a lot fewer people in the city. Did that mean that Changming had been here? In the city, the moment the city guarding formation was activated, the people who had been swearing and complaining about Shangwan Hen making a fuss suddenly trembled. That's impossible, right? Countless people showed a look of horror when they saw the 5 huge flying boats. Is it true that there are big flags on them? Is it true? The people in the city immediately showed a look of despair and regret. Mr. Shangwan, what should we do now? The officials of Huangfu Hall also looked anxiously at Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen's eyelids twitched wildly. He came? Whoosh. Suddenly, a man in red flew out of the city. Who is that? Shangwan Hen's face changed. He saw the man in red rushing straight to the 5 flying boats. Secmaster, are you looking for Long Wanyu? The man in red shouted. The people on the 5 flying boats looked over at the same time. Among them, on the flying boat with the 2 words Hantian, a man in a purple robe suddenly said, "This is my Hantian sect's disciple. A month ago, I arranged a group of people to go to the 4-direction city." Oh, everyone was slightly stunned. You have seen Long Wanyu? In the city? Hantian Secmaster said coldly. No, they left 4 days ago, but we have sent people to follow them. It's not far. I know where they are. In that direction, the man in red shouted. Oh, everyone's expression changed. They all showed a trace of joy. Are you sure? Hantian Secmaster said coldly. This subordinate guarantees with his head. Secmaster, quickly, I will take you there. The man in red shouted. Everyone's eyes were uncertain, but they finally nodded. Okay. The man in red boarded Hantian Sec's flying boat and was about to leave together. Bat Ancestor raised his eyebrows. Everyone, since you know where Long Wanyu is, you go first. I still have some personal grievances to settle here, so I will be back soon. Bat Ancestor shouted. Up to you. Everyone said lightly. Several bat monsters were sent to follow them, but Bat Ancestor turned to look at Jiaoga City. Huff, huff, huff. In the blink of an eye, the people of the 4 forces left, leaving only Daewin's people, who looked at Jiaoga City together. Daewin, ha ha Jiaoga. Bat Ancestor suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Rumble. Suddenly, rolling bats covered the sky and earth in all directions. The 4 forces left, leaving Bat Ancestor's side? That's still. Shangwan Hen showed a worried expression. The officials were already dumbfounded. Complaining about Shangwan Hen? No, now they were only left with deep regret. Why didn't they listen to Shangwan Hen? The people who stayed behind also showed a look of despair. It's okay. We have the city defense formation. They can't break it. Some people comforted themselves in fear. Boom. However, they saw Bat Ancestor hit the barrier of the formation with his palm. Under the huge force, the barrier exploded instantly, and even more than half of the city towers collapsed. Surround Chowga City. Today, no one will leave, Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Yes, all the vampires and bat monsters shouted. In a small courtyard in the city, Dragon Prince Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes at Bat Ancestor and the others outside the city. Crown Prince, should we make a move? A dragon subordinate asked. Ao Sheng smiled coldly. My father only said that we can help if we can. Bat Ancestor's palm strike just now has the power of someone who just entered the Heavenly Palace, right? It is already beyond what I can do, so there is no need to worry about it. Yes, Ao Sheng did not intend to interfere. There was almost no power in the city that could resist Bat Ancestor. On 9-5 Island, Guhai reached out and undid Ao Shun's seal. Ao Shun's aura instantly erupted. However, Ao Shun only relaxed for a moment before he withdrew his aura and sat down again. Ao Shun understood that Guhai dared to let him go because he was no longer afraid of his strength. Guhai smiled faintly. Go to the Heavenly Palace? In the past, my strength was not obvious, so I did not understand the meaning of opening the Heavenly Palace. You were the former Dragon Prince. Go to the Heavenly Palace? You're too weak, right? Furthermore, you brought thousands of dragon race cultivators with you back then. Those dragon race cultivators were too weak, right? The Yuanying state? Ao Shun took a deep breath and shook his head. We are Sin Dragons. Oh, go to the Heavenly Palace? How can I only go to the Heavenly Palace? It is just like Miao Chun. He was at the peak of the middle Heavenly Palace in the past. Now, he just entered the lower Heavenly Palace. He did so because Xuanwu died. However, I seal my divinity because of Sin Dragons. My former subordinates were Sin Dragons. The Yuanying state? Huh, you're lucky. If you had not sealed your divinity back then, 9-5 Island would have been destroyed long ago. Oh, Shun said seriously. Sealed your divinity? No wonder. Guhai nodded. Why did you release me? Ao Shun asked with a frown. Because I discovered that the Dragon Race Primes were using me to detain you. Guhai smiled bitterly. My father? Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Why did no one from the Deqian side come to speak up for you? Why did no one from the Dragon Race come to save you? Why did Ao Shun not come to save you either? Perhaps they were happy to see you detained. Furthermore, it seems that they finally achieved their goal of detaining you. Guhai smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Ao Shun asked, feeling confused. Do you still remember your temper in the past? In the past, Ao Shun asked with a frown. Impetuous, extremely impetuous. I don't know how you lost your position as Crown Prince. However, I know that after you lost your position as Crown Prince, you became so impetuous that you wanted to take revenge and reclaim your position as Crown Prince. You did not even care if Liu Yang of Gojoseon could help you, so you agreed to let him work with you. Isn't that impetuous? Guhai smiled. Ao Shun fell silent. Supremacy of the Dragon Clan. Let me use my hand to suppress your temper. No matter what, you are very different from before, aren't you? Guhai sighed slightly. Perhaps. Ao Shun nodded with a complicated look in his eyes, just as the two were talking. Father. Guqin rushed over anxiously. Behind him was Chong Ming, who was at a loss. You found her? Chong Ming looked at Guhai strangely. What's wrong? Guhai turned to look at him in confusion. Something happened to Chowga, Guqin said with an ugly expression. Phew. Guhai stood up immediately and stared at Chong Ming. Chong Ming didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately told his father what he knew and handed him the letter. Guhai immediately opened the letter and read it. His pupils shrank as soon as he read it. Daiqianqing go. Guhai's face turned cold. What? What does it have to do with Daiqianqing? Chong Ming asked blankly. The people of Deqian are people. Are the people of Dahan not people? Guhai looked gloomy. Father, how is it? Guqin asked worriedly. Continue flying as planned. I'm going to leave first, Guhai said in a deep voice. Bingheim and Miao Chun, who had rushed over, were also confused. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Bingheim immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Miao Chan immediately called out as well. There's no need. It's useless for all the greater heavenly martial emperors and Tao lords to follow. Protecting 9-5 Island is the key. You all remain on 9-5 Island. Chongming, come with me, Gu Hai said seriously. After saying that, Gu Hai flipped his hand and grabbed His Holiness's corpse. Then, he walked out of A.O. Shun's courtyard. Dongfang Booby and 9-5 Island are safe. I'll have to trouble you. Gu Hai called out to a pavilion not far away. At the entrance of that pavilion, Dongfang Booby nodded. Don't worry, Gu Hai nodded. By the way, I have already undone A.O. Shun's seal. Whether he wants to leave or stay is up to him. Gu Hai said to Gu Qin as he turned his head. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Chongming, let's go. Gu Hai led Chongming onto the flying ship and immediately headed for Chaoga. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the flying ship reached the horizon, vanishing from everyone's sight. Everyone watched as Gu Hai left, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. The one with the most complicated emotions was A.O. Shun's. Now he was free. Free? This should be something to be happy about. However, why could he not feel happy? On the flying ship, Chongming looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Gu, Mr. Good, it has already been so long. We still need a few more days to return. It might be too late by then. Gu Hai looked into the distance, ignoring Chongming. Chapter 463. On Gu Hai in Chongming's flying boat, Chongming looked at a black-robed man practicing his knife skills. The black-robed man was extremely strange. His body was stiff as if it had rusted, and his movements were very slow. However, with each practice, he seemed to be more familiar with it. This, Mr. Good, is this a zombie? Isn't this zombie too stiff? How can a set of knife skills be so slow? Chongming looked at Gu Hai curiously. The flying boat was speeding. Although Gu Hai was anxious, he had no choice but to grab the letter sent by Chong Sheng and carefully read it over and over again. Chongming, is your father going to die? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Chongming. Your father's going to die. Chongming immediately glared, as if he was blaming Gu Hai for cursing Chong Sheng. Gu Hai was not angry. Instead, he stared at Chongming and said, Your father's letter seems to be entrusting him to me. Chongming was slightly startled, and his face was filled with horror. Tell me what's going on. What danger is Chong Sheng in? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Chongming's expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and described the Bat Ancestor's plan to eat vampires to increase his strength. Oh, since it's so dangerous, why did Chong Sheng ask you to tell him? And to give me such a big favor? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. I don't think it's necessary, Chongming said in a fit of pique. Gu Hai stared at Chongming for a while and sighed slightly. It's a pity that Shiyu the Great did something wrong. Your father is so talented, but he let him lead a family for the Bad Ancestor? What a pity, what a pity. What a waste of God's gift, buying the casket and returning the pearl. Don't say any more. Chongming was very depressed at the moment. Even a single sentence from Gu Hai made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chong Sheng said that you used to be very smart. You were smarter than Mo Yike when you were younger? Gu Hai looked at Chong Sheng with suspicion. Humph. Chong Sheng snorted gloomily. I'll give you a question. Let's see if you can answer it. Gu Hai said after some thought. Question? Chong Sheng was slightly stunned. Zhuge Minghong's younger brother counted the number of siblings and found that he had one more brother than sister. Then, how many more brothers did Zhuge Minghong have compared to her sisters? Zhuge Minghong is a woman. Gu Hai asked. This was a very simple logic question. There was no question of academic qualifications. It all depended on the flexibility of one's brain. Chongming stared blankly at Gu Hai. Are you really going to test me? However, why was his question so strange? Answer quickly. Gu Hai shouted coldly. 3. Chongming said immediately. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a surprised smile. Not bad. Although the question is simple, you didn't do anything wrong. Let me give you some more questions. They are Mensa intelligence test questions. I hope you really like what your father said. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Guhai reached out and took out a study table. He dipped some ink and sprinkled it on the paper on the table. Instantly, questions were formed. Chongming. Guhai made an inviting gesture. Let's see how many questions you can answer in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chongming looked blankly at Guhai. However, when it came to IQ testing, Chongming did not reject it. Chongming wanted to get an explanation for his IQ. Soon, Chongming began to answer the questions. Guhai also put up an incense stick. Chongming looked at the questions with a strange expression on his face. These questions were too strange, weren't they? And these pictures, find the similarities? Find the differences? Even an ordinary person could do it. However, there seemed to be a lot of strange traps hidden in the questions. Guhai looked at him quietly. These questions were all Mensa intelligence test questions that Guhai once searched on the internet when he was bored on Earth. They were questions to test a person's IQ. Those with high IQ would score high, but they did not have high requirements for experience. Soon, the incense stick time was up. Don't accept it. I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet. Chongming suddenly said with a bitter face. He only finished half of the questions in the time it took to burn a stick of incense? Was his IQ really that low? He could not even answer such a simple question? Only half. Guhai was already satisfied. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that a person's IQ was high enough. However, in front of him, Chongming actually completed half of the questions. He hoped that he did not write blindly. Guhai began to mark the papers. She looked through the questions from beginning to end and ticked all the right answers. It was only halfway through that she finally crossed a question. Wrong? How could it be? I know. This question, how could I get it wrong? How could I get it wrong? It should be the first choice. It should be the first choice. My IQ. Chongming was devastated. Could it be that his IQ really made people anxious? He only completed half of the questions, and he actually made a mistake. Looking at Guhai, Chongming lowered his head in shame. He was too embarrassed to say that his IQ was high. Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes, because in Guhai's eyes, Chongming's IQ was unusually high. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that his IQ was high enough. And in this 1/3, as long as he could complete 80% of the questions correctly, he would be the best of the best. But Chongming not only completed half of the questions, but also got 99% correct. The only wrong answer was immediately realized. Chongming's face was full of regret. Guhai stared at Chongming. He also had a general understanding of Chongming. Turning his head, Guhai put away everything and ignored Chongming. But Chongming looked at Guhai as if he had completely given up on himself. Chongming was speechless. Was he really that bad? The flying boat continued to fly toward Chaoga City. Chaoga City. The bat ancestors smashed the entire enchantment of the city with one palm, and countless bats flew in all directions. Ha 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 ha. Today, none of you can escape. If you want to blame someone, blame your emperor. Blame Guhai for causing this endless disaster. Ha ha ha. The bat ancestor laughed. Boom! The aura around the bat ancestor suddenly erupted. Suddenly, boundless black gas enveloped the entire Chaoga City. Mr. Shangwan, what should we do? Emperor, where are you? We were wrong. We should have left. The people in the city showed a look of despair. Who? The people with high cultivation immediately rushed out, wanting to break out and escape. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a large number of bats rushed straight down. Let me go. Why? Help me help. The strong people who had just rushed out were immediately caught by countless bats, and all of their blood was sucked dry, and they fell from mid-air, including the strong people of the Yuanying state. No one can escape? The people in the city showed deep despair in their eyes. I said, no one can escape. The bat ancestor sneered. In a short while, nearly 1,000 people had turned into dried corpses. The entire Chaoga City was filled with great panic. Changsheng looked anxious, but he could not intervene at this moment. The bat ancestor's strength, since he swallowed the fourth son of the Chang family, had barely entered the heavenly palace, and was not something he could stop. The bat ancestor looked ferocious. I will turn all of you into vampires. and then I will ask you to kill Guhai. I will see if Guhai will kill his people. Ha ha. While speaking, the Bat Ancestor looked at the entrance of the Huangfu Palace. At the entrance of the Huangfu Palace, the officials were also very anxious, and there was despair on their faces. They surrounded Shangguan Hen in the center. Shangguan Hen's face darkened. Oh, you are the Mr. Shangguan they were talking about? Humph, who are you? The Bat Ancestor snorted and reached out. Suddenly, a huge black palm energy appeared in front of Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen pointed his finger, and a green light instantly shot toward the black palm energy. Piss, 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 piss. The black palm energy melted with a bang. Oh, poison? You are from the Xuanwu clan? Humph, Supreme Xuanwu is already dead. So what is the use of your poison? The Bat Ancestor snorted. Buzz. With a force in his hand, the melted palm energy recovered, broke free from the poison, and headed toward Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's expression changed, and he suddenly jumped. Boom! The right palm of the Bat Ancestor landed heavily on the square of the Huangfu Palace. In an instant, the Huangfu Palace exploded. The power of the Heavenly Palace was extremely powerful. All the officials screamed as they were blown away. Even though Shangguan Hen had fled in a hurry, he was still severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The power of the Heavenly Palace? Shangguan Hen looked at the sky with a surprised expression. You can't even withstand a single blow. The Bat Ancestor sneered disdainfully and ignored Shangguan Hen. After destroying the Huangfu Palace with one palm, it looked coldly at the city. All right, there is no time to waste. All of you, capture the people of Zhaoga City and turn them into vampires, your blood mercenaries. Now, the Bat Ancestor ordered. Yes. Boom. All the vampires dove toward Zhaoga City. In a small courtyard in the city, Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. As expected of the power of the Heavenly Palace. I thought the Shangguan Hen was capable of something. It seems that Zhaoga City is hopeless. Crown Prince, are we really not going to do anything? A subordinate frowned. No, Ao Sheng said coldly. In the city. Help. Your Majesty, help. I was wrong. I want to leave Zhaoga City. I want to leave Zhaoga City. Don't capture me. Don't capture me. The desperate voices of the people in the city could be heard. Shangguan Hen wiped the corner of his mouth, and his face darkened. Is it over? Buzz. Suddenly, an evil energy emerged from Shangguan Hen's body. Again, Shangguan Hen's face changed. Ha 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 ha, I'm here. Do you want to save the people in the city? Ha ha. That little bat is almost at the level of the Heavenly Palace. I'm the only one who can help you. I'm the only one. An evil voice was heard in the evil energy. Who are you? Why are you in my body? What do you want? Shangguan Hen glared at the voice. Lend me your body. I'll help you deal with this little bat. What do you think? Give me your body. The evil voice said again. Who are you? Shangguan Hen asked anxiously. You don't have time. Look, some of the people over there have been bitten by the vampires. They will become new vampires soon. The evil voice continued. Shangguan Hen looked over. As expected, those people couldn't escape at all. They were caught by the vampires and bitten on the neck. Lend me your body. Quick, quick, quick. The evil voice continued. Shangguan Hen's eyelids twitched violently. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Take it. Remember what you said. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shangguan Hen let out a resounding, sinister voice. A surging evil aura surged out of his body. Chapter 464. Caw, 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 caw. Suddenly, Shangguan Hen let out a loud, evil sound, and a surge of evil energy gushed out from his body. The evil energy was also black, but when it rushed out, it was instantly distinguished from the black energy released by Bat Ancestor. It seemed that compared to Shangguan Hen's black energy, Bat Ancestor's black energy seemed so righteous. The vampires in all directions were slightly stunned. Bat Ancestor also turned to look. Xuanwu couldn't even withstand a single blow, so what was going on with his aura now? Just as Shangguan Hen was showing a ferocious expression, his aura was soaring at an extremely strange speed. The original aura of the Yuan-ing state was climbing all the way from the peak of the Yuan-ing state to the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the middle celestial palace, and it was still increasing. Boom! All of a sudden, the evil aura erupted and dispersed all the bats in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Shangwan Hen's aura was no weaker than Bat Ancestors. How is that possible? In a small courtyard in the distance, Crown Prince Ao Sheng's eyes widened. Who was Shangwan Hen? How did his strength suddenly soar? It was impossible. Wah! Shangwan Hen suddenly roared. Behind Shangwan Hen, a super black snake thousands of feet long suddenly appeared. Shangwan Hen stepped forward and stood on the head of the snake, looking around with a ferocious expression. In the sky, countless bats were flying. Bat Ancestor's expression changed. What kind of monster was this? A snake thousands of feet long? A snake? A snake thousands of feet long? It had already evolved into a dragon, but this black snake hadn't evolved into a dragon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake spat out its snake apricot and slowly slithered in the ruins outside Huangfu Hall. Pretending to be mysterious, humph. Bat Ancestor coldly snorted and pointed a finger. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly rushed toward the giant snake, as if they wanted to suck its blood dry. Caw-caw. The snake suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. Whoosh! The bats in the sky were all sucked into the snake's mouth in an instant. What? Bat Ancestor's expression. Was it real? It wasn't a trick this time? In the palace, countless officials clutched their wounds as they looked in shock at Shangwan Hen, who was on the head of the 3-kilometer-long snake. What is going on? Mr. Shangwan is master? All right, I'll deal with this little bat. I promised Shangwan Hen that I would save all the citizens in the city. If you all do not escape, his consciousness will not rest. Right now, I'll block this little bat. All the officials, help the citizens leave. Shangwan Hen said with a cold snort. Yes, master. The officials were ecstatic. Thank you, Master Shangwan. Thank you, Master Shangwan. The despairing people in the city cheered. Kill him. Bat Ancestor pointed at Shangwan Hen. Whoosh! The Chong clan's third young master suddenly swooped down and extended his hand. A huge manifested palm shot toward Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen's eyes turned cold. The snake under his feet whipped its tail. It was a loud bang. Third brother of the Chong family's energy palm exploded. The remaining force of the tail continued toward third brother of the Chong family. Boom! Third brother of the Chong family was sent flying. Crack! The giant snake opened its mouth. Immediately, billowing green gas rushed out. The nearby bat demons were immediately shrouded in the green gas. The ferocious toxins quickly melted their bodies. Bastard! Bat Ancestor snorted. It also sent a palm strike toward Shangwan Hen. Boom! The snake's tail collided. The void trembled. Bat Ancestor's other palm struck again. Shangwan Hen's face turned cold. He sent a palm strike toward the sky. Boom! The two palms of Bat Ancestor and Shangwan Hen collided. Bat Ancestor was knocked away, and Shangwan Hen's figure also paused. The outcome of this palm strike was not decided. However, Bat Ancestor knew that it had done its best. Who are you? Who are you? Bat Ancestor screamed with a ferocious expression. Ha, who am I? Little bat, don't you remember who I am? Shangwan Hen smiled evilly. Bat Ancestor's face darkened. It did not remember such an evil person. In Chaoga City, almost everyone was stunned by Shangwan Hen's sudden burst of strength. Was this person Mr. Shangwan? Was he so powerful? In the city, only a few Xuanwu, including Xuanwu who used to follow Miao Chun, showed ecstatic expressions. These 20 Xuanwu, who were at the peak of the Yuan-ing state, were sent by Miao Chun to protect Shangwan Hen. Although they did not know why, they always carried out Miao Chun's orders. So, Mr. Shangwan is also a senior of the Xuanwu clan? That big snake? Is it Xuanwu's mysterious snake? What a big mysterious snake. No, this is a snake created by Xuanwu's god? It can't be. But who is he? Even Elder Miao Chun listens to him? The 20 Xuanwu opened their eyes wide. After Bat Ancestor and Shangwan Hen's palms collided, there was no clear winner. However, they could feel that Shangwan Hen's strength was still increasing. Bat Ancestor was shocked. The surrounding vampires also opened their eyes wide. Their hands stopped moving. Why did you stop? Kill them all. None of the people of Chowga City can live. Don't turn into vampires. Kill them all. Kill them all. Bat Ancestor suddenly shouted. Yes. Countless vampires and bat demons answered. Suddenly, a large number of people died tragically in despair. Humph! Shangwan Hen snorted and waved his hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless little snakes appeared out of thin air and charged at the vampires in all directions. I am your opponent now. Bat Ancestor snorted and waved his sleeve. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless bats immediately blocked the small snakes in all directions. Bat Ancestor rushed toward Shangwan Hen again. The giant snake roared and swung its tail. Shangwan Hen also struck with his palm. Boom, boom. Bat Ancestor was beaten back again. Ha 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 ha. Little Xuanwu, no one I want to kill can survive. Humph. As long as I'm here, you can forget about saving them. You want to protect them? Just watch them die. Bat Ancestor sneered. Bat Ancestor stopped Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Calling me Little Xuanwu? Ha ha. If it weren't for the limitation of this body's cultivation, I could kill you with one finger. Don't you remember who I am? Fine, I'll let you know. While speaking, Shangwan Hen suddenly turned his head. Buzz! Shangwan Hen's body suddenly emitted countless blue lights. As soon as the lights appeared, they dyed the sky blue. For a moment, Shangwan Hen looked extremely sacred. A great radiance suddenly made everyone's expression change. Water God, you're... Bat Ancestor's expression changed. Yes, it's me. Shangwan Hen showed a hint of ferocity. Buzz! The divine radiance on Shangwan Hen's body suddenly burst out, like a wave of air rushing in all directions of Xiaoga City. In Xiaoga City, the 20 Xuanwu suddenly opened their eyes wide, and in their eyes there were tears of ecstasy. Supreme Master? Supreme Master, you're still alive? All the Xuanwu shouted in ecstasy. Buzz! The divine radiance filled all the Xuanwu's body, like a flame falling into a barrel of gasoline. All the Xuanwu suddenly burst out with a surge of energy. I've recovered. I'm Xuanwu God, Xuanwu God. I've also recovered my divinity, the lower heavenly palace. I've recovered the lower heavenly palace. Supreme Master is still alive. My Xuanwu God is not destroyed. The 20 Xuanwus all recovered the power of the lower heavenly palace 800 years ago, and in an instant, all of them showed extreme ecstasy, crying tears of joy. When they looked at Shangwan Hen, their faces were full of infinite excitement. Supreme Master! All the Xuanwus shouted excitedly. Help the people in the city to leave. Shangwan Hen said coldly. Yes. The 20 Xuanwus almost shouted. Supreme Master is back. The Supreme Master of our Xuanwu clan is back. In an instant, the faces of all the vampires and bat demons changed greatly. Supreme Master of the Xuanwu clan? How is that possible? He's going to come back to life. How are we going to fight? In a small courtyard in the distance, Ao Sheng's face also changed. Impossible. He can't be Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu died a long time ago. But if he isn't Supreme Xuanwu, how could he be able to stimulate the divine power, ignite the divine fire, and restore the divine power of the Xuanwu clan? The Bat Ancestor's face changed greatly. He was also shocked by the sudden change in the situation. No, you died a long time ago. Bat Ancestor retreated in horror. Oh, little bat, now you recognize me? Huh? Shangwan Hen said with a ferocious face. No. Supreme Xuanwu's body is full of righteous energy, but yours is full of evil energy. You're not Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu can't have evil energy. Bat Ancestor's face suddenly changed as he shouted. You know quite a lot. Shangguan Hen slowly slithered over on the giant snake. In all directions, the experts of the Xuanwu clan quickly assisted the officials of the Dahan to help the people escape. At this moment, the people no longer had any resistance, and they all waited for help in horror. The vampires and bat demons in all directions looked at Bat Ancestor hesitantly. I know. Bat Ancestor's face suddenly changed. Oh, Supreme Xuanwu? When he went against the heavens with Old Man Guanxi in the past, he was full of righteous energy without any flaws. Even the heavens couldn't punish him with the slightest bit of sin. No trace of sin? Did he separate all the sin from the dark side of his body? You're the evil side of Supreme Xuanwu? You're the evil Supreme Xuanwu? He's dead, but you're not? You're still alive? Bat Ancestor suddenly sucked in a cold breath. You know quite a lot. However, isn't it a bit too late? Ha 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 ha. Shangguan Hen said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, the giant snake suddenly rushed in front of Bat Ancestor, and once again struck at Bat Ancestor with its palm. Boom! The two people's palms collided with a loud bang. This time, Shangguan Hen didn't retreat, but Bat Ancestor did. Your strength is still increasing? Bat Ancestor's face changed. In the small courtyard in the distance, Ao Sheng's face also changed. The evil Supreme Xuanwu, Shangguan Hen's original consciousness, which had been suppressed by Supreme Xuanwu's will, quivered. You're the evil part of Supreme Xuanwu? Impossible in my memory. You've already been destroyed. Chapter 465. The Dark Side of Supreme Xuanwu? So you have the God of Xuanwu? Bat Ancestor's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Shangguan Hen's face darkened. God? Unfortunately, you are still limited by this body. Moreover, those Xuanwu who have just recovered can only reach the lower heavenly palace. Humph, little bat. I was a little bat in front of you back then, but what about now? Ha ha! Bat Ancestor suddenly rushed toward Supreme Xuanwu excitedly. Kill them all. Leave no one alive in Zhaoga City. Bat Ancestor suddenly yelled. Boom! Bat Ancestor, which was surrounded by hundreds of millions of bats, crashed toward Shangguan Hen with a loud boom. Shangguan Hen took the giant snake and instantly arrived outside the city to avoid causing too much damage and injuring the civilians. Boom! Outside the city, it was suddenly chaotic. Countless bats, sand, and snakes mixed together outside the city. Gusts of violent wind swept in all directions. The battle between the two supreme heavenly palaces left only the destructive power of heaven and earth. The civilians in the city couldn't see the situation of the battle between the two people outside. You are courting death, Shangguan Hen said coldly. It hurts, but doesn't matter. Ha ha ha, Supreme Xuanwu? You can't kill me, ha ha. Bat Ancestor's voice came. Boom! Outside the city, it was chaos. In the city, 20 Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace immediately took action to help the civilians leave. However, they were still attacked by the bat monsters and vampires. Humph! The Supreme Heavenly Palace gave the order. Leave no one alive. Kill. Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace? Don't worry. Changsheng's family has 3 supreme heavenly palaces. Kill them for me. The bat monsters shouted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rolling bat monsters rushed down. A group of vampires also swarmed down. The second and third brothers of the Chang family swooped down toward Xuanwu, who was engaged in battle. Second brother, third brother, Changsheng suddenly shouted. Big brother? The two of them looked at Changsheng with puzzlement. Changsheng looked at the battle outside the city. His expression was slightly complicated, and then it became firm. Second brother, third brother, do you still remember why we became vampires in the first place? Changsheng smiled bitterly. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were slightly taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, In the past, when our village was in trouble, His Majesty passed by and saved us 4 brothers. From then on, we served His Majesty. You said that we should do our best to repay His Majesty for saving our lives. After that, His Majesty and the Ancestor wanted to establish a family of vampires. You were the one who brought us to become vampires. Chongqing took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I'm the one who brought you all to become vampires." Previously, the ancestor had nurtured a few vampire families, but in the end, none of them were successful enough to create powerful vampires. That was why His Majesty looked for me, and I agreed. His Majesty had saved the lives of us 4 brothers, so we have repaid him. The second and third brothers were silent for a moment. I know the purpose of our existence. I believe you all roughly understand it, but you didn't expect it to come so soon, right? Chongqing said solemnly. The second and third brothers' faces turned ugly. Big brother, I'm sorry. In the past, I always wanted to fight for favor in front of the ancestor, to fight for power and benefits with you. Now it seems so laughable. The second brother smiled bitterly. Life and death. Even if we are billions of miles away, the ancestor wants you to beg for death. We can only be at his mercy. What else can we do? The third brother said in despair. Before His Majesty saved us, we were already dead, weren't we? Solemnly Chongqing said. The second and third brothers fell into despair. They knew what Chongqing meant. Obviously, from the moment the fourth brother was eaten, it indicated that they were not far from being eaten. We should have died long ago. But our Chong family can't end like this. Chongqing said solemnly. It's useless. All vampires will be eaten by the ancestor. The second brother said bitterly. I need you all to help me now. Also, help my Chong family keep the last glimmer of hope. Solemnly Chongqing said. Do what? The 2 brothers were surprised. Help the people of Chaoga City. Help as much as you can. Solemnly Chongqing said. Huh? The 2 looked at Guhai in shock. Are you still jealous of the pregnancy? In front of death, what's so good about it? Believe me and listen to me. Chongqing said with a glare. The second brother and the third brother's eyelids twitched violently. They turned their heads and looked at the chaotic battle outside the city. Turning their heads, the 2 looked at Chongqing again. After a while, the second brother of the Chong family took a deep breath and said, Big brother, I'll listen to you. Big brother, instead of saying that His Majesty saved us, it's better to say that Big brother saved us. If it weren't for Big brother, we would have died long ago. Little brother has been insensible all these years and has caused Big brother trouble. Anyway, we're going to die. Big brother, you tell me what to do, and I'll do it. The third brother gritted his teeth. Good, good, ha 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 ha. Chongqing suddenly laughed. Turning his head, Chongqing suddenly looked at the group of bat demons that swooped down. Chong family, from now on, the bat ancestor is our enemy. Chongqing snorted coldly. Huh? The countless vampires that swooped down were surprised. Kill the bat demons. Chongqing shouted. Boom! Chongqing, the second brother of the Chong family, and the third brother immediately swooped down and went straight for the bat demons. Master Chong, what are you doing? A bat demon exclaimed. Boom! A sword was cut in half by Chongqing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, countless vampires rushed toward the bat demons. The sudden change stunned countless residents of Xiaoga City. What's going on? The Xuanwu, who were ready for a fierce battle, suddenly opened their eyes wide. What's going on? The bat demons were stunned. The vampires outside the Chong family were also stunned. Chongqing, what are you doing? Chong family, do you want to die? How dare you go against the will of the bat ancestor? Do you want to die? The bat demons and vampires were stunned. Kill, 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 kill. The 3 Chongqing brothers roared and killed in all directions. In an instant, the sky above Chaoga City was in chaos. Rumble. In a great battle, the people were already stunned. What are you looking at? Go. The Dahan officials quickly commanded. Countless people immediately responded and were quickly sent out by the flying boats. Ah, big brother, I'm killing so happily. These bat demons' cultivation is not as good as ours at all. They used to look down on us. Big brother, it's so satisfying. I wanted to kill them like this for a long time. The second and third brothers of the Chong family were in the midst of the unscrupulous killing. Chongqing looked at his 2 younger brothers. They seemed to have returned to their youth. At that time, His two younger brothers had not learned to deceive each other and were not arrogant. Now, they had all returned to their original state. Chang Sheng looked at his two younger brothers and said in his heart, "Second brother, third brother, this time, it's a little dangerous. However, our road ahead has been sealed, and this is the only flickering hope. Chang Ming was able to receive our sacrifice, but we had an almost impossible hope. It was almost impossible. However, there was still an almost after all. What was the possibility? Maybe? The battle in the sky above Chaoga City immediately made countless people escape. Outside the city, the Bat Ancestor fighting with Shangwan Hen also noticed the abnormality in Chaoga City. Chang family? Are you crazy? The Bat Ancestor wiped the blood from his mouth and exclaimed. Shangwan Hen could not kill the Bat Ancestor immediately, but the Bat Ancestor was still seriously injured. The Bat Ancestor had not eaten the elders of the Chang family, because it was not time yet. The stronger the elders of the Chang family were, the stronger the Bat Ancestor would be after devouring them. The longer it nurtured them, the better it would be for itself. Now, the elders of the Chang family were rebelling? Boom! Shangwan Hen slammed his palm on the Bat Ancestor's chest. Puff! The Bat Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood again and was sent flying. At this moment, Chang Sheng also slashed at the last Bat Demon. Supreme Being, save me! The Bat Demon roared in horror. Clang! Under the sword, the Bat Demon was cut in half. You are courting death. The Bat Ancestor's face was ferocious. He stretched out his hand. Boom! All the vampires present suddenly could not move and shot toward the Bat Ancestor. Rumble! All the vampires could not control themselves, even those who were loyal to the Bat Ancestor. Big brother! The second and third brothers cried in despair. Whoosh! Chang Sheng was the first to be pulled in front of the Bat Ancestor. Chang Sheng! Chang Sheng! You dare to disobey me? You dare to disobey me? The Bat Ancestor glared and said with a ferocious expression. Chang Sheng was controlled by the Bat Ancestor and could not move at all. Looking at the Bat Ancestor, Chang Sheng revealed a trace of hatred. Bat Ancestor, I am also a human. What? The Bat Ancestor was slightly startled. Everyone of the Chang family, look at me. Chang Sheng suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. The second and third brothers opened their eyes wide. Explode! Chang Sheng suddenly shouted. Boom! Chang Sheng suddenly exploded. He had self-detonated. He had triggered all the energy in his body. He had self-detonated? The huge explosion caused everyone to tremble. The Bat Ancestor was immediately covered in blood from the explosion. Big brother! The second and third brothers shouted in despair. No, it's mine. This fragment is mine too. Bat Ancestor cried out. It opened its mouth and swallowed. Huff! The exploded Chang Sheng's flesh was immediately sucked back into the Bat Ancestor's mouth. After sucking in Chang Sheng's broken body, the Bat Ancestor's expression changed and it stretched out its hand. Huff! Huff! All the vampires were instantly at the mouth, and their spirits were dispirited. You won't let me eat, even when you're dying? You won't let me eat, even when you're dying? Bastard! The Bat Ancestor opened its mouth and wanted to eat all the bats. Big brother, I don't have the courage. The second brother said in despair. Big brother! Huff! The second and third brothers of the Chang family did not have time to self-detonate and were all swallowed by the Bat Ancestor. The remaining vampires did not escape, and all entered the Bat Ancestor's mouth. Ancestor, we are loyal to you. Chang Sheng rebelled, but we didn't. Some vampires loyal to the Bat Ancestor said in despair. However, the Bat Ancestor did not listen to them and ate them all. At that moment, the Bat Ancestor's stomach was like a bottomless pit, melting all the vampires in an instant. In the midst of the melting, the Bat Ancestor's aura suddenly soared, and a strong wind swept in all directions. In the city, A.O. Sheng's expression changed. Even Shangwan Hen's pupils shrank at this moment, because the Bat Ancestor's aura rose faster and fiercer than his. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed him. Chapter 466. Bat Ancestor's momentum soared to the sky. Shangwan Hen immediately threw a punch. Boom! Shangwan Hen's fierce palm was actually caught by Bat Ancestor's hand. Ah, Supreme Xuanwu, now, your strength is not as good as mine, right? God of the Black Tortoise? You can't protect yourself. Your body's cultivation is too weak, and there are too many restrictions on you. Bat Ancestor threw a punch with a ferocious face. Boom! With a loud noise, the giant snake under Shangwan Hen's feet was immediately sent flying. Even Shangwan Hen's figure was suddenly pushed back. Shangwan Hen's expression changed. On the other side, in Chaoga City, a group of people immediately fled. At this moment, they had no other thoughts. They only hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Go, take me out of here. Me too, save me. Help! The people shouted. The officials of the Dahan, the soldiers, and Xuanwu desperately escorted the people away. However, there were too many people in the city. Shangwan Hen did not know how much longer he could hold on. Rumble. The 2 peerless experts fiercely fought again. This battle lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, Bat Ancestor's strength had increased tremendously, while Shangwan Hen was covered in blood. The giant snake under his feet was also covered in wounds and blind in one eye. Die for me. Bat Ancestor fiercely threw a punch with a ferocious face. Under the punch, the giant snake exploded. Shangwan Hen was also sent flying by the punch. Puff! Shangwan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already at the end of his road. Ha 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 ha! Supreme Xuanwu, am I still a little bat now? Is that still the case? Bat Ancestor asked with a ferocious expression. These 2 days of fighting could be said to have been extremely satisfying. Basically, he was suppressing Shangwan Hen. How comfortable was that? Shangwan Hen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed an evil smile. Shangwan Hen, I've tried my best. Your cultivation is too weak, and I can't use my full strength. If this drags on any longer, this little bat will succeed. Only the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion can make me compromise like this. You should be satisfied. Shangwan Hen sneered. Boom! All of a sudden, Shangwan Hen dashed towards the group of Xuanwu in the city. Sovereign! The group of Xuanwu shouted excitedly. Who? Shangwan Hen swept up the 20 Xuanwu clones and shot off into the distance. You want to run? Stop! Bat Ancestor suddenly shouted. Boom! Bat Ancestor immediately chased after him. However, the Sovereign Xuanwu had a powerful life-saving method after all. Bat Ancestor chased him for a while before giving up completely. Looking at the disappearing figure on the horizon, Bat Ancestor showed extreme grief and indignation. B. Astor starred, Sovereign Xuanwu, don't run if you dare, don't run. Bat Ancestor roared angrily. However, the Sovereign Xuanwu had already disappeared on the horizon. Bat Ancestor returned to Xiaoga City gloomily. Run? There were too many people in the city. Even if they ran, there were still millions of people who couldn't escape. That devil is here again. Vampire, Emperor, save us. The people in the city were fleeing in fear. A large number of Dahan officials stayed until the end, showing a look of despair. You want to run? Don't even think about it. All of you die. All of you die for me. Bat Ancestor roared ferociously. G. With a wave of his hand, countless bats rushed into the city. Help! Your Majesty! In the blink of an eye, 5 million people were turned into dried corpses. In addition to the 5 million civilians who had died earlier, there were over 10 million civilians who had died. A large number of officials who organized a rescue never left until they died. In all directions of the city, almost all of the buildings had collapsed. Thick smoke billowed, and flames rose in all directions. Everything was in ruins. Bat Ancestor killed the rest of the people, but he was still very depressed. Guhai Shangwan Hen and Chong Sheng. Bastard Chong Sheng. You all deserve to die. You deserve to die. Bat Ancestor roared in frustration. At this moment, the Bat Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill whoever he saw. After killing everyone, Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. He turned his head and flew in the direction of the other 2 great emperors and Taoist lords. Bat Ancestor flew away in the blink of an eye. In a forest outside the city, Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. What a pity. Xuanwu the Supreme being ran away. If only father was here just now. Ao Sheng looked in the direction Bat Ancestor left in the distance. However, before long, Bat Ancestor, who had disappeared into the horizon, flew back again. As he flew back, Bat Ancestor showed a hint of panic on his face. The supreme being of the Dragon Clan? Is this a trap? How is this possible? The supreme being of the Dragon Clan? Ao Tianhuang? Ao Tianhuang. Bat Ancestor showed a look of horror and suddenly turned into a huge black bat. The bat flapped its wings. Whoosh! In an instant, it passed through the ruins of Chaoga City and flew toward the far south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Old Tianhuang, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go to Chaoga City and have a look. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted in the distance. Boom! Almost in an instant, a streak of purple light shot over from the horizon and stopped outside Chaoga City. It was Long Wanyu, Yi Shinjin, Li Shunji, Zi Wei, Chong Sheng, and a man in a purple dragon robe. The man had a bone protruding from his forehead, and his eyes were fierce, as if there was lightning hidden in them. The purple light was emitted by the man in the dragon robe. He was the one who led everyone to Chaoga City. As soon as they arrived at Chaoga City, everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide and were speechless. Ow, how did this happen? Ziwei said in horror. Why are so many people here dead? Vampires? Was it done by vampires? Chongsheng also showed an anxious expression. When the two arrived at Chaoga City, they were warmly entertained by Chaoga and could eat as much as they wanted. The two had already treated Chaoga City as their home. Now, flames were everywhere, thick smoke billowed, the city was in ruins, and there were corpses everywhere. These people who were so good to them were all dead. Thousands of corpses. Even if 90% of the people in the city had run away, these thousands of corpses were still very tragic. Yi Shinjin and Li Shunji both narrowed their eyes. The two seemed to have expected it, but they did not understand how the corpses of the bat demons came about. Woo woo woo, old man Tianhuang, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. I told you to hurry up. I told you to hurry up. Woo 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 woo. So many people have died. Brother-in-law will die of sadness when he comes back and sees this. Long Wanyu immediately complained to the man in the dragon robe while crying. The man in the dragon robe was the supreme master of the dragon clan, Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and looked around. Soon, he found a group of people flying over from afar. It was Ao Sheng's group. Prince Ao Sheng. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. Father. Ao Sheng approached and said respectfully, Tell me, what happened here? Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Yes. Ao Sheng answered, and then told Ao Tianhuang everything that had happened here. Ao Sheng, you bad guy. Why didn't you help Shangwan Hen? Why didn't you save the people? Why? Long Wanyu was full of hatred. Princess Wanyu, please don't be angry. At that time, I had no choice. The bat ancestor's strength was beyond my ability. Ao Sheng shook his head. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and looked at Ao Sheng. After a moment of silence, he did not say anything in the end. Ao Sheng lowered his head, as if he was sad for the people. Princess, let's go. Yi Shinjin persuaded. I won't go. I'll wait for my brother-in-law here. I'll wait for my brother-in-law here. You are all bad guys. Did you know that they were coming? You were waiting for them? Old man Tianhuang, you are not human. Why didn't you save the people? Why didn't you save them? Long Wanyu said with red eyes. Ao Tianhuang looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly, but did not explain further. Guhai's flying boat flew quickly in the sky. Quick, quick, quick. We will reach Chaoga City in 4 hours. Quick. Guhai shouted as his right eyelid twitched. Guhai felt that a part of the Han Dynasty's luck seemed to have collapsed. Although it was only a small part, Guhai knew that something had happened in Chaoga City. Chongming was also very anxious. He controlled the flying boat to fly quickly, and the flying boat had reached its limit. Boom! Perhaps the high load of flying finally exceeded the flying boat's control, and the flying boat suddenly burst into flames. Don't worry about this flying boat. Continue to fly quickly. Guhai took out another flying boat. The two of them boarded the flying boat and continued to fly quickly. After flying for a short while, roar, roar, roar. Dozens of giant dragons flew in the sky in the distance, circling around a barren land of ruins. Guhai turned his head to look. Guhai saw a large amount of gravel and trenches on the ground, as well as for broken flying boats. When Guhai looked around, he immediately saw the large banner where the flying ship had been destroyed. Yi, Xian, Hantian, Yinfu? Are these the traces of a battle between the four forces? Have the four forces suffered heavy losses? The dragon race is searching around. It seems that the supreme martial artist of the dragon race, Ao Tianwang, ambushed them here. That's good, it's not Chaoga City. Guhai sighed. Stop. A group of giant dragons seemed to have discovered Guhai's flying boat and immediately blocked it. Ignore them. Let's go to Chaoga City quickly. Hurry up. Guhai instructed. All right. Chongming was also extremely anxious. There are no people from Day One here. How could there be no people from Day One among the five forces? They must be in the imperial capital. Chongming was extremely anxious, and so was Guhai. Boom! The flying boat knocked aside a giant dragon and sped in the direction of Chaoga. Stop! The dragons glared, and 3 giant dragons chased after them. Guhai did not care at all and only stared into the distance. More than 2 hours passed. They seemed to be able to see Chaoga City from afar. The Sea of Providence clouds was still floating in the air, but thick smoke was rolling in the sky, and the sky was filled with filth. Quick! Guhai looked anxious. The flying boat was fast and arrived at Chaoga in the blink of an eye. Boom! The flying boat suddenly stopped, bringing out a strong wind. The moment it stopped, Guhai looked at the ruins of Chaoga City, and his expression changed. Chaoga City? Was this still Chaoga City? It was a charred land, and countless corpses were arranged on the huge square outside the city. It was a despairing city of death. Guhai and Chongming suddenly fell silent. Guhai's eyes were filled with uncertainty and finally turned into deep sorrow. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Chapter 467. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Looking at the ruins of the city and the corpses on the ground, he could only say this sentence in the end. Guhai's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. He turned his head to the south, and his eyes were full of endless hatred. His Majesty is back. It's His Majesty. A sudden shout came from the forest in the distance. His Majesty, you're finally back. For a moment, the sorrowful cries grew louder and louder. Some of the people who had escaped the disaster hid around Chaoga City. On this day, even Long Wanyu didn't dare to show her face because she didn't trust the emperor. At this moment, seeing the emperor return, the people couldn't help but vent their fear, panic, and despair. They rushed toward Guhai while crying. Guhai landed slowly on the ground outside the city where thousands of corpses were. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. Long Wanyu jumped over immediately. Ziwei and Changsheng were dejected. Li Shunji and Yi Shinjian stood in the distance and didn't come over. Ao Tianwang and the others stood in the distance and didn't say a word. Guhai landed on the square and looked at the corpses. The corpses were in a terrible state. Long Wanyu came close and stood behind Guhai obediently. Brother-in-law, these are the corpses we sorted out. There are 10,063 corpses in total. His Majesty. The people around quickly gathered around. His Majesty, my father died because he left a place on the flying boat for me. His Majesty, please avenge my father. His Majesty, my sister's family died a terrible death. His Majesty, that devil. His Majesty, what should we do now? A group of people knelt in front of Guhai while crying. At this moment, a Dahan official who had escaped followed behind Guhai in a low voice and told him what had happened in Chaoga City. Hearing the changes in Chaoga City, the expression on Guhai's face changed. After a moment of silence, Guhai suddenly and solemnly bowed 3 times to the 10 million corpses. When Guhai bowed, the people who were crying and complaining immediately stopped and looked at the emperor. I know, although you are all dead, your souls are still here. You are looking at me, waiting for me. I will give you an explanation. Very soon, we will give you an explanation, Guhai said solemnly. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at the people who were crying and complaining. Everyone, we have returned. We have returned too late. Gu Hai bowed deeply and guiltily to the crying commoners. Your Majesty. The crowd of commoners also bowed to Gu Hai. Men, Gu Hai shouted. Immediately, some officials who were accompanying the commoners walked out. Set up a camp outside Zhaoga City for the refugees. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Make the best coffins for the dead and bury them here. Let them see how we will avenge them. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Don't touch anything in the city. Dahan, remember the humiliation today. This will only happen once. Only once. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Yes. The group of officials and soldiers responded in unison. Immediately, all the refugees near Zhaoga City were temporarily settled. It's impossible. How can my father die? How can my father die? Father, father, father. Chongming roared in despair. Chongming couldn't accept this fact. When I left, everything was fine. Dad was fine. Dad! Chongming suddenly burst into tears and complained. Gu Hai took a deep breath and was about to comfort him. Whoosh! Not far away, a ball of light suddenly flew out from under a corpse. Gu Hai's face darkened. Li Shunji in the distance was also surprised. That's a nascent soul? Hiding under that corpse? Chang Sheng? Didn't he self-destruct? Ao Sheng in the distance opened his eyes wide. Chang Sheng? Ao Tianwang narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The ball of light quickly flew to Gu Hai and Chongming. Father, father, is that you? Is it you? Chongming opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The little ball of light looked exactly like Chang Sheng. It was only the size of a fist and was emitting a yellow light that seemed to be dissipating slowly. Greetings, Emperor Dahan. The little nascent soul bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Chang Sheng? Gu Hai looked at the little nascent soul and suddenly bowed solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Chang Sheng, for saving 90% of the people in Zhaoga City. Gu Hai sincerely thanks you. 90% of the people? It's a pity that I couldn't save the 10 million people. The little nascent soul said bitterly. Father, father, what should I do? How can I save you? What should I do? Chongming asked anxiously. The little nascent soul stage cultivator turned around and looked at Chongming. He smiled bitterly and said, Save me? That won't be necessary. My 3 souls are not here. This is just one of my souls. When I detonated myself, I deliberately left one of my souls and hid it with my obsession. No, there must be a way. There must be. Chongming cried in despair. Chang Sheng smiled bitterly. Don't think of such unrealistic things. Chang Sheng turned to look at Gu Hai. Emperor Han, this time, I've played a trick to give you this merit. I hope you don't mind. Why would I mind? Last time, the Thousand Island Sea, you found me at the bottom of the sea and hid my traces. This time, you saved 90 million people of Dahan. I can't ask for such a trick. I'm very grateful. Gu Hai bowed again. That's good. Our Chong family is destroyed, and Chongming is the only one left. This time, I shamelessly use our merit to ask for a reward from Emperor Dahan. I hope that Emperor Dahan can teach my son Chongming well after I'm gone. He's too stubborn, but he's not stupid. Emperor Dahan, please teach and take him in. The little nascent soul suddenly knelt down. Mr. Chang Sheng, you don't have to do this. I'll take care of Chongming. Don't worry, Gu Hai said solemnly. Hearing Gu Hai's promise, Chang Sheng's eyes lit up. He still bowed gratefully. Thank you. Gu Hai sighed slightly. What a pity, Mr. Chang Sheng. If only Mr. Chang Sheng was still here. Chang Sheng smiled faintly. This was already an impossible, extravagant request. Turning his head, Chang Sheng looked at Chongming. Father, father, you can't die. If you die, what will I do? What will I do? Chongming was crying his eyes out at this moment. Lying on the ground, his face was full of despair, as if the sky had collapsed. Ming-er, I know that I'll have to leave sooner or later. The Chong family will be destroyed sooner or later. Your brothers will also die. Do you know why I love you the most? Chang Sheng smiled bitterly. Well, father, because you're different from others. Maybe you're the glimmer of hope that God gave to our family. You're more important than everyone, more important than everyone in the Chong family. That's why I have the highest requirements for you. Now, I can't look after you anymore. Fortunately, I've asked the Emperor Dahan to take you in. This is your blessing. You have to cherish it. Chong Sheng sighed slightly. I don't want him to take me in. I don't want to be in Dahan. I only want father to come back. Woo! Chong Ming cried sadly. Bastard! Chong Sheng glared at him. Chong Ming, stop crying. Father has worked so hard for you, but you want to let down father's final effort? Minger, if you let me down, I won't be at ease even if I die. Chong Sheng said sadly. Chong Ming was stunned and then felt extremely sad. Dad, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you sob. Chong Ming sobbed. Go and kowtow to the Emperor Dahan. Quick! Chong Sheng shouted. Chong Ming wiped his tears and walked to Gu Hai. Solemnly, he knelt down. At this moment, Gu Hai didn't stop him. Solemnly, he accepted Chong Ming's 3 kowtows. Thank you, Emperor Dahan. Chong Sheng looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Gu Hai accepted Chong Ming's kowtow and made a complete promise. I've tested Chong Ming on the way here. He can be trained, but Gu Hai frowned slightly. I understand, Emperor Dahan. You can educate him however you want. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. I was too spoiled back then. That's why. Chong Sheng shouted. Gu Hai nodded. Chong Sheng looked at Chong Ming and said, Minger, I know you still have some conflicts in your heart. That's because there are many things you can't think through. In order to prevent you from doing stupid things, I have a request for you now. Father, in the future, listen to the Emperor Dahan. As long as he doesn't want you to die, you must listen to the Emperor Dahan. You are the hope of the whole Chong family. In the future, if you have any conflicts, think of me and the Chong family. This is my last request. Chong Sheng looked at Chong Ming with expectation in his eyes. Chong Ming cried and trembled. After a while, solemnly nodded and said, Yes, my son. Chong Sheng caressed Chong Ming's head and revealed a smile. Then, his figure slowly dispersed. Phew! Like a puff of smoke, he completely dispersed. Chong Sheng's nascent soul dispersed, indicating that the remaining trace of obsession in the nascent soul was relieved. He finally closed his eyes in peace. Completely disappeared. For a moment, the past echoed in Chong Ming's mind. Ha, my son is so smart. None of them can compare to my Ming was like this at the age of 3. No one can compare to him in the future. Minger, you can only suck the blood of the enemy. You can't suck the blood of innocent people. Ming, you have to read these books. Don't count on luck. Ming. Chapter 468. Shi Yu the Great? Ha. What an emperor's promise. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. You killed my people, so I'll destroy you day one. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with hatred. Chong Ming cried bitterly at the side. Gu Hai lowered his head and glared at him. Why are you crying? Whoever killed your father, just kill them back. The crying Chong Ming suddenly quivered and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Chong Ming. Kill? How? Bad Ancestor has eaten all the vampires. He has eaten all the vampires. He now has the strength of Heavenly Palace. How do I kill him? How do I kill him? You can't deal with him. You can't deal with him either. Chong Ming said hatefully as he cried. Bad Ancestor? Well, let's start with Bad Ancestor. We'll start with him. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Chong Ming was slightly stunned. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the people from the dragon tribe, standing in the distance. Gu Hai found Ao Tian Wang in the crowd at a glance. Previously, 3 giant dragons were chasing after Gu Hai's flying boat. When they saw Ao Tian Wang, they quietly transformed into their human forms and stood behind Ao Tian Wang. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked slowly towards the dragons. Soon, he was near them. Gu Hai, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect this. Ziwei said with a hint of guilt. I didn't expect it either. Besides, Chong Sheng smiled bitterly. Don't blame yourselves. It's not your fault. It's all because Shi Yu the Great didn't keep his promise. It's all because Bat Ancestor killed the innocent. Gu Hai comforted them. The 2 nodded, but their eyes were still filled with guilt. Brother-in-law, it's him, Ao Sheng. He's a jerk. If he had helped, Chaogo wouldn't have lost so many people. Long Wan Yu threw a hateful look at Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng frowned and did not respond. Gu Hai glanced at Ao Sheng with a stupefied expression and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Ao Tianwang. Hall Master of Elite Hall, Gu Hai greets Supreme Ao. Gu Hai said solemnly to Ao Tianwang. Ao Tianwang glanced at Gu Hai and narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good is indeed very capable. He managed to save 90% of his people in such a hopeless situation, and even gained the favor of Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu was an expert on the same level as Ao Tianwang. Since Supreme Xuanwu was willing to sacrifice so much for Gu Hai was worthy of Ao Tianwang's respect. Gu Hai was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries with Ao Tianwang. He took a deep breath and said, Supreme Ao, not long ago, Taiyang Divine Palace's Yihua led a large group of angels to 9-5 Island to capture Ao Shun. Huh? Ao Tianhuang suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Han Dynasty has already formed a grudge with Taiyang Divine Palace for Ao Shun. Gu Hai said, that unfilial son is still alive? Ao Tianhuang asked. Everything is fine. After all these years, he already lost his temper. I have already undone his seal. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Gu Hai. Although Gu Hai's words were irrelevant, Ao Tianhuang understood what Gu Hai meant. Had Gu Hai seen through his thoughts? This time, Supreme Ao set the battlefield in Chaoga. I don't think you gave me a heads up, right? Heh, I won't pursue this any further. However, I have a request for Supreme Ao. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Oh. Supreme Ao looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Help me kill the bad ancestor. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Kill the bad ancestor? Heh, why should I kill the bad ancestor? The only reason I've stayed until now is to complete the great Qian dynasty's emperor's instructions and bring Long Wan Yu back to heavenly courts. Long Wan Yu only wants to see you. That's why she's delayed until now. You still want me to help you deal with the bad ancestor? Supreme Ao said in a low voice. Gu Hai, aren't you a little too conceited? Crown Prince Ao Sheng also sneered. Command Ao Tianwang? Is the Dragon Tribe's Supreme Master someone you can command? Gu Hai ignored Ao Sheng and looked at Ao Tianwang instead. Wasn't dealing with the 5 great factions the purpose of your trip? The bad ancestor was your target, but you let him escape. Secondly, I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a favor in return. What do you think? Ask for a favor in return? Ha. Gu Hai, what favor have you done to us? Ao Sheng sneered disdainfully. Li Shunji and Yi Shenzhen also looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. A trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. Ao Tianwang didn't ridicule Gu Hai at this moment. Instead, he suddenly fell silent. This was because only Ao Tianhuang understood Gu Hai's meaning. The Bat Ancestor is nowhere to be found. Ao Tianwang suddenly said in a low voice. Father? Ao Sheng looked at his father in surprise. Did his father agree to Gu Hai's request? Li Shunji and Yi Shenzhen also looked surprised. Not far away, Chang Ming's eyes widened. How is this possible? Why can't I understand? Wan Yu, help me find the bad ancestor. Gu Hai looked at Long Wan Yu. No problem, let me see. Long Wan Yu nodded. I see it. He is hiding in the cave to cultivate. Long Wan Yu's eyes lit up. Everyone was speechless. Isn't it too easy for a prophet to find someone? Gu Hai looked at Ao Tianwang. Ao Tianwang stared at Gu Hai for a while. Eventually, he revealed a faint smile. Ha! Gu Hai, you're not willing to suffer any losses. Never mind. In any case, we're going to deal with him on this trip. Everyone was confused. He promised Gu Hai just like that? How is this possible? Thank you. Gu Hai bowed slightly to Ao Tianwang. But after helping you this time, we are even. Ao Tianwang stared at Gu Hai and said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded. Wan Yu, help Ao Tianwang show the way. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, okay. Long Wan Yu rubbed her palms together. Swoosh. Ao Tianwang and Long Wan Yu turned into a beam of purple light and disappeared into the sky. Chongming's tears had yet to dry, and his sorrow had yet to fade. However, at that moment, he looked at Gu Hai with a puzzled expression. How is this possible? Why would the supreme being of a dragon tribe help Gu Hai kill the bad ancestor? In Chongming's opinion, it was simply impossible for him and Gu Hai to deal with bad ancestor. It would be impossible for them to do so in this lifetime. However, the scene in front of him seemed to be a matter of a few words from Gu Hai. A few words? How is this possible? Suddenly, Chongming seemed to understand his father's idea. He instantly understood why his father entrusted him to Gu Hai. If you help me kill the bat ancestor and avenge my father, I will listen to your orders wholeheartedly. I will not resist at all, as long as I can avenge my father. As long as I can avenge my father, Chongming said through gritted teeth. Gu Hai glanced at Chongming and sighed slightly. You still don't understand your father's intention. Chongming was slightly stunned and puzzled. However, Gu Hai did not pay attention to it. Instead, he began to assist the officials, appease the refugees, and calm the fear in the hearts of the people. Far away from Chaoga City, at the foot of a mountain. Boom! The bat ancestor dug a cave in the mountain and entered it. He set up a circle of formations on the outside to make it look normal. He then shut himself in the cave to meditate. Gu Hai, wait until I have completely digested the power of all my descendants. Wait until I am completely powerful. I will exterminate all the people in your city. I will kill them one by one, slaughter them one by one. Everyone related to you will die, and no one will live. Bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The Han Dynasty, 24 cities? I don't believe that all of you can escape. Wait until I recover from my injuries and refine the power of the vampires. I will make all of you accompany Gu Hai in death. Bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The bat ancestor went into seclusion amidst his resentment. It's here. There's a cave below. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly sounded. Bat ancestor quivered. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire mountain exploded. Bat ancestor, who had been hiding in the cave, was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Long Wanyu and Ao Tianwang had arrived. Sure enough, it's here. Ao Tianwang looked at Long Wanyu with a complicated expression. Long Wanyu? Ao Supreme? Why are you here? What do you want? Bat ancestor's expression changed. My brother-in-law sent old geezer Tian Huang to kill you. You're dead meat, stinky bat. Long Wanyu said with hatred. Long Wanyu had long treated Gu Hai as one of her own. With so many of Gu Hai's people dead, Long Wanyu felt very guilty. Now that she could take revenge, she naturally showed hatred. Gu Hai sent Ao Supreme to deal with me? Impossible. How could Gu Hai have asked Ao Supreme? Ao Supreme, you and I have no enmity. Bat ancestor cried out in shock. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and said, From now on, there is. Boom. As Ao Tianhuang's eyes widened, rolling dark clouds suddenly shrouded the entire sky. In the sky, streaks of purple lightning gathered to form thunder dragons, roaring as they charged toward Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor looked at the thunder dragons in the sky, and his expression changed. Back in 1,000 Islands Sea, the thunder dragons in the clouds didn't seem so ferocious. Was it real this time? Roar, roar, roar. As the dragons roared, they swooped down toward Bat Ancestor. Ao Supreme, listen to me, listen to me. Bat Ancestor roared in shock. Boom! The thunder dragons rushed down and exploded toward Bat Ancestor. Ao Tianwang didn't have a mood to talk nonsense with Bat Ancestor. He just looked at Bat Ancestor coldly. Chaoga City, Gu Hai comforted the people, and more refugees came back to check. When they saw the tragic scene, everyone felt sad. They found the corpses of their loved ones and cried. Li Shunji, Yi Shinjin, Ao, Sheng, and the others just watched coldly. Chongming grieved for a while and followed behind Gu Hai. He learned how to comfort the people. About half a day later, whoosh! Suddenly, a purple stream of light shot over from the south. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and put down everything in his hands. Chongming also looked into the distance with hatred in his eyes. Boom! It was Ao Tianhuang who came back with Long Wanyu. In Ao Tianhuang's hand, there was a bat ancestor who was paralyzed like mud. Bat ancestor's eyes were full of despair. His whole body seemed to be broken, and he only had one breath left. He muttered to himself, "Why? How did this happen? Brother-in-law, this stinky bat is only left with one breath. I'll ask old man Tian Huang to bring him back for you to kill." Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai walked over slowly, and the people around followed him with a trace of fear. Chongming was the first to run over, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. Chapter 469. Why? How could this happen? The paralyzed bat ancestor showed a look of despair and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had already entered the heavenly palace and had the most powerful cultivation in the world. He had 10,000 methods to kill Gu Hai and vent his hatred. The next moment, he was almost completely crippled and had no vitality left. He was escorted to Gu Hai with his last breath. This was not only a physical injury, but also a psychological one. It was impossible to balance. Ao Tianhuang, the supreme master of the Dragon Clan, he was one of the most powerful people in the world. In today's world, he only listened to the orders of Dai Qianqing. He was even the supreme beast of the country, and his status was equal to that of Dai Qianqing. Why did such a strong person help Gu Hai? Why did he help Gu Hai? The bat ancestor did not understand. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Ao Tianhuang really did it. For little Gu Hai, he came in person and seriously injured him to death. No, no, no. The bat ancestor showed infinite despair. But he saw Gu Hai slowly walking over with the people of Dahan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of hatred. There was also fear in the eyes of the people, but as long as they followed Gu Hai, the people were not afraid. It's this devil, it's him. He also has this day, he also has this day. Mom, the emperor has avenged us. Mom, did you see it? The people showed tears of sadness and looked at the bad ancestor with gritted teeth. It was him who caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people in Zhaoga City. It was him who destroyed the entire Zhaoga City. But it was the emperor who asked people to bring him back with just a few words. Brother-in-law, the bad ancestor has been crippled by the old man Tianhuang. You can do whatever you want with him. Long Wanyu immediately stepped forward and said. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the dying bad ancestor. Solemnly, he turned to Ao Tianhuang and bowed. Thank you, Supreme Ao. Ao Tianhuang glanced at Gu Hai and nodded. Ha! He threw the bat ancestor in front of Gu Hai. Ha 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 ha, Dad, did you see that? The bat ancestor has been caught. The bat ancestor has been caught. Ha 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 ha, Dad. Chongming cried as he walked in front of the bat ancestor. It's you? Little thing. Bat ancestor's eyes suddenly widened. It's me, old thing. You kill my father. I beg His Majesty. I beg His Majesty to kill you. Ha! You didn't expect this, did you? Father had said that if one committed too many sins, there would be retribution. There would be retribution. To think you would have such a day. Chongming cried and shouted. Little thing, I should have killed you long ago. You really betrayed me long ago. You really betrayed me long ago. Bad ancestor's face showed deep hatred, but his eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Gu Hai walked closer and looked coldly at the bad ancestor. Bad ancestor? Heh, I have never been your enemy. Everything was because you forced me. Last time at the Thousand Islands Sea, I made it clear to you that if there was a next time, I would not give you another chance. Who would have thought that you would be so bold as to kill millions of my people? Millions of my people. Gu Hai's face was gloomy, and a great killing intent emerged from his face. Your Majesty, Chongming begs, let me kill the bad ancestor. Let me kill him, please, I beg you. Chongming suddenly looked at Gu Hai and pleaded. How dare you? You were created by me. How dare you kill your ancestor? Bat ancestor glared at him. Your Majesty, Chongming begs. Chongming knelt down and pleaded with grief and indignation. Permitted, Gu Hai replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chongming kowtowed gratefully. On the other side, Ao Tianhuang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. You don't want to kill him personally? Chongming got up, took out a long saber, and walked toward the Bat Ancestor with a ferocious expression. "Little thing, how dare you? How dare you kill me?" Bat Ancestor glared and roared. "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Chongming roared. As he spoke, Chongming raised his saber and was about to chop off Bat Ancestor's head. "Be careful!" Ao Tianwang's face darkened. "What's wrong?" Guhai raised his eyebrows and looked at Ao Tianwang. "This kid is a vampire, and he is the Ancestor. Vampires can't kill the Ancestor because the Ancestor can control his descendants with a single thought." Ao Tianwang frowned. The Bat Ancestor could control Chongming? Guhai's face darkened. "He can't control me," Chongming shouted. Then, he stepped forward and slashed at him, worried that something might happen. Indeed, as Chongming's saber came slashing down, Bat Ancestor's eyes narrowed. Primogenitor, the primogenitor who created the race, was the god of the race. He had to do whatever he wanted. Bat Ancestor tried to control Chongming, but the next moment, the Bat Ancestor's face changed. Chongming couldn't be controlled. "What? How can this be?" Bat Ancestor exclaimed. "Because it couldn't control Chongming like it did Chongsheng and the others. It couldn't control him at all? No, it couldn't be contacted at all?" Bat Ancestor's eyes widened. Chongming, on the other hand, looked ferocious. "What's going on?" He was poisoned by Shangwan Hen's snake venom when he first came to Chaoga. He fell into a valley on his last breath and met a savage master. His master helped him modify his human soul so that he couldn't be controlled by the Ancestor anymore. His master also said that everything would be perfect if he devoured the Ancestor's divine soul. "Kill!" Chongming roared. The saber was already in front of Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor's face changed. It was too late to think about how to control Chongming. It could only grit its teeth. "Explode!" Bat Ancestor shouted coldly. Boom! Bat Ancestor suddenly exploded. Ao Tianwang immediately pulled Long Wan Yu behind him. However, Bat Ancestor didn't explode like Chongsheng did. Instead, it suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of small bats and flew in all directions. Boom! Countless bats rushed out in all directions. "Want to run? Isn't it a bit too late?" Guhai's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand. Boom! A barrier suddenly formed around them and trapped all the bats in an instant. No one could escape. It was the array of Chaoga City. Although the barrier was broken, there were still some spirit stones buried underground. It was a chess array, and Guhai could master it in an instant. The array wasn't very powerful, but Bat Ancestor had been injured by Ao Tianwang and was at the end of its rope. The bats it turned into were the most ordinary and vulnerable bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. None of them could. People of Chaoga City, every bat here is formed by Bat Ancestor. Killing every bat is killing Bat Ancestor. Kill them and avenge your family and friends. Guhai shouted. Yes, yes, your majesty. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You're just an ordinary bat? You also have this day. I'm going to kill you. Ordinary bats, even vampiric bats, were just ordinary vampiric bats. Countless commoners immediately took out their weapons. They didn't have weapons, but they had their fists, claws, and stones on the ground. They desperately tried to kill the Bat Ancestor that had scattered into billions of pieces. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions, but the people seemed to have gone crazy and didn't give them any chance to escape. They were smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Kill, 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 kill. Perhaps that was karma. They had slaughtered the people of Chaoga City so easily, but now they were being slaughtered by the people of Chaoga City. None of them could escape. They were being killed in a frenzy. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Chongming. However, at that moment, a bat suddenly and strangely rushed into Chongming's body. It rushed in just like that. Oh, spiritual soul? You want to host your descendant? Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. When the Bat Ancestor's body turned into millions of bats and was killed by the people, its spiritual soul entered Chongming's body. That was because Chongming was a vampire created by himself. He knew best that he could replace Chong Ming at any time. Perhaps the failure earlier was just an accident. Chong Ming seemed to be frozen in place. Roar, my slave, you were created by me. How dare you betray me? Ha ha ha. It's useless to betray me. Your human soul was given by me. I can control it however I want. Ha ha. I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect you to be here. Great. It's good that you're here. Now, give me your body. Ha ha ha. The bat ancestor's voice sounded in Chong Ming's body. He had found the last glimmer of hope. He just had to pretend to be Chong Ming and wait for everyone to disperse. Then he could escape. The bat ancestor rushed straight to Chong Ming's head, thinking that everything would be smooth. Unexpectedly, a light figure suddenly appeared in front of Chong Ming's body. Chong Ming, who was shaped like a nascent soul, looked coldly at the bat ancestor and said, "Bat ancestor, do you think I'm still the same person?" Huh? The bat ancestor's divine soul was slightly stunned. Master told me that I could only be perfected by eating your divine soul. You actually delivered it to me yourself? Humph. The Chongming light figure said coldly. With a cold voice, Chongming Guang's shadow suddenly opened its mouth. Ah! Suddenly, it swallowed the bat ancestor's divine soul. What? No, it's impossible. Your human soul? This is not the human soul I gave you. This is not. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The bat ancestor roared in despair. At this moment, a gust of black gas suddenly appeared on the surface of Chongming's body. Boom! The billowing black gas burst out, making Gu Hai's face sink. Ao Tianhuang raised his eyebrows. Oh, you actually swallowed your ancestor's divine soul? How did you do it? Rumble. Chongming's body trembled violently. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet fangs appeared in his mouth, and a pair of huge bat wings appeared on his back. Chongming's aura was growing. On the other side, the remaining bats seemed to have lost their lives the moment the bat ancestor's divine soul was swallowed. They all fell to the ground. Kill you, kill you. The people were still unwilling to accept this and wanted to smash these corpses. Buzz. Chongming's aura exploded for a while, then suddenly retracted. The fangs disappeared, and so did the wings on his back. Chongming woke up. The moment he woke up, Chongming felt an infinite sense of comfort all over his body. However, he felt more discouraged after avenging his father. Dad, I've avenged you. Boo-hoo. Chongming suddenly cried for a while. As he cried, Chongming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. Chongming thanks the emperor. This kneel was filled with sincerity, and it was done willingly. Chapter 470. As he cried, Chongming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. Chongming thanks your majesty. This kneel was filled with sincerity, and it was done willingly. All right, stand up. Gu Hai nodded. Chongming kowtowed a few more times before standing up with reddened eyes. Gu Hai turned to look at the citizens who were still smashing the bat corpses. Everyone, it's done. Gu Hai said. Yes, thank you, your majesty. The citizens calmed down slowly and looked at Gu Hai with tears in their eyes. You can all disperse first. Leave this to me. Gu Hai said. Yes. The citizens looked at the bat corpses on the ground, reluctant to leave. They wanted to continue killing, but since the emperor had spoken, they could only retreat. However, they were still very unwilling. Gu Hai withdrew the array, and the citizens slowly retreated. Ao Tianhuang looked at Chongming, then at Gu Hai. No wonder you let this vampire kill the bat ancestor. Ha, what a scheme. Gu Hai sighed softly but didn't explain. All right, the bat ancestor is dead. We should leave too. Long Wanyu has to follow me back to heavenly courts. Ao Tianhuang said calmly. Leave? I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave. I want to stay with brother-in-law. Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai shook his head. Wanyu, you and Ao Tianhuang will go to heavenly courts first. I don't want to. Long Wanyu pouted and said gloomily. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Go. I'll look for you in heavenly courts in a few days. You going to heavenly courts? Long Wanyu asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Ao Tianhuang was slightly confused but did not ask further. Long Wanyu could not understand why her brother-in-law wanted to go to heavenly courts. Go to the heavenly courts first and help me take care of everything. That way, I won't be completely in the dark when I get there, right? Guhai persuaded. Long Wanyu frowned and pondered. In her heart, Long Wanyu was not willing to leave at all. If she stayed, she might be able to help her brother-in-law. However, since her brother-in-law had asked for it, she was in a difficult position. Okay, then come early. Long Wanyu bit her lip. Guhai nodded. Not far away, Li Shunji, Yi Shinjin, and the others had been listening attentively. When they heard the conversation between Guhai and Long Wanyu, they all frowned. Guhai deliberately sent Princess Wanyu away? Why? Li Shinji's eyes were filled with confusion. Guhai killed a bad ancestor. Next, he will definitely face the full revenge of the Day One Empire. Guhai is surrounded by a vortex of death. He is trying to send Long Wanyu away from danger. Yi Shinjin said, shaking his head. But Princess Wanyu has the power of prophecy. Isn't it better to keep Princess Wanyu by his side? Li Shunji narrowed his eyes in confusion. In Li Shinji's eyes, everyone could be used. The Dahan Empire was about to be destroyed, but Guhai did not use the prophecy master and even sent her away. Yi Shinjin glanced at Li Shinji. Lord Li, this world is not only about benefits. Mr. Good is truly doing this for the good of Princess Wanyu. Li Shinji's face darkened, and he fell silent. Not far away, Guhai instructed Long Wanyu and turned to Ziwei and Changsheng. I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me protect Princess Wanyu. Guhai, don't worry. With us here, nothing will happen to Long Wanyu. Ziwei immediately patted her chest and said, the two of them did not do anything during the great disaster in Chaoga City this time. They felt guilty. Now that Guhai asked them to do something, they had to do their best. I'll go with Long Wanyu. By the way, didn't you want my paintings last time? I've painted 6 more paintings during this period of time. I'll give them all to you. Changsheng immediately stepped forward and handed over a stack of paintings. Paintings? A.O. Tianwang, A.O. Sheng, and the others revealed a trace of doubt. Thank you. Guhai flipped his hand and kept the 6 paintings. By the way, brother-in-law, when old man Tian Huang was dealing with a group of bad guys earlier, he injured all of them. It seems that Baldy Lun Yin has brought Lu Shuren to chase after a group of bad guys. He might be back later. Tell Baldy Lun Yin that we'll be leaving first. Long Wanyu said, Master Lun Yin? That's good too. Guhai nodded. Brother-in-law, we'll be leaving then. You have to come early. Long Wanyu still had a look of reluctance on her face. I will. Guhai nodded. Rumble. Yi Shinjin flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. The group of dragons and everyone slowly stepped onto the flying boat. The flying boat slowly took off. It slowly flew away. Brother-in-law, you have to come early. On the flying boat, Long Wanyu shouted reluctantly. I will. Guhai replied. Whoosh! The flying boat suddenly flew into the distance. Guhai watched as Long Wanyu left and sighed softly. Go to Heavenly Court City? This was just an excuse to convince Long Wanyu. What followed was the real chaos. The Day One Imperial Dynasty? Why, Your Majesty, I don't understand. Why did you say that I did not understand what father meant? Chongming asked doubtfully as he followed behind Guhai. At this moment, Chongming no longer doubted Guhai's wisdom. If Guhai said that he did not understand, then there must be something else that he did not understand. Did father mean anything else? Guhai turned his head to look at Chongming. Gratified, he said, Not bad. At least you can ask humbly now. I was too headstrong and opinionated in the past. In the future, I will slowly use my brain. Please tell me, Your Majesty, what did father mean? Chongming asked solemnly. Guhai took a deep breath and said, Changsheng has high expectations of you. Yes, this expectation is not just to avenge him and kill the bad ancestor. Guhai said solemnly, I know. Apart from the bad ancestor, there's also the Day One Imperial Dynasty and Shiyu the Great. Chongming said through gritted teeth. Guhai shook his head. What else? Chongming asked blankly. The Chong clan has been destroyed, but you are still alive. With you, the Chong clan will be revived one day. Guhai said solemnly. Huh? Chongming was confused. Have you never thought of reviving Changsheng and the rest? Guhai said calmly. Or revive? How? Chongming asked in shock. At least you can find his reincarnation, right? The extent of Chang Sheng's revival depends on how hard you work. Whether the Chang clan can be revived or not depends on whether you are willing to fight for them. Gu Hai said solemnly. Or revive? Chang Sheng suddenly trembled. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. BB, but there are no buts. It depends on whether you are willing to compromise with fate. If you compromise, there will be thousands of obstacles. If you don't compromise, there will be no buts. All of these buts need to be taken step by step. Do you dare? Gu Hai said solemnly. I dare, I dare. Your Majesty, I will listen to you. As long as you can take me, even if I die, I am willing. Chang Ming's eyes suddenly turned red. Gu Hai nodded. From now on, you will follow me and learn for a while. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Chang Ming replied. First of all, put together the scattered bodies of the Bat Ancestor. I want to restore the body of the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai said solemnly. Restore? But what's the use of that? Chang Ming looked puzzled. I want to restore the Bat Ancestor and catch the big fish. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Chang Ming replied. Although he still didn't quite understand, he still followed Gu Hai's instructions. He put together the countless bat bodies and used the secret vampiric technique to restore the Bat Ancestor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge bat covered in blood. Your Majesty, the Bat Ancestor is already dead. What's the use of this huge bat? Chang Ming asked, puzzled. Dead? I want alive now. Gu Hai sneered. But is already dead. If I say it is alive, it is alive. Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lun Yin and Lu Rockman returned from afar. When they arrived at Chaoga City, they were stunned. All of Chaoga City had been razed to the ground. The refugees had gathered, and some craftsmen had built a large number of residences outside Chaoga City for the people to live in. How could it be like this? Lu Rockman goggled. Amateus. Venerable Lun Yin sighed softly. While the group was out, Chaoga City turned into a pile of rubble. Venerable, Prime Venerable Zhu Lu, you are back. An official immediately came forward to welcome them. What happened here? Zhu Lu asked anxiously. The official immediately described everything that had happened. The Emperor is back? Zhu Lu said in pleasant surprise. Yes, the Emperor is back. He even took revenge for the people who died. Earlier, the Bat Ancestor killed 10 million people in Chaoga City. The Emperor captured him and crippled his cultivation. Then, he imprisoned him in the southern plaza of the city, where the people despise him at all times. That official explained. What? The Bat Ancestor? He went to the Heavenly Palace and was captured. His cultivation was crippled, and the people despised him at all times? Venerable Lun Yin exclaimed in shock. That official nodded proudly and led the group to the southern part of the city. Indeed, there was a region in the southern part of the city that was heavily guarded. A 300-meter-long bat in the center had a chain pierced through its body. It was on its last breath and seemed to be struggling. It let out screeching sounds as it struggled. The people at the periphery continuously cursed and spat at the huge bat. The Bat Ancestor? Zhu Lu said in shock. That's right. This is the Bat Ancestor. It is retribution. Retribution. That official nodded. Gu Hai. Venerable Lun Yin showed a bitter expression. He recalled that a few years ago, Gu Hai still felt helpless about breaking through to the innate realm. Today, he actually imprisoned the Bat Ancestor of the Heavenly Palace here. I already sent someone to report this to the Emperor. Please wait a moment, that official said with a smile. On a floating island in the southern part of the city, Gu Hai led Chang Ming to the chained 300-meter-long bat not far away. Your Majesty, I used the Blood Race's secret technique to create the illusion that the Bat Ancestor is still alive. However, what's the use of that? Chang Ming appeared confused. What do you think? Gu Hai said indifferently. Hey, Your Majesty said to use it to fish. However, only Shiyu the Great cares about the Bat Ancestor. Your Majesty made the people despise the Bat Ancestor. This news will definitely reach Day One and Shiyu the Great's ears. At that time, Chang Ming said with a frown, That's right. We want to send the news that the Bat Ancestor is in our hands to Shiyu the Great. Killing the Bat Ancestor is the first step. With the Bat Ancestor here, we can destroy the entire Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 471. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, Capital City. At the moment of Bat Ancestor's death. Above the Sea of Providence, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Countless amounts of Providence suddenly scattered. Dio Palace Square. Shiyu the Great, Hekang of Silla, Emo Yike, and a large number of officials all looked up at the sky. Why did so much of my Day 1's Providence scatter? What happened? A group of officials asked in shock. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Something happened to Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor? Your Majesty, was the disappearance of Providence 2 days ago because of the deaths of the Chong clan's elders? Chong Sheng is also dead? Emo Yike's eyelids twitched. Shiyu the Great did not answer. Chong Sheng is dead? He died at the hands of Bat Ancestor? Your Majesty, if that's really the case, then I, Day 1, have cut off my own arm. Emo Yike said bitterly. Shiyu the Great shook his head. I'm not sure. Emo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Through the Sea of Providence of the Imperial Dynasty, we can clearly see the situation of each official. The Imperial Dynasty's Sea of Providence only has me as the center. The officials, and even a national beast, are all attached. We can only sense them in general, but we can't be sure. The Vampire Clan and Bat Ancestor's Providence are connected. I can sense that Bat Ancestor seems to be dead, but there's still a trace of connection. As for what it is, I can't be sure. Shiyu the Great frowned. Bat Ancestor cannot die. He's the symbol of Day 1's national beast. Your Majesty, I'll immediately send people to investigate what happened. Hekang of Silla immediately shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned and nodded. Emo Yike smiled bitterly. In Emo Yike's eyes, Chong Sheng was much more important than Bat Ancestor. A month later, in the Great Hall, Qin Zibai was covered in blood as he knelt on one knee in front of Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, Annihilation City has been ambushed. This time, the Day 1 suffered heavy losses. Because of the zombie army, this subject was barely able to tear open a hole. The other 4 forces are already almost completely wiped out. Qin Zibai said bitterly. Shiyu the Great glared and slapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Your Majesty, destroying Qian City is just a trap. I just received news that 2 emperors and 2 Dao lords of the 5 factions were severely injured by Ao Tianhuang and barely escaped. Hekang of Silla said bitterly. Shiyu the Great's face darkened. A trap? That's not all, Your Majesty. Emo Yike suddenly smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at Emo Yike. If this subject's guess is correct, the disciples of the Heavenly Shaking Sect were the first to be wiped out, right, Lord Qin? Emo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. That's right. The first to be wiped out by the experts of the Qian was the Heavenly Shaking Sect. We didn't even see their corpses before they were all wiped out. Qin Zibai nodded. All wiped out? You think too much. They didn't die at all. Secondly, when the Bat Ancestor went to Chaoga, the Heavenly Shaking Sect was the first to support it, right? Emo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. I think so. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. The Heavenly Shaking Sect? Your Majesty, we were all fooled. This was a trap set by Dai Qianqing. If this subject's guess is correct, the Heavenly Shaking Sect was also the one who arranged for the meeting at Qian City, right? Emo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seems that this subject's guess is correct. Unfortunately, Your Majesty, why didn't you discuss it with us before agreeing? Sigh. The Heaven Shaking Sect should be a spy planted by the great Qian dynasty's emperor. Everything was under the control of Dai Qianqing when the 5 factions met. No, under the control of Dai Qianqing. In fact, Hekang of Silla discovered that Long Wanyu was in Chaoga because Dai Qianqing purposely leaked it. Emo Yike smiled bitterly. Impossible? How is that possible? I found Long Wanyu's whereabouts with great difficulty. How could it be that Dai Qianqing gave it to me? Hekang of Silla suddenly opened his eyes wide. Of course, he accidentally gave it to you. The 5 factions gathered at Qian City, which was under the control of Dai Qianqing. It was also under the control of Dai Qianxing to lure the 5 experts away from Qian City to Chaoga. It was also under the control of Dai Qianxing to ambush the 5 experts in Chaoga. It was also under the control of Dai Qianxing to lure the 5 experts away and then surround and kill the 5 factions in Qian City. It could be said that everything was under the control of Dai Qianxing, and the most important thing was the heavenly shaking sect. Ha! The northern expedition will only become a joke. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. After Mo Yike finished speaking, everyone in the hall felt their eyelids twitch violently, and they felt a chill in their hearts. The 5 major forces were being played around by the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty? No, that heavenly shaking sect was loyal to the Qian. That was to say, the 4 factions were all played around by Dai Qianxing. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Your Majesty, I'm guessing that the Great Qian dynasty will send troops to wipe out the 4 forces. Apart from the Great Qian dynasty, the masters of the other 3 forces have all been severely injured and should be severely injured. Secondly, their main forces were almost wiped out when they destroyed Qian City. The group of forces could be said to have suffered great losses. As for the Qian, Mo Yike smiled bitterly. What about the Qian? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. If I'm not wrong, Dai Qianxing's plan this time not only dealt heavy losses to our factions, but also carried out a great purge within the Qian. Your Majesty, all the spies arranged by you have been caught, and Dai Qianxing has gotten rid of all the stubborn tumors. The Qian has lost many people, but it is unprecedentedly strong. Now that our 5 factions have sent troops, the Qian is standing on the moral high ground, and its soldiers are rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. It is unprecedentedly strong. It will be invincible. Next, the Qian will send troops to our factions. 1 troop will annihilate the 4 factions. After Mo Yike finished speaking, the officials in the hall were in an uproar, and they all revealed shocked expressions. The Qian is going to send troops? The Qian did not send troops, and the 4 factions had suffered heavy losses. Now that they were going to send troops, how dangerous would that be? Why are there only 3 celestial empires in the entire divine continent? None of the celestial empires are simple. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Shiyu the Great was silent for a moment. Lord Mo, what do we do now? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, there's only one way to preserve the Day One Empire's Day One Empire. Oh, Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike, immediately apologized to the Qian Celestial Empire, and resolve all grievances. Even cede territory as compensation, appease the Qian, and wait for the future. Mo Yike said solemnly. Cede territory as compensation? Shiyu the Great's eyes widened. Your Majesty, this is a temporary measure. At this moment, it is not appropriate for the Day One to send troops. As long as we appease the Qian and give our Day One a chance to breathe, everything will be fine. Now that the Qian's army is the strongest, we have to avoid them. The Qian is like the sun in the sky, but as long as we are patient, as long as we continue to wait, there will be a chance sooner or later. Your Majesty, don't be rash. Mo Yike said anxiously. Lord Mo, you are thinking too much. We still have 5 million zombie soldiers. If the Qian army comes, what do we have to fear? He King of Silla shouted. Your Highness, 5 million zombie soldiers? They're not immortals. Why do we still lose, even with such an army? Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. You're boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. Mo Yike, you are becoming more and more cowardly. He King of Silla said with a glare. Your Majesty, the Qian Celestial Empire is coming with great momentum. It is not appropriate for us to face them head-on. This time, we have only destroyed Qian City and joined forces. Our Day One has not yet formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Qian. This can be salvaged. Let's wait for a better opportunity. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. All right, I will consider it. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Your Majesty, Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Clearly, Shiyu the Great did not reply because he did not listen to his words. I said I will consider it. Shi the Great said in a low voice. Yes. Mo Yike could only nod helplessly. Qin Zibai, you are heavily injured. Go and rest first. Shi the Great said indifferently. Yes. Qin Zibai replied. Your Majesty, apart from these reports of defeat, there is also the whereabouts of the bad ancestor. How does your Majesty plan to deal with this? He King of Silla said solemnly. Shi the Great narrowed his eyes. The bad ancestor still ate the Chongsheng family. He still ate the Chongsheng family. Alas, Mo Yike sighed deeply. Your Majesty, the bad ancestor is currently trapped in Chaoga City. Guhai has deployed a large number of troops from the surrounding cities to Chaoga City. Unexpectedly, the bat ancestor still fell at the hands of Guhai in the end. His cultivation was crippled, and he was imprisoned in the south of Chaoga City to be spurned by the people. He King of Silla said with an ugly expression, Ao Tianwang. Guhai can actually invite Ao Tianwang. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Ao Tianwang has already left. Now, only Guhai and his army are left in Chaoga City. They can't withstand a single blow. The bat ancestor's cultivation was crippled. However, as long as we can save him, your Majesty will definitely have a way to save the bat ancestor, right? After all, he is the national beast of Day One, and his cultivation is now at the Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, we must save the bat ancestor as soon as possible. I am willing to lead the troops to flatten Chaoga City. Save the bat ancestor. He King of Silla immediately cried out. Shiyu the Great nodded. Mo Yike's expression changed. Your Majesty, you can't. Oh, Your Majesty, imprisoning the bat ancestor, crippling his cultivation, and not killing him? If my guess is correct, this should be a trap waiting for us to fall into it. Your Majesty, you can't send troops to Chaoga City. Mo Yike said in a low voice. He King of Silla sneered. Oh, Lord Mo, you are becoming more and more timid. Trap. Am I Day One so timid? The bat ancestor is the symbol of the national beast of Day One. If we don't save the bat ancestor, how can we save the people? The people. At this time, your Highness has finally thought of the people. When you sent troops, did you consider the complaints of the people? I said we can't send troops to Chaoga City, but I didn't say we can't save the bat ancestor. The bat ancestor committed such a great sin, and the people of Dahan are angry. It's fine to imprison him for a period of time. But do we have to send troops to save the bat ancestor? We can negotiate with the Dahan. Even if we have to pay a price, we can just redeem the bat ancestor. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Pay a price? Lord Mo, you want to cede territory to the Celestial Empire as compensation, but do you also want to cede territory to a small Imperial Empire as compensation? Is my Daywin's Imperial Empire just for show? I, Day One, have a zombie army of 5 million from Kaitian Palace. Why should I, Day One, fear anyone? He King of Silla said with a glare. He King of Silla, you're crazy. Mo Yike said with a glare. You're the one who's crazy. Your Majesty, Guhai's army is stationed in Chaoga City. This subject is willing to personally lead a zombie army to Chaoga City, destroy Guhai's army, and rescue the bat ancestor. At the same time, I'll take back the 24 cities that belong to my Day One. He King of Silla said solemnly. He King of Silla, are you crazy? You want to destroy the Han dynasty? At this time, you still want to send troops? Mo Yike said with a glare. Mo Yike, I know you have a good relationship with Guhai, but this is a national matter, and it's not something you can shake with your personal relationship. Your Majesty, please invite this subject to go. He King of Silla immediately called out. I'll leave the zombie army of 5 million to you. End this quickly. Shiyu the Great nodded. Your Majesty, you can't. Mo Yike cried out in alarm. Mo Yike, Daywin's Imperial Empire is my Day One. Shiyu the Great glared. Hearing the cold shout, Mo Yike felt a chill all over his body. His Majesty was angry. In an instant, Mo Yike was rendered speechless. He lowered his head, not daring to retort. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty. I will destroy Chaoga City as soon as possible, rescue the bad ancestor, and take down the 24 cities. He King of Scylla shouted excitedly.